What is up, everybody? We are back for another Thursday night. Why am I getting echo? Where am I getting echo? Hello,
Hey,
hello. This thing
you
on?
sound fine over here.
Can I get echo on my end? Hello, hello. I think I'm
Yeah,
all right.
I don't
Mic
hear you.
check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah, it's fine now. Weird ass StreamYard stuff starting out the night already, just going crazy. So
This is the wrong day, right? This is the wrong day.
it would be actually a pretty good addition to the day I've actually had. So it would be right on point. But we're about to get in and start busting up some stuff for sure. We're gonna get a little
Wrong
crazy up in here tonight. Yeah. Might have a little bar fight break out.
Just clapping together.
Might be some bar action taking
Yeah.
place. Might be throwing some glassware around by the end of the night. Yeah, so it's tough. I don't know how your guys' work day is, but today was kind of a crazy one for me out there. And it's just telling Tyler a little bit ago, it's kind of like there's only things you can control, right? Unless you're the boss of the company, you're limited on what you can actually do. So you can only do certain things. But if it was like if I had the power, I just
If you could, you would, right? Could you would.
Yeah. So, but that being said, we actually got through it, and now it is time to put on the show and put a smile on everybody's face as we get ready to head into the weekend. Hopefully, you guys are out there ready for a great Thursday night as well. And I got some different things to actually crack open and share. And I made a little run before the show just because it was that kind of day. So I had to get out there and like your old buddy Dusty, I went searching. So I wasn't looking for the four horsemen. I was looking for some stronger stuff to actually enjoy tonight. So I'll share that here in a bit. What's up, Jimmy? Cuffing stuff in the house, my friend. Great to have you, brother. JT in the house. Cheers, 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 JT. And yeah, so whatever you guys are having, always make sure to let us know there in the comments as well. Do have beer news this week because last week we didn't get into the beer news. So we had some stories from last week and some stories from this week. So it actually worked out well. And we will have an appearance by Shannon, Todd said as well, too. Maybe some more Brita testing tonight, possibly.
Yeah. When I went down to grab some beers, I was like, what do I have I can get into? Because I was trying to think of what I did 2 weeks ago. I knew I did the candy cane peppermint schnapps or whatever it was called. I don't even know what it was called.
Mm-hmm.
It was not schnapps because it was 50% ABV. And then I did banana liqueur and a beer. So, okay, something outside of that. I don't know. I might just go straight bourbon and see what it does with straight bourbon.
Yeah, the banana liqueur was the one that was kind of like you didn't work as much with, I guess, maybe because it was like the cordial type feel. Like it felt like you didn't get too much out of that one. The other one seemed to actually work. I mean,
now the peppermint one was like, that was like that. Whoa, that could be dangerous because it's nothing like it did beforehand for sure. So it was like, okay.
So no Jägermeister or Ouzo on hand to really put it to the test, but
see, that's what we should have done.
Got some of that stuff. Be like, I'd be kind of scared if you could actually drink Jägermeister and not have that taste. You could definitely get yourself with some trouble.
Or no, not Jaeger. Should have got some for Shannon for the LSU.
I would have liked to see her do a Mad Dog again.
Mad Dogs.
Try through the Brita and see if it was any different for her. I thought that would have been pretty cool.
Yeah.
She probably wouldn't trust us on that though again. Yeah.
No, I can't fall for that again.
Fool me once, Shane. When we fool me twice, you fool me once, you can't fool me again. Great quote by former President George W. Bush. What's up, Rusty? Cheers, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Happy to have you on board. So
I forget what's that rap song where he has that in the song. Like
that was Jay-Z and Quan. No, that was because they were doing the other one with Will Ferrell. What one is that? What is
and
the song?
And George Bush is like stumbling out. Like, fool me once, fool me, and he messes it up, but then he goes on and sings the song. But it's freaking hilarious. I love that. I mean, I like that song anyway, but that part is funny.
But that's like I said, that's probably the best quote from W ever. Like just the whole way of anything he's ever said. Like that just doesn't die. You can always bring that back. That's just like bringing back Dusty Rhodes and the Four Horsemen. It just never dies. It never dies. It just stays out there. I need to get that sound effect. I wonder if I can get that one on here because I found a new site for some stuff, and that would be a good one. I should have that one in my collection for sure. because that's one that's well worthy of doing so. But let me see here. Where's my banner here? Yeah, so whatever you guys are drinking, let us know by dropping a comment there. Get that scrolling across the bottom. Mal will actually try to be here in a bit. She got called in, so she had to work at the brewery, and she's trying to get out to join us at a point here. So we shall see. And maybe she chimes in on her phone or something from there, like Chew does sometimes. So we'll have to see what happens. But I am ready for it's funny, it's a short week, but I'm ready for the weekend. Just because, like I said, it was so crazy. It was like
feels like the longest, shortest week ever.
Yeah. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there was a full moon out tonight, just the way it was crazy today at work. And then it was just like,
thought when Shannon comes in, you can ask her because I'm sure she knows.
Well, she knows all the zodiac stuff, right? So yeah.
Of course, she didn't work yesterday or today. That's usually one way she can tell, because she said the residents do go a little bit crazier when it is a full moon. I was like, "Are you serious?" Yeah.
I feel like that's an old wives' tale, but people say that happens. Maybe somebody's just juicing up their medicine and making them crazy at the place. It's just like
possibly.
Who's spiking their pills every full moon?
Wouldn't doubt that either.
That would be nice. Don't spike the elderly's pills. Emerson's in the house. Cheers, my friend.
Oh, she said
Voodoo Ranger.
What's up, Emerson? We just had one the 31st.
Oh, she said we just had one the 31st.
Well, I think it stayed over in some parts of the world because I feel like I've had it. Only semi-tank. Voodoo Ranger new bath. I've actually got something you may like here that we might be drinking in a bit too, because I did pick up one of the Juice Force IPAs to enjoy possibly.
It's got to work tomorrow. Emerson, we always got to work tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
Hold us back.
I mean, yes. I mean, seriously. We always get up and go.
Or you just get out and roll. I got to get up and go. You just get up and roll.
It's still a commute, just a shorter commute.
Yeah. A few steps down the hallway.
What's up, Shannon? You darkened your hair. I
did.
I like it. Nice. Very, very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nobody ever notices when I color my hair. I cut it too, but I did it all myself. I told Todd last night, I was like, I just saved us like $250. I cut and colored my own hair.
Yeah, that's expensive to do that. And then you don't have to tip anybody either, too. So probably save $300.
I walked in the bathroom. It's just like, does it look straight? I'm like, yeah.
I was like, does it straight across the back?
Yeah. Sometimes whenever she does that, I have to get in there and she's like, straighten it up a little bit. So
I just hate going to the salon. I hate getting my nails done. I hate all that stuff.
Hate all the girly stuff.
Well, I mean, I don't mind the end result, but I just hate sitting there for that amount of time.
Yeah. So you like manicures and pedicures and stuff?
No, I don't.
No, okay.
The weirdest thing with her is everything except for her work. She gets impatient on a lot of things, on those types of things. But if she does those things at work with her residents or whatever, like there's no big deal. Like it's no problem.
I get irritated and impatient about the small things, like not with people, like in things they're going through, or
it's kind of a weird combination, but it seems to work. I mean, it does okay for her, I guess.
I thought the book said don't sweat the small things.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but those small things can irritate you, especially when you can't do anything about them. Like they're there. You know how you want to handle it, but you don't have the power to handle it the way you want to. So you got to let somebody else come in and do it. And just like, you going to come fix this or what? Like, what are you doing? Like, I told you this is the issue. Why is nobody fixing it?
Yeah. Fine, I'll just do it myself.
I can't do my part till that part's done. Come on, man. Like, so. But it is. We all work for the man at some point, I guess. So, yeah. JT's having Oktoberfest by Revolution. Very nice. I still have not cracked open an Oktoberfest beer for this year. So
is that one? Is Revolution
that was
in Chicago?
Yeah. That was the one I drank the other night. We stopped at, was it Friday? Yeah, because it was my birthday on Friday.
Stopped where?
At Pearl Street and had the Revolution on tap and got a mug for it with it too.
Yeah. That's right. It was your birthday last Friday, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Hopefully it was a great birthday.
It's pretty good. Didn't really do anything, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, I had to work.
Yeah.
No work, no party.
No, we went Friday night to watch watch our niece bowl, my brother's daughter. She bowls on a league on Friday night, so we went and watched her. Then went to Pearl Street, which is the name of this Pearl Street Tap House. So they have like 20 beers on tap. It's one of the probably the best.
I think so. I mean,
options of beer selections that you can go to outside of a brewery. I mean, they have all kinds of. So they had like they started that Friday night. They started their Oktoberfest thing. So you can get like a flight of 4 different Oktoberfest. But they also had which I'll grab it here in a minute. Revolution. I thought you buy the beer and you get the mug free, but they were trying to do a fast one because you bought the beer and then you bought the mug also. You just didn't know it, but it all came together. Then they made it sound like, oh, you can get so it's $12 for the beer and the mug. And they were like, oh, you can get all the refills you want for $7. And I got to looking at the menu. I was like, well, the beer price itself is only $7 anyway. I was like, who are they trying to fool?
Yeah, they tried to pull a fast one.
They fooled me first because I got the mug anyway. But
yeah, so to go back and do the W quote again. Yeah. Well, happy. What birthday was it for you?
48.
Ooh, big 4-8. Give it up for him, the big 4-8. Yeah.
God.
Almost 50. Almost 50.
Yeah. How old are you, Ron?
54.
54.
Well, no, wait a minute. Yeah, I'll be 55 next year.
And you're February, right?
March. Yeah.
I was thinking.
Why do I always think you're February? Pisces.
I mean, because Pisces starts the end of February. So.
Yeah, because my brother. I was thinking you were 2 years younger because my brother will be 56 in December. So.
Yeah, about to get that senior citizen discount, y'all. About to get that senior citizen discount.
ARP's like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
So, Rod, I may have asked this question before, but what is, like, if you were single, what is the youngest you would date, and then what's the oldest you would date?
At this age?
No judgment.
At this age, or?
Yeah, at this age.
Jeez. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I would say most people are like within usually 10 years or so on each side, but I don't know. But nowadays it's a different thing when we were younger.
Oh, yeah, no.
Now it's like you see someone 60 dating someone 20. It's like that's not even your kid. That's like your grandkid.
Yeah.
Here's the mug they had.
Oh, that's pretty cool mug. I like that.
So, and pretty good, you know.
Big old dimpled mug, yeah.
I haven't even looked at that.
I like it because it's smaller. You know, we've gotten some, but they're huge.
Is that like their like
logo?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how
That's
big
a
is that one? Like
logo.
12 ounce? Is that 12 ounce or 16?
It'll hold us.
Because it's not the half liter.
Really like
the
that
half liter
logo.
would be a little bigger, I think.
Yeah, because we got some that's like huge. I know you can't see on this screen, but it's like that much taller and like it's probably
Like that one from Our
36
Lady
ounces.
last
Yeah,
year.
it's
I
heavy.
mean, that's like just to hold it and
like we got that one because of their Oktoberfest. It was a part of their Stein holding whatever competition.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was freaking this glass, and that thing was freaking heavy. So I got that one, and then our daughter was up in Bloomington for a couple days last week, and so she picked this up and brought it home for her birthday.
Oh, Indiana.
So it's got
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty neat.
Pint glass.
And a couple little like sandstone coasters, I guess
For
you
your
would call them,
car,
that you put
yeah.
like in your car.
Your cup holders.
In your cup holder in your car, and it had like I think it had the football helmets on it. I think is what it had on there. IU football helmets. So that was pretty cool.
So what's your answer, Ron?
Oh yeah, sorry.
I said like I guess like 10 on each side, maybe.
So you go to 45?
I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I guess.
And then to 65?
Well, when you say it like that. I mean,
If you say it like that, like
Chew's got a thing for the Golden Girls, not me.
See, I would think like a man.
it sounds worse when you say it out loud.
Yeah, you got lowered. They got lowered on the top side.
Yeah, I would think that men, any aged man, like I feel like if the woman is, if like 35, no matter how old the man is I feel like acceptable, because it's like that's a grown ass woman.
Well, yeah,
you know,
yeah.
And I'm like,
See, I said.
I mean, even like 30, like if I saw somebody like your age dating a 30-year-old, I'd be like, well, but then I'd be like, well, I'm sure it probably was fine. But then I'd be like, she's going to be taking care of his ass in, 20 years, and she's just going to be 50.
She's going to be mature for her age.
Yeah. She's not going to have a life with him. Well, I mean, 20 years is that's a life, but.
Which was 20 years is enough.
Yeah.
I said 10 years younger, and what did I say, old 7 years? I don't know. I said at the moment, like 55.
10 younger, 5 older.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, take that younger and cut it in half for the older.
Yeah.
I think the absolute.
I said at least 55 because and so
the absolute youngest I would go would be like 40, and I would still feel
creepy.
Yeah, as a woman, I'm 45, and like
women they have younger guys now.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're 30 or below, you're still a little boy. Even 35, I'm kind of like compared to like I just feel like you're just little boy.
Maybe even 45. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
Even 45. I don't know.
But the oldest I would probably go. I'd probably go 10 years older than me. 5 years younger, 10 years older. You guys would go 5 years older, 10 years younger.
Yeah. But girls are usually mature faster than boys. At least that's what they say. So.
Thanks, Emerson.
Yeah, right. It's all natural for Todd.
I don't color, but my mom actually cuts it. Yeah. So she has since. What? Let's see. 19, I guess, probably.
Well, she probably
18.
Oh.
No, so my head got.
Who cut it before?
Huh?
Who cut it before your mom cut it?
I went to a barber. But I mean, since college when I played baseball, that was our freshman initiation when we were in Myrtle Beach. Not Myrtle Beach, but
hell, I don't know. I wasn't around.
No, in Florida, not Myrtle Beach, in Florida, Panama City.
Panama City. Okay.
And that was their initiation. It was like, oh, we're gonna shave everybody's heads off. Of course, I was like, I don't care. And I haven't grown it out ever since. I was like, get out of bed. Ain't got to comb it. Ain't got to, and just wash it and go. So I'm good to go.
Nothing wrong with shaving the head for sure.
Used to wear a hat all the time then, so I was like, it didn't matter. Didn't have no hair anyhow, so it didn't make any difference. And now it's receding, so it just
blends in.
Yeah, so now you can't really tell.
Well, you got something common with LeBron, so should walk around somewhere with a headband like LeBron was doing to try to hold on to it.
No.
So I went out earlier and I picked out a beer run. Kind of didn't really. You never get just one thing. It's like you just need to get one thing, two things. She wanted some wine, so I got her a couple rosés and a couple Proseccos. I always want to say prosciutto, but no, that's but it's a couple Proseccos, and I'm like, well, let's see what they got. So I ended up getting a 4-pack of the Southern Tier Hazelnut Deluxe finally because I wanted to.
Ooh, that sounds yummy.
Check that out. Yeah, so they had it for like $9.99, which is usually $14.99. So nice little deal. But then I got the Great Lakes 35th anniversary. Barrel aged Imperial Amber Lager, and it was only one of two that were left. So I ended up grabbing a 4-pack of that. So if you guys are looking for that out there, this is like the Elliott Ness barrel aged. It comes in at 12.1% ABV, and it's to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the brewery. So it seemed to be flying off of shelves. So that was a pretty good one to pick out. That was only like $14.99 too, which is actually a pretty good deal for that. And then I got a can to try it. I don't know why, because it's caught my attention, of the Sweetwater Gummies Tropical IPA and also the Gummies Fruit Punch IPA. So both from Sweetwater. I don't know. I like gummies, so I'm like, maybe it'll be a sour IPA. Don't know what to really expect going in, but decided to go ahead and give it a whirl. And then I ended up picking up one to drink later because I was like, I kind of want an IPA tonight. And I'm not going to drink those probably because I'll do a review on them. So I got the old Voodoo Ranger Juice Force because I got a can of that. Shout out to Emerson, one of Emerson's favorite beers to drink. But then I got the Oscar Blues BA 22 Volume 10. If you happen to see this out there, I would tell you to get it when you can because it was off the shelf. I ended up getting a crowler of it at the spot that I was at. So it was it's 14% ABV. It's an imperial stout aged in Applejack brandy barrels and regular brandy barrels.
Ooh, I would maybe.
It's funny.
That sounds really tasty.
Because what I'm going to drink is an apple brandy barrel aged beer.
Well, there you go. Look at that. Brandy. She's a fine girl. Perfect time on that. But then also, because of, like I said earlier, it's been kind of a crazy type day. I needed something a little stronger. I ended up picking some of this up.
Oh, man.
Creek
You must have had a
smoked
bad
maple.
Maple.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to drink this one as of yet because I actually have my other one here, which is the Noble Oak Double Oak Rye.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm going to pour me a little whiskey sour here to start out. That, but I may give this a little bit of taste later on as well. Haven't had Knob Creek. Well, actually, I take that back. When I went to Cincinnati, I had Knob Creek one night we were there, but it was like the regular, whatever they had at the bar. So you put smoke on something, you put maple on something. I'm in. If I had some bacon, I'd be in heaven right now.
You tried tonight. Yeah, I want to know how that one is because I've seen that one, but I'm like, oh man, that would. I wonder if that one would be any good. But
You misspelled it.
did I? Oh, I forgot an N, didn't I?
Yeah. So I will definitely be checking that out. But I'm going to pour my drink here in a second.
And Apple products.
What did you end up getting, Ty? What are you drinking?
This is the Prairie Artisan Ales, apple brandy, barrel aged, imperial stout.
Ooh. That's a good one.
Best I could tell because the date was a little smudged. I think it's from 2019.
Yeah. Yeah, you could age those for a bit.
Yeah, and it comes in at 12% ABV.
And for those of you wondering how to make a whiskey sour, it's pretty easy. It's whiskey.
Oh, God, it smells straight up.
And sour. That's your two ingredients, whiskey and sour. You could put a little lemon wedge on if you want. I'm not going to drink right now, but this is what you usually do. Usually, no, don't try this at home, kids. I was a bartender for a number of years, but usually you might want to put 3 ounces of the sour in, and you want to put like usually 2 ounces of this in, put it in the shaker, and I'm going to shake up here like you always see on Bar Rescue, and then you strain it over ice. Since I've been a professional, I'm going to free eyeball it, right? So yeah, so just wanted to give you that warning out there for those of you that might be taking notes and watching. So
Appreciate it, Ron.
yeah, you know,
A disclaimer. You got to throw a disclaimer out there.
Got to throw a disclaimer out there, you know, because you know someone
told me to drink this, and then they put a whole glass of bourbon in it instead of
One time, a guy I worked with, he got his wisdom teeth taken out, right? And so I'm like, oh, no big deal. I had my wisdom teeth taken out before, you know. Go home, crack a beer, pop one of the Viking they give you. You'd be good to go. You know, you'd be chill. He came back to work a couple days later. What the hell were you talking about? Like, I didn't know his tolerance was that low. He was like, I was like out of my mind. Like, I didn't know what to do. At points, my girlfriend was like, what the hell's wrong with you? Like, I don't know. I had a beer and a Viking in. I'm like, I should have said, be careful if you do this. I didn't know. I should have tested him for his tolerance. But
didn't realize you were,
right. You would have stayed. Like on Bar Rescue, they're like,
shake, shake, shake.
They're like, smile, smile. You want those tips? This is a good shaker because you just pop the top off.
It smells like straight up syrup to me. It smells really sweet and thick and.
Look at that. See, professional. Look at that pour right to where it needs to be. Know what the hell I'm doing.
Right?
See, you don't lose the talent. You just.
I never knew you were a bartender. I didn't know you were a bartender. I am.
Used to be a hell of a.
They had mo jobs.
Yeah.
I knew about the DJ, but I didn't realize you were a bartender.
Yeah, back in the 90s during the WVU days and well, that bar, we all had our specialty. Like I was a big back then in the 90s, Lynchburg lemonades were big ones. So we all had specialty type drinks we would do. So I would do Lynchburg lemonades, I would do Long Island iced teas. They had one Jack Daniels drink called a Waiuta Hooter that was really big in the fall that I used to do. And then another guy was really good at doing some other stuff, Sex on the Beach, whatever. We all just had our own little things that we put our own little twists on stuff. So, you work the talent as best you can.
You're
she,
just like extra spicy tonight, Rod.
Yeah.
it's that kind of day. Shout out to Vanessa. Cheers.
Yeah.
Some things cannot be fixed. Yeah, right. I mean, you're just limited on what you can actually do sometimes. And that's probably the hardest thing to accept for people. It's like when you have to give up that control, like realize you can't. I think it's one of the harder things to accept when you can't fix everything and you can't do things the way you want. That's one of the reasons I love working at home. I don't have to really do that. Although obviously I just rely on the people from other areas.
Yeah.
I feel like being able to work from home makes it that much easier. I could just depend on me for the most part. You know?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get
But I did tell one of my reps are always like, yeah, I'm at home. So it's like, I can't really put my hands around somebody's neck. I can virtually do it, but he started cracking up laughing because he knew what I was talking about. I actually brought some levity to the moment because he was upset about something the way it happened. I was able to fix it for him. So, I was like, I got you. If I could strangle somebody, I would, but I can't. I can still try get in them a different way. So yeah. So I take care of my folks. Vanessa said happy birthday as well.
Thank you, Vanessa.
We're gonna trucking yards. Only water, huh? I gotta stay hydrated. Hopefully it's cooler up there now. You probably are getting some cool weather up there now in Connecticut with the
if you want.
I know you guys aren't getting hit with the hurricane, but off to the east you have that storm. So hopefully some cooler stuff will come your way. My newest man is failing prematurely. Oh no. Well, hopefully they can adjust it. 62 in December.
What's that?
Congrats to you.
This med is failing. 62 in December.
Oh God.
JT said 60 is a new 40. Yes. Oh, so I got hope. So 65 would only be a 45.
Right.
Yeah. And so then the 45 would only be a 25.
I still see 65. I still see like B. Arthur or something. Though, you say Liz says, hi, everybody. How your birthday, Todd? Happy, Liz. How you doing, Liz? Happy to see you.
Liz. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Liz, Vanessa. Half-gallon mugs are nice. Yeah. Just had to serve the divorce papers to husband. I'm not dating anyone. Well, now you're going to start. Oh, you weren't here for that, were you, Shannon?
No.
Vanessa going to they're getting a divorce. Yeah.
Damn. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He's on TikTok for Revolution.
Yeah.
Largest craft brewery. What's up, Dave? Beer in front. Cheers, my friend. Good to see you. Dave's a Chicago man. He mentioned Revolution. We started getting those Chicago people start falling in the door. I tell you. 61 is definitely still a little boy and not a boomer. I think we covered this last week. I think you're on the boomer. I think you're in that generation. He was trying to get to the Gen X side, but I think we couldn't accept your past, sir.
Yeah, everybody's trying to get in the Gen X.
Yeah.
He was trying to work it. He was trying to work it.
Half your age plus 7 is the rule.
Oh, really?
The day says, yeah. Half your age plus 7. So if I took 54, and that would be 27, so that'd be 34. So that'd be another 21 years I could pick up now.
There you go.
All right, so
half my age, so it'd be 24 plus 7 be 31. What?
That is you with a 31-year-old.
Well, a while ago you said 30. So.
I know, but I wasn't actually thinking.
Oh.
Are you saying you don't like Dave's mask?
No, I mean, whatever math works for you, I'm okay with, but I'm just like, I don't know. So what would that be?
So what about the other way then?
Yeah, so what would that, how old would what's the youngest I could date if it's half your age plus 7? Do the math for me.
It's half your age plus 6, so you'd be,
I'll be 46, just an even number.
23, so you'd be 30.
So you'd be 30.
Hell no. Hell no.
Not going back, huh?
That's the thing, like when we go out.
Or 29 and a half if you actually want to get technical about it.
No,
Vanessa
like
said
go out and stuff, and
31 and a half is her age. Yeah. So
I'll
Vanessa would be 38.
What'd you say?
So Vanessa is 31, is half, so she'd be up to 30. She can go down to a 38-year-old.
There you go. See, I don't know. It shouldn't be a thing, honestly. It shouldn't even be a thing. But
is it the same if you were going to go the other way?
I think people look at going down. They never look at going up.
fair enough.
Dave, if you want to jump around, jump up, let me know as well, my friend. Love to have you on. Craig's in the house. Cheers. Cheers, Rod Tot. Yeah, look at it. Cheers, Rod Tot. Hello, Shannon. I see what you did there. Right? He's all formal with Shannon.
One more bounce in the step. You know?
Yeah, how old is Craig?
Craig's younger than me. So, yeah, he's younger than me. He's probably around Todd's age or so, somewhere in that ballpark. But yeah, Craig, if you want to jump up, let me know as well, my friend. Hopefully you're doing better and everything's going well. Hey, Craig, 63. Sutton's in the house and having a Budweiser.
All these old people knew how to use the internet.
Damn. Ain't nobody commenting no more.
Somebody must have gave a boomer class.
Yeah.
I'm in the boomer category. She's been in all kinds of categories over her life, so she'd be like the coolest boomer, I'm sure.
Everybody's going, all of a sudden now my Thursday nights are free. I don't have to tune in at 8 o'clock anymore.
Right. Freshman initiation. Go bald. Emerson said. Oh, Craig said hello to Vanessa. Cheers, AT. Gummies Ride is still definitely a low. It's these craft breweries, they make these gummy things. I don't know if they're trying to go for a target audience. They might be going for I guess Gen Ys can drink. I don't think Gen Zs can drink. I don't know what the Gen Z breakdown is, but they're trying to get these younger drinkers. They're probably coming with these gummy type titles.
I think Kylie's a Gen Z. I think. Our daughter.
So she's not legal yet. So, but are some Gen Zs at 21? I'm just thinking when they come out with this gummy type things, that it might be trying to attract some of the younger demographic.
Yeah, make it more fun and hip.
Yeah.
Not hip. I can't say that word. Then I'll sound like a boomer.
Now, Gen Z was born between 97 and 2012.
Yes.
So they're currently between 9 and 24.
Oh my God, that seems like a really big age.
Oh,
gap.
so they have some legal. Okay.
Yeah.
That does sound like a big gap.
9 years old, and I mean that's
15. That's a 15 years.
Well,
Gen A.
I mean ours.
Born in 20.
Yeah, I mean ours is like 64 to 78 for Gen.
Yeah,
X.
I mean I guess it's just like the dramatic of a 9-year-old and a 24-year-old. Like once you get to in your 20s, then it doesn't seem like such a big gap 15 years older, but just like a child and then a grown-ass adult in the same generation.
I mean, it worked for R. Kelly.
I don't think it worked out very well.
For a brief time, maybe.
Oh, shit! Right, your energy is just
what is R. Kelly up to nowadays? I don't know, man. I bet he's stuck in a closet.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah. He's been speaking of gummies.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
His new remix. I wish I could fly.
Yeah.
Speaking of prison people, did y'all see the video on a guy that escaped in Pennsylvania? It's like 8 days they're trying to find this guy that got out of prison. I
did see that.
How did you see the video and how he scaled out of the wall and stuff?
No, they were talking about it on the news, but I didn't actually see the video of it.
So this dude is 5 foot or whatever, 160. I feel like I don't know what he's going to really terrorize being that small of a person. But he killed his ex-girlfriend. And he's done some other heinous stuff. So they're trying to find him. But he pretty much crab walked out of where he was at. So they showed the video. He's in a doorway, and there's two sides of the wall. So he turned his body horizontal and basically etched up the wall.
Oh,
right to the top, ran across. Then he got through some of the razor wire to be able to get out of the prison and stuff. And I'm just like, Yeah, and that wall's going to really help in Texas. Okay. Because he was trying to get back to me. Like, the scaling skills are off the chart. Like,
I wonder if he practiced, I wonder, like, how long he'd been in there. Like, did he have that skill before he went in there? Or did he?
I don't think he was in there for too long.
I was gonna say they didn't. I don't remember him saying, but they made it sound like he wasn't in there for a real long time.
Yeah, so he probably already.
And the funny thing is, they had just did revamping back in May because somebody else did it kind of the same thing. And so they said it made it more secure. Well, apparently not, because this guy just did the same. I don't know if the guy left like a play-by-play manual on how to get out there somewhere. But
he said, hold my beer, watch us.
Did they catch him yet?
No, he's still out there, like 8 days. A
Yeah,
funny thing is, they think he was at somebody's house. One day, the guy that was on the news or whatever, and they thought they heard noises downstairs. And a light was on, so he turned the light off from upstairs, and then the light came back on downstairs.
Oh shit!
And I guess he called the police, whatever, and I guess maybe the guy ran out or whatever. But it's just like, I'm like, if I did that in my, I would think I would have to go downstairs to see what the hell happened, right?
I don't think I would. Yeah.
But they were like on alert to watch out for this guy. But I'm just thinking, if it's in your house, you're like, what? I don't know. I just think the natural instinct would do that. Now, maybe they didn't because they knew this guy was escaped,
right.
and it might be him down there. And in PA, they don't really have maybe as many of the guns around certain areas because this was like outside the Philadelphia eastern side. Now, had it been on the Pittsburgh western side, you get in the wrong house. You're catching some buckshot in the ass. You know?
Yeah, right.
If you're in Kentucky or in Ohio, not a good move to go into somebody's house in some of those parts. But yeah, so they're still looking for this guy.
Jeez.
But yeah, when they show the video, if you see the video, it's just like this guy just pretty much made it look so easy to get out of there.
I'll have to look that up because I haven't seen it.
Let's see, there's a 26-pound gummy for sale. Yeah. That's way too big of a gummy.
Ooh, no kidding.
But if you were to soak it in vodka, you had a big bass party, that could actually work. That could work.
Hey, could you imagine how big that thing would get if you soaked it in vodka?
Oh, it'd be like Ghostbusters when they blew up the Pillsbury Snow
thing or whatever.
Yeah, big marshmallow man, whatever. Yeah.
Stay Puff or whatever he called him.
Yeah. Be like a Macy's Day float. But it's vodka, so it's even better. It's better than Macy's Day Parade because it's a big vodka float. You get to eat the vodka, drink the vodka.
You'd be high for a year.
Brazilian wax. I don't know what you're doing with the Brazilian wax, something, but I'm scared if you're getting Brazilian wax, my friend.
Oh God. I just feel like that would be so demeaning because when you get one of those, you have to like get on all fours and like spread your like a frog, and then they wax you from behind.
Like a frog.
Yeah,
I was not aware that's the style.
Would be so like demeaning. Like you'd have to bend over and spread your butt cheeks and like lay there and just.
Would that be considered a good job or a bad job?
Depend on the day, probably.
I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I was like, is that maybe some days good, but I bet there's a lot of bad days in that.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy there.
You see the person walk in and going rock, paper, scissors. Nope, it's your turn this time, not mine.
Yeah, definitely sounds a bit cheeky.
Oh my God, Rod is on fire tonight.
Let's see, heat warning here, high 90s, high humidity last few days. Again, currently seeing lightning clouds all around. Actually, we had some lightning here earlier, but we were 96 when I went out earlier tonight, but we're supposed to get into the 80s by this weekend. So we'll wait to see how that actually works out.
I think we're only 78 tomorrow.
Yeah, 78. I don't know about tomorrow, but 78 on Saturday.
Well, you guys got to like that for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just enough to teach it because then I guess we'll start getting hot again.
Well, but then next weekend we're going to a music festival that's outdoors, and it's supposed to be, because I was like, when we bought the tickets like months ago, I'm like, it's going to be so hot. It's going to be September. It's going to be burning up, and it's only supposed to be like 78 degrees that day.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
According to Douglas Copeland in his first book, Sergeant X, you find that it's between 60 and 78. So there's that. So maybe we cut off the first 4 years, and I thought it was 64 to 78 now, but maybe we kicked out those first 4 years like we did Pluto, like our discussion last week.
You're really bitter about Pluto.
I mean, it's not fair.
I'm just saying.
I
mean, all of a sudden you're part of the band. It's like that sixth kid on New Kids on the Block or whatever, right? You kicked them
like
out.
the Jackson 5.
And people are like, what's sixth kid on the exactly.
Yeah, right.
Which technically the sixth kid was Mark Wahlberg, but he ended up quitting to do Mark and the Funk Bunch and stuff.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was technically gonna be in it too, but then he broke off for that or whatever. Yeah. So the sixth kid did all right not being in the group. So yeah. I mean, even the other group, like NSYNC, I mean, unless you're Justin, has it really been that big of a thing?
Right.
I mean, obviously they still do the little reunion tours and kind of stuff like that, but Justin's the one that came out, the one being the best one.
Or they host game shows and stuff.
Yeah.
Or do Subway commercials. They do something.
Yeah, I mean, whatever works. Get by.
Oktoberfest from Hot Butcher, really good. Nice. I didn't know they even did Oktoberfest beer.
Sweet. Hot Butcher.
Liz is in the house. Says hi, everyone. Cheers, Liz. Great to see
Liz.
you. 1 year, just for Christmas, I had to place a medical hold on all the gummy products from Germany. Parents on base were not amused. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Was there something wrong with the gummies, I guess? Right now I have to watch the Chappelle bit. You can never watch too much Chappelle, that's for sure. Craig says I'm 44 and kind of giving up relationships, concentrating on bringing up my daughter and looking after myself.
I think
that's cool too.
I think that's the smart thing to do, honestly.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
You can just have like some ass on the side every once in a while, but then that just don't let yourself catch feelings.
Yeah. I mean, you know, a lot of times when you find that relationship, it's not you were looking for it anyway. So when you're not trying to find, that's when they'll probably find someone else now.
Yeah.
So, but he does a great job with the story. He shares a lot of the pictures and stuff. So he's doing a good job. And hopefully, it looks like she's adjusted to everything, but hopefully things are going smooth there. Yep. But that's a 62. No more relationships. 62 is so young nowadays still.
I think so. I feel like the older you get, the older the old in your mind gets. Because like when the older I get, I'm like the older, I can't explain it right. You know, it's just like, used to be 40 was old to me, but now that I'm 45, now it's like 80's old. I'm like, shit, like I'm gonna be running out of numbers and it's just gonna have like a ceiling on it and be like, well, maybe I'll just stick to 80.
Yeah, it's as you get up there, definitely the perception changes, right? Because now go with Big Hugs Imperial Coffee stuff by Half Acre. Very nice.
Half Acre's good too.
Yeah, they are. Asteroid sample return mission lands back on Earth September. I didn't know there was a asteroid sample.
Oh, I saw that. So on my Twitter, I follow like a lot of space stuff.
Yeah.
And I saw that. That's really cool.
Aubrey's in the house. Cheers, Aubrey. What is happening, my friend? Great to have you. One of the BeerVentures Brigade members. Appreciate you. Like Aubrey said, the relationship thing, agreeing with Craig. Gummies were adulterated with foreign objects. Oh, that's bad.
Oh my God.
That's like the bad Halloween candy from back in the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, that
must have been from a foreign adversary who's trying to send our soldiers bad stuff. Yeah. They were all recalled a new product flowing in about 2 days, the gummies. I thought she would come back and say, oh, they were like all like laced with something, you know, because now with gummies, all kinds of stuff. So yeah. Was down here trying to roll out edibles and things here too. Lions up 7-0. Well, Kelsey's out tonight, so that's a big hit for the Chiefs, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's a big hit for a lot of fantasy players. They lost Kelsey. Aubrey. Hey, Liz. Hey, Aubrey. Foamy Head's in the house. What's been going on, my friend? It's been a while. Cheers. 100 degrees or more here since early to mid-June. It's still to come. I'm having an Imperial Mountain Standard Hazy IPA from Odell. I haven't had Odell in a long time. Cheers. Yeah, you guys have definitely had some heat there as well.
Where's he at?
He's I think you're actually, I want to say either Colorado or Arizona, I think Foamy's in.
Say Odell's Colorado.
Yeah. I remember out west from before. Because at one point I was getting confused with Arizona Taurus, who's in Arizona. So I think he is in Colorado.
Because my cousin was stationed in Colorado, and I was trying my damnedest to get him to send me some Odell stuff at one point, and then Jory when he was out there, but he never did. I was like,
Send me some Odell. Nah, I can't do it. You're just bad family.
He's like, yeah, for sure. So I was like, hey, then I think that time he might have been in the service, but
some people overpromise or get distracted and they don't follow through with their things that they mean to do.
Or they just don't do it.
There you go. Yeah.
but I love the optimism. I was off Texas. Why did I get Foamy? You got to come around more so I can get this down right. I got to do association. You got the 1 star. 1 star is Texas, so the 1 star with the bottle.
Well,
have to link that in. Being Texas,
Austin and San Antonio.
Lone Star State, Texas.
We went to San Antonio when she was pregnant with her daughter.
Yeah.
I had to go there for work, so she came for the weekend.
It was so much fun being pregnant.
Yeah.
Not being able to drink or.
I was walking around the river, walking as when she fell, and the guy yelled across the
canal.
The canal was like, "Hey, okay, you need help."
And it was like one of those times when you fall and you twist your ankle so bad you want to throw up because it hurts so bad. And then, of course, I'm there and we're just surrounded by restaurants and people on the Riverwalk. And then I'm like, get up, Shannon. I'm like, get up. And then he was like, hey. And then the damn Coast Guard comes flying down there asking me if I'm okay. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I'm fine. Really, just go away.
Right. So when you were younger and you used to fall, were you like a person that would just fall and just take the fall, or were you kind of person trying to play it off? Like when you were like, I mean, that's a fair point. Fair point.
What the fall was from? Like if I fell off my bicycle,
that's true.
Then I would obviously I wasn't gonna like try to play it off.
But if you were like, it would be more like if not like as a kid, but more if you were like anywhere from like 15, 16 up, because that's when you're like usually starting to.
Oh no, I just
date and all kind of stuff. Like you just
or
maybe guys do it more than what girls may do it too.
Yeah, I just sit down and like I won't be able to get up because I'm laughing, and so I wouldn't be able to play it off.
Or it's one of those stumbles that turn into a small jog.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, I meant to do that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
like where are you gonna run? What are you doing running? What do you mean you're not gonna run?
It's like you trip up a step, but you just like kind of hop along with it.
Yeah.
Like that. Like yeah.
Or skipping.
That might just be stuff that we do as guys that girls don't do. I don't know.
No, girls do that too, but I mean.
Or if you fall bad, you just lay there like you meant it.
Yeah. No, what guys do, this is what guys do, especially guys that are playing sports. They stub their toe, they fall on the ground, act like they're dying. And then everybody's like, oh my God, is he okay? Is he okay? And then most of the time it's just some tiny little thing. And he's trying to play it off like he really got hurt. And then like the next 5 minutes, he's back in the game. So I'm like, he wasn't hurt that bad if he's back in the game already. Like they were just being really dramatic.
She said, unfortunately, the style is a bit oxidized. I got it from the liquor store when I should have driven a few more blocks to the brewery. But depending on how that liquor store actually stores stuff too. You got to know your liquor stores.
Yeah.
Like I walked in the liquor store one time and it was just like 70 degrees in there. Like, I'm buying it here because everything's fermented on the shelves. Like, no, thank you. Craig says, Shannon, I'm waiting for the FAA to give the go-ahead for the second flight test for SpaceX Starship.
No.
As long as they don't have a Logitech controller.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, a Logitech controller. No, from the submarine.
The submarine went down. They basically had a PlayStation joystick controller. Or Logitech or whatever it was.
Some dumb stuff.
Yeah, I saw an interesting story today about the American over in Turkey. Have you seen this one?
No.
He was doing like the cave spelunking or whatever, like going down into the tunnel. Well, he went to I guess it's like the third deepest one in the world or something like that and everything. But he's like 3,500. He got stuck down there.
Oh shit!
So and then he fell. So he's got like some bleeding and stuff taken. But they're trying to get him out there, and it's like they got all these people coming in from around Turkey, around Greece, around all these other countries, trying to figure out how to get him out because he can't walk that much because they have to put him on a stretcher. But you can't really take a stretcher through some of the areas and stuff. So they're trying to figure it out. But all these people, like hundreds something people, however the number is, trying to spend time getting this guy out of it. And it's like, not to say he should be left down there, but I'm like, there's some spots we just don't need to go to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so, and what is it? One of the dunes in Michigan, maybe Big Bear Dunes or whatever. There's a thing it's super steep, and it has a big sign before you go down it. It says, if you cannot get back up, you will be charged $3,000 to be rescued.
It makes sense to do that. I think they should do that.
Like,
yeah.
And like with those things like that, I'm like, it might be like, if you get stuck down here, you're out of your luck. Out of luck.
One we went to
no, we've not been to that one. No.
There was one we went to when we was there last year. That thing was like knee deep
sand.
Oh
yeah. When they kept pushing each other,
steep,
they just like jump off the side into it and roll down the.
I can see why you charge somebody $3,000 to rescue somebody up one of
yeah,
those
then
hills.
it's like it takes 15 minutes to get down and then like an hour and a half to get back up.
You're right. So it's like, yeah, there should be a charge there.
Yeah, I'm like, there's no way in hell I think I'd be able to get back up that thing.
Like, nah, pass. I'll just stay up here.
Have a hard time getting to the walking down the beach and all that.
That's right.
Thick sand.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand the attraction trying to do that, but it's kind of like you're on your own if you do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that being said, I mean, hopefully they do get him out. But I'm like, it's just like, all the manpower being put into it.
Right. Yeah.
And then I think about other areas of the world where stuff's happening and there's not as much manpower being put into it. So all this is for one person versus all this other stuff that could be used to help a lot more people that doesn't get help. So
yeah.
Guy's probably got money. That's probably why they're all doing it. He's probably rich.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nothing else to do. So
yeah.
I mean, nobody poor is going to decide to go do something like that. Like their adrenaline rush is trying to pay their bills. This guy probably has so much money, and he's like,
I need something.
I can't get my adrenaline rushing anymore, so I'm going to do this dumb shit.
You know how hard it is for me to stay on this side of the ground? You want me to go down below? Odell draft in Denver to Elway's Bar. Oh, nice. I gotta get out to Colorado at some point, though. Basketball betting can spoil a beer. Yes, it can. Yeah. Regarding the phone, I had 3 near-death experiences where I was like, "What? Wow,
Jesus."
Were you climbing over stuff and like falling somewhere, or he's a climber? Or if he could survive Hurricane Betsy knocking a power line on our house. Oh, he was in Louisiana down there, so they do have some weather stuff come through. I rode my bike down the metal stairway about 4 or 5 meters. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's some. Maybe he is Gen X. So that's some Gen X shit we would have done.
Yeah, that is.
We did try to take a trike down the steps.
Did you take it, or did somebody push you down?
Yeah. Well, if you did it yourself, you're more Gen X.
Did you actually ride it, or did somebody like nudge you down and then you'd say, "I rode"?
Of course, if somebody pushed you down when they're younger than you, because that might have been a Gen Xer that did that.
Exactly.
We had that part of our nature as well. Yeah. So I think we may get Dave to join in here in a bit from Beer in Front after he finishes the pizza. So if he's going to let a beer, I'll hold the beer news until then.
If Craig is still on there, I want to ask him. I sent him, I don't know if he followed me back, or I sent him a request on Twitter because I was reading this thing and I showed Todd where he's from, Sandwich, I think, or no, it's Kent.
Kent.
Yeah, in Kent, there's like this thing they found in the ground.
That was the thing, was a sandwich something, wasn't it?
No, Sandwich is he lives near Sandwich.
Oh, that was the town.
But that it's in Kent, and it's like these people were digging to do something, and when they were digging, they found like this whole I can't remember what they called it, almost like a tomb down there, and it was just covered in all these thousands and thousands of shells, like all the walls were, and it was underground, and it was in Kent, and I wondered if he had heard about that before.
There's probably been to it, I'd imagine. If I had to guess, but it looks pretty cool.
When did it happen?
Hang on, let me get my phone and I can't remember.
I mean, they were saying thousands of years ago,
No,
right?
was it
Oh.
No, I know that, but I mean, in existence or whatever.
Yeah.
JT said he wrote it out of his grandma's kitchen straight down the stairs. I still have a small scar on my chin. So he did it himself. He did it himself
Dang.
with the trike down the steps. So it's funny. I saw a video earlier of the old Evil Knievel toy on Instagram where somebody had done it. When you wind it up, it goes, and they like had like a series of different jumps. This person cleared all these jumps with it. I was like, oh, that was back in the day. That was my toy.
My brother used to have one of those. I remember that as when we were kids.
Yeah, that was a fun toy.
Up and then take off and then do the jumps and stuff. It was pretty good.
Yeah. Did you ever have a favorite toy as a kid?
Favorite toy? I mean, I was kind of probably, if I had to guess, I'd say probably like G.I. Joe figurines, like the small ones. Probably G.I. Joe. Well, I had G.I. Joe, and I still actually have them. I got them downstairs in a box.
Yeah.
Storage. And G.I. Joes and Star Wars.
Oh, the Star Wars action figurines?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you took them out of the package and stuff when you were a kid. Like,
I know. I was maybe got a couple where when I was little, our dog chewed some of the feet off. And I still got the ones with the foot chewed off of it.
Yeah. I don't know if I actually had a favorite toy. I remember one of the toys I had was the old school Batmobile. Back from the days of like when Batman was on TV, like the one that Adam West used to have. As a little kid. So that was kind of a cool thing. Yeah. But Tyco racetracks were big too. I used to love the Tyco racetracks.
No, those were pretty cool.
Yeah.
I remember used to go over to my cousins all the time when I was younger, when I was little, back when you used to go to the malls and stuff and tell Santa what you wanted for Christmas or whatever.
Yeah.
And it seemed like we always had the same things on the list. WB didn't know because I was little. I thought it was Santa was going to bring it. He always got it, but I never got it. But Mom and Dad, that's what I wanted. So I was like, damn you, Santa. I was like, forget you. I don't know.
Santa.
It's a shell grotto, and it is like 2,000 square feet, and it has 4.6 million shells like on the walls. Here, I'll see if you can you see that?
Let me see here. Oh, yeah. I think I've seen that. I've seen that before.
Well, I'm sure he probably knows about it because I just got on the actual website and they charge
me.
To look at it. Yeah, but I'm like, that's so cool.
That's really cool.
It was discovered in 1835. Oh, hang on. It's conflicted, but 1835. But I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't know when it was, if they can tell how old it is before that, but.
I figured. I was going to say when it's found it, but I was out.
It says, was the grotto a rich man's folly? What does that mean?
Say it was, or you're asking.
A rich man's folly?
A rich man's folly.
I would think for like rich guys to basically Playboy type thing. Playboy hangout, like a Playboy hangout and stuff like that.
I would say, yeah. Where you had to be rich to go to it, I guess, or he was rich and started it or something. I don't know. Guess you could take it a couple different ways, I guess.
Oh, it says follies were built as a statement. Look at how much money I have. Look at how cultured I am. Look at me. So
I was off on that then, but I mean, I don't know.
That's kind of similar.
No, but I think that's
you have to do the same thing.
Yeah.
No, but I think that a rich man's folly is like a saying we use too.
Yeah.
So I could see what.
Yeah, but who uses that saying?
But I mean,
when have you ever been in a conversation of someone said folly before?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think people actually say folly like that. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to call it.
Oh, God.
I love that video. That still cracks me every time I see it. Bullshit. That's a great clip right there. That's good.
Yeah.
Every time I hear it, I can just picture his face when he's in the back seat, like, I'm doing.
That kid, I wonder how old that kid is now. That kid's probably like 10 or 12 or something. But hey, you're a bullshit kid.
Yeah, you're right. I'm never gonna live that down now.
I hope he's getting royalties off of it. He won't mind.
I was gonna say he probably makes money. Just people can like, hey, come say that. I'll pay you.
I mean, just look at that. Could you imagine?
That's crazy.
Let me see what the price is.
I was gonna say, what do they charge you to go see it? Because that'd be pretty cool.
Well, I'm not. Oh, $4.50 or four. How do you say that? £4.50 is. Do they have cents over there? Because they're dollars.
4.5 pounds, probably.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
they're pence, right?
Huh?
They're like they don't have cents; they have pence.
4 pounds and 50. Yeah,
50 pence, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is like the equivalent of us. I think it might be like. I think we get for like $4.50 there. I think it would be like 5 something us, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really gonna I'm gonna try to learn everything because I only seen it on Twitter. I never dug into it. It looks really cool.
Looks pretty cool.
But Craig's not here, so I think he would chime in if he was.
Yeah,
he would know.
I was gonna say, was a pound? What's 1 pound to the dollar?
The exchange rate.
I would say one pound was like. I would have said like a pound at one point. I think it was like $1.25 or $1.50 or something.
It's not a ton of difference. I didn't think.
No. Obviously, it adds up as you go, incrementally. But yeah,
$1.25. 1 pound.
There you go. It equals $1.25 cash US.
Yeah.
Straight cash, homie, Randy Moss style.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Mm.
Like what is that? What is that straight cash? I guess we'll go to jump into beer news, and then if Dave jumps in and Mal, they can just catch up there. But go ahead and see what I got.
National fucking day or something.
That seemed kind of loud. My headphones, but anyway,
I thought you had it on mute.
No,
sorry.
No. We didn't do beer news last week, so guess what? We have stories left over that we didn't tell. So this is great because it works out. So, if you ever seen a New York Yankees fan that does the hot dog beer straw, who basically fill it out the middle of his hot dog to put it in the beer so you can suck the beer through the hot dog. Well, now it's just a reality. Oscar Mayer has created a hot dog straw that is designed to be used for sipping a cold beer based off of that. So for those of you that want to try at home in the at-home game, you can now get a hot dog straw.
The at-home game, yeah.
Get one and try it on your
Yeah, there you go, Roger.
And my straw has a first name. It's OSCAR. I did have it before. I was gonna have that video now, but I did have the video before. But yeah. I still have not thought even about doing it. Although I've heard a lot of people do like pairing like hot dogs with beer, which makes sense. I mean, you're at a ballpark, you get a lot of beers to go with the hot dogs, so
that's true. I mean,
it might work out. So I just love watching Shannon's face there.
No.
Hey, you never know until you try.
Never know until you try.
I think I can stand
your ground on that one.
Yeah,
not going there.
I have no desire.
It could be worth it.
I'm really glad people that enjoy it have it, but I'm not going to be one of those people.
You said you weren't going to drink Mad Dog again. But maybe we'll change that.
And I'm never drinking that again. That's what y'all tell me kind of show it's going to be.
We're going to break out the.
We're going to break out the Brita here in a bit. We were going to have you do it. We did the Brita a couple weeks ago. Todd did a few.
When I was in Michigan.
Yeah.
Well, I will try that, but I also saw this thing where these girls were taking the little frother, that the wire thing that froths, And if you take a shot of tequila, or if you do it to tequila or any other kind of, then it like makes it taste way better. Like maybe not as strong, but they tested it out and they were like, oh my God, it really, because they were not believing it. They were like, there's no way it's gonna.
So that's what I'll have the next, not tonight because I don't have any tonight, but we'll do something tonight. But the next show, because you said you're not here next week, right?
Right. No show next week.
So the week after.
Spoiler alert. No show next week.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forget. Sometimes the conversation's outside, Sorry. I'll have some tequila to do the next time.
Yeah.
Tequila to do in that?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll do it, but you have to set it up.
Tonight? Well, I don't have to do it tonight.
Yeah, I mean, no bourbon, like vodka or rum.
You're not going to do the bourbon? You can do the bourbon. You can try the bourbon.
No dark stuff. I don't like dark liquor.
I didn't say anything.
You try the Mad Dog again.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea, Rod. Let's do that.
It's through the Brita.
I don't care if it's through freaking Jesus's asshole. I'm not drinking it.
Oh, you know what? Since she wasn't here for that one, I'll let her try the peppermint.
Oh yeah, the peppermint one. Yeah.
See what she thinks of it.
Yeah.
So you have to try a little bit before and then a little bit after.
After what?
The Brita. The regular, like out of the bottle and then in the Brita.
Okay.
Just to see the difference.
Gotcha.
That one, I want to see what your
peppermint. What though? I love peppermint.
You remember when when Luke had that big old bottle?
Oh yeah.
It's really strong.
Yeah. Okay, I'm down.
And it's clear.
I'm down.
It's clear.
Oscar Mayer. Now I am become death at the story, right? Oscar Mayer with hot dog straws. I'll be very uncomfortable drinking through a hot dog float, even more so in front of others, right?
Yeah, especially as a woman.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It's a hot dog straw. It's just a hot dog.
It'd be like a bunch of guys being like, have you heard about this this thing where you suck beer through a hot dog? And to the girl that's sitting there and this, she doesn't have no damn sense to her. She'd be like, I want to try that.
No, then the guy
I have no idea what they're trying to do.
And then the guy goes, that's not a hot dog. This is a hot dog.
that was kind of weird.
Oh. Yeah, it's funny thinking about how some women are. When I used to work at one of the companies in Cincinnati, we had our own cafeteria and we had like a soft serve yogurt machine. Mm-hmm. It was funny because some of the women I knew there, they wouldn't get the yogurt and stuff like that because they were just like in there in the cafeteria,
right?
With all the guys like watching them like work, not cone, but basically eating ice cream or yogurt or whatever. And I never thought about that perception until they kind of put that out there, and it's just like that's pretty interesting. So it's like they had a defense mechanism already built in for them to be able to. Yeah.
It's called conditioning.
So if they get it, they have to get in a bowl with the spoon. They can never get, because we always get on the cone. They can never just get on the cone. They would never feel comfortable.
Yeah, you guys just eat your ice cream in peace without having to worry about anybody else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Unless it's that one they would get like the what's that one Dairy Queen used to have, the chocolate covered banana? A lot of guys wouldn't eat that one, I know. Like it was just like
I mean
yeah.
Like you're eating it wrong.
Somebody might question their sexuality. We wouldn't want that.
What do you mean you're eating it wrong?
It's like no. I'll stick with the Blizzard, thank you.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah.
Man, that's a big banana.
So here's another thing. So this was pretty funny. This came out a couple weeks ago. So a study said liquid courage is real. What about beer goggles? Can alcohol make someone look more attractive? They found to be false. They found there was actually no existence of beer goggles. It just lowered. It just lowered the inhibition of people. But it's kind of funny because let's just say from a guy's perspective, and you go back to like college years when guys would do stuff and they would like connect, they'd be like, oh man, it was the goggles. I didn't know what she looked like. It's just like, no, that's just gone now. Like you don't have that as your thing anymore. It's kind of like, no, you just want to get lucky. You just like,
like
just like the song, Getting Lucky.
I'm gonna have them pass out those brochures at colleges about beer goggles aren't for real. And so if your friends are talking to a girl you don't find attractive, then it's because they actually might like her and not because of beer goggles.
That reminds me of a joke. That reminds me of kind of a joke that like a guy sitting at the bar drinking. A couple of drinks later, he looks down in his pocket, keeps on drinking.
Oh, I know.
Looks down again, still drinking. The bartender goes, "Do you mind if I ask, like, why do you keep looking in your pocket?" He's like, "When she looks good, then I know it's time to go home." So yeah, that's the beer goggles. It's like picture of his wife or whatever. It's like,
So here's a question, Shannon, because obviously guys know for beer. Have women? You ever know women to say it was beer goggles, like if they had a bad hookup or something?
No, not like I have. Like I can kind of relate to it, like not like an attractiveness of a man, but like I talk to a lot of people when I've been drinking out, and then I'm like, and then the next morning I'll remember, I'm like, that person was awful, Shannon. You thought they were so great last night, but that wasn't a good person, or I'm like,
But that was from talking. But like when you were like younger, you had friends that were girlfriends. Like, did they ever? Because you guys would have like your girl talk and stuff, and someone like, "Oh, you went with so and so, blah blah blah," and it was like, "Yeah, I had beer goggles last night." I don't know what I was thinking.
No, I don't think so.
You never had those things,
whatever.
Yeah. So you never had that conversation like with guys and everything. Like guys will, because guys will razz each other for something, and it's just
isn't that awful? That is so mean. Like if I was the girl they were talking about, that would be. Oh my god! That guy talking to his friends about how awful and hideous.
Not fine gentlemen like here on the show, just other guys out there.
Right. Yeah.
As we welcome in Dave.
What's up, Dave? As he comes in, it's like, what the hell did I walk into?
We come into the beer goggles discussion we were talking about there. So
yeah, do you think beer goggles are real?
I don't know if you saw that study a couple weeks ago, but they said that beer goggles basically weren't real, although liquid courage was. So people do get a little bit more strength in them when they're having a liquid.
I'd say liquid courage is real.
Sure. Yeah.
I think you can't hear us. You can't hear us?
T for timeout.
We can't hear him.
Can't hear him.
That
happened to you before, yeah.
Although it didn't happen tonight. Sometimes when you come out of your intro at the show, I have to get out and jump right back in.
I thought you were talking about liquid courage. That is true, though, and I thought you were going to tell us about liquid courage.
No, that is true.
That's interesting.
So I wonder if he's having the same problem. I'll grab you some more when I go down.
Okay.
I'll get those.
Yeah, that's
what
totally.
Time is it getting? Oh, we got a little time yet. I'll go down and get those alcohol to do the.
Because that is real. Like, because when you've been drinking, you're just like, screw it. If you're like, I want to do this or that. I mean, I already kind of live by that motto, like, screw it. But then when I'm drinking, I'm really like, screw it. So.
Well, I mean,
definitely. But beer goggles,
isn't it the same thing with the beer goggles? You're like, screw it.
Yeah.
Then you wake up the next day, you're like looking in your pocket. God, what the hell did I do that for?
Because you looked at a picture of your wife and you're like, why did I screw around on her? Or why did I get married?
What movie is that where she goes to sleep and the guy's sleeping on her arm and she wants to get up and leave, but she can't go?
I think it was like an SNL skit or something.
No, I think it was actually a movie of some sort. Like,
the guy she was on his arm.
What was the one she was in? I think it was in that one.
I mean,
with Seth Rogen or whatever. Remember?
Oh, I love that movie.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's it's like Knocked Up.
Knocked Up. Yeah. I think it happened in that where they wanted to leave the next morning and she was, I don't remember if it was him or her, but one of them was laying on their arm and they couldn't get up because they were afraid they were going to wake her up, and they were trying to sneak out, the next morning and didn't. I think it was her trying to leave him or whatever, because I think that's when he got her knocked up or whatever.
That would be my love.
Oh, let's see here. Global beer adjunct market size expected to reach 87.6 billion by 2030. 2030, rising at a market growth of 6.2. So, why did I put that in beer news? Because if you think we got not enough adjuncts now, just imagine we're going to have much more adjuncts being added to beer. So the craft beer world still has different things to keep bringing to the table, it looks like, as far as the adjuncts and stuff. So long going to just the old traditional type stuff, you're going to keep seeing different things and stuff getting applied and stuff. So it's kind of interesting as they try to move forward. And then the beer glassware market is expected to grow by 132 million from this year or last year to 2027. So for people that always wonder, because I occasionally get questions about glassware does actually come into play on drinking certain styles of beers more than other. So I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing the growth of glassware is because different people are able to get different things out of beer if you're doing a proper glassware. There's different reasons why you use a snifter glass or a Pilsner glass or a Stange glass or certain for different styles. So they're adding more stuff to it. Can you hear us now, Dave? Can't hear you. I can't hear Dave. Can't hear
Dave, well, you did jump out. I always have that trouble too sometimes.
You don't have your mute button on, do you?
No, he's not muted.
I feel like you can hear him, but say something again.
Let me see.
No, maybe not.
There you go. You good now?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
There we go. All right.
There was a thing to automatically adjust mic volume. I clicked there. I don't know. StreamYard, you're messing with me. I'm going to have my boy do a Jag-Off segment here on you. What's going on?
Sit back, just
StreamYard controls. What's going on, my friend? Happy to have
what
you
the
on.
hell?
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know Dave Beer in Front, the man around Chicago with some of the beer stuff, and definitely worth checking out. And we're going through some of the beer news stuff. We were talking about the beer goggles. I don't know if you caught part of that and everything. And
yeah, I caught part of that. I had to reboot my whole system because I had you up on YouTube and I was watching the stream until I was done eating. Then when you sent me the link, both were up at the same time, and it just froze everything because I heard it twice with a 2-second echo, and it just totally locked me up.
So what did you think about the whole beer goggles thing? Shannon was asking if you thought beer goggles was real earlier, but
it's real. Yeah.
You think it's real? See, because the test proved that it wasn't real. They said beer goggles doesn't exist.
But they said that liquid courage does.
Yeah, liquid courage. The studies show that people, when they drink more, they're actually more apt to have more communication and more things where they have the courage to do stuff. But they just pretty much
beer. No, that exists. Whoever wrote that didn't live the 90s. Yeah, that existed. Yeah.
They didn't drink enough. They didn't get to that point.
I think it was just a very small. It was a very small group that they study on, and so.
I should have put that in the poll for the chat. Do beer goggles exist? What do people think
in
the comments as well? Yeah.
You should have.
JT says, I had my embarrassing hookups back in the day, but I always knew exactly what I was getting into. Liquid courage, yes. Beer goggles, nah. So he knew what he was doing. Yeah. Oh, you missed our segment on the hot dog straw too. That we talked about there.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It's Oscar Mayer.
I'm gonna take a pass on that.
You gonna take a pass on that? You're not gonna try the hot dog straw?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we need to.
No way.
So in Chicago, you're at a Cubs game, you get a beer, you get a hot dog, you put them both together.
Sounds like you have a little bit of a fetish.
Yeah.
Could be. Well, I don't know. That could be liquid courage in a different way.
It could be. Yeah. It could be. I mean, maybe in some Oktoberfest a few years from now, they'll be doing hot dog chugging contests where you got to chug the beer through a hot dog straw.
Oh, God.
That'd be a whole different level right there.
They should do something with that Joey Chestnut guy when he could drink a beer and eat 50 hot dogs.
Right.
All at once, yeah. That'd be a sight to see.
Just what is the training regimen for a hot dog sucker? I'm practicing right now.
You're gonna have to call it something else if you want participants.
You'd be like, you. Never mind.
a hot dog off. Yeah. Oh man.
I mean, no, that don't sound very good either.
He's the world's best sucker. What? What do you mean?
Yeah, you'd have the title for the world best sucker, and you could just come crashing into places and be like, I'm here. What is up? And it's just like,
why don't we shut it down?
Boom shakalaka!
Yeah. You're the man. You're the man. So I don't know. I don't know where we're going with that, folks, to tell you the truth. So
You keep bringing it up.
it's just Oscar Mayer. You know, Oscar Mayer out there. You
Say
know?
hello to my little friend.
Why's it got me little?
Yeah, that's like I'm gonna need to be.
We're not talking about the bun length hot dogs.
Say
Talking
hello
about
to
the-
oh, wait a minute. Wrong.
They should do like an Oktoberfest one with a bratwurst or something.
That's what I said. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, we gotta trick them. We gotta trick them and make it sound more appealing. Yeah, we gotta work on it. Our pitch.
I got another joke in there, but I ain't gonna say it there. But moving forward,
I got a really good joke.
Move along.
I got a really good joke, but it's kind of dirty, but it doesn't say any dirty words.
But are you actually gonna get it right?
I think I will.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's hear it then.
all right, do your joke while I pour me another whiskey sour. bring
How
it
do you
here.
know a mechanic has a girlfriend?
Oh.
How?
How?
He's got 2 clean fingers. Oh my god, that's so gross. That's so gross.
Did you come up with that one yourself?
I did. I was like, tonight I'm gonna come up with a list of jokes. Like when I was trying to put myself to sleep. And then I'm like, that one, I mean, I got that one immediately, and then had a couple other ones, but I need to work on them a little bit more. But I think I used all my creative juice on that one joke.
I like that you're bringing material to the show.
I'm just kidding. I heard it on TikTok.
But Urban Artifact, shout out to them, Cincinnati, Todd. You know Urban Artifact. You might have seen them up there too nowadays because they're like getting crazy distribution.
Yeah.
They were the one and only U.S. brewery to claim victory in China's International Beer Challenge for this year. So they have brewers from all over the world, and they're the only one that actually was to get a victory, come out of there with a medal. I actually have the press release on the Facebook page as well as on the blog, JBeerVentures.com, if anybody wants to check it out. But they put in some good work. So I miss Urban Artifact some, although you can get distribution in a lot of places. But congrats to them for pulling that off. And China didn't see him come.
We get them in distro every now and again.
I caught that, Rob. That was funny.
Thanks.
Nobody
Well,
else. But
I was gonna hit him, but Todd cut me off, and I was like, China didn't see him coming.
His name is John Cena.
They hit him with the John Cena over there. So, but Todd cut my joke short. So there
I'm
we
sorry.
yeah.
That's all right. That's all right. Let me just pour
He
my
just
drink.
gets excited sometimes and can't stop himself.
Tend to cut it short every now and again.
Oh my God, you're just full of jokes tonight.
You're like Captain America. I know this reference. I know this one. So congrats to them for pulling that off. Heineken. So Heineken. So we talked a few weeks back. I think you were here for that one, Shannon, about how they might get taken over in Russia because of the place they had there. They pretty much were forced out of it and had to basically get rid of everything for less than $1 American.
Damn.
Cost them $320 million.
Uh,
Basically, they confiscated all their stuff over there. So you got to know where you're at.
Set up in Russia.
Huh?
Don't set up in Russia.
Well, they're international. So they have people there like
breweries.
Heineken.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, $327 million, but sold it, had to get rid of it for less than $1.
Jeez.
That's almost
That's
like that Lagunitas
$50.
sale. Yeah.
Yeah. Hell of a write-off for him, though, probably.
Hey,
I would hope so.
there's always a sunny side to every situation.
I mean, once Robert Kraft steals your Super Bowl ring, I mean, Putin stole his ring. So you never know what's going to happen when you set up anything in Russia. You can't trust him. Putin's definitely shady over there, right? So just pretty much muscled them out. But also with Heineken, which you probably like this one here. Heineken unveils a new gaming PC with a built-in beer fridge, and they're hosting a giveaway on Twitch. I'm a gamer. I'm a beer drinker. Let me show you what this thing looks like here.
Oh.
Because this one actually has me kind of interested. It's actually pretty wicked looking. Check this out. So this is a look at the gaming PC. So there's your computer,
That's
the
freaking
PC, and you got your beer right inside. That's pretty cool.
That is
It
pretty
is
cool.
pretty cool.
Yeah,
How much
yeah.
is that?
I don't know. I know they're doing this as a giveaway, so they're going to end up selling them at some point, or just you have to win it
Oh
for
my
a certain
God.
number they may be giving away.
Oh yeah,
But
you
that
think
would be
people
pretty
be
awesome.
buying that?
That would
Yeah.
Especially if it's just like a one-off thing, they could sell that off for God knows how
be
much.
$1 zillion, yeah.
Well, maybe not a bazillion. but-
Make all kinds of money.
Personally, I prefer PlayStation over Microsoft, but you know it is what it is. I think it's kind of
You're right, right.
Yeah, I can make a switch for that fridge.
They're like,
I mean, you have to switch gaming systems though.
Yeah, but that's pretty cool. I kind of that's kind
that
of a
is
neat
really
little
cool.
thing. Yeah. So for
Awesome.
anybody that might be a gamer that likes to drink, check out Twitch. I don't know if they're on the Heineken channel or how they're doing it, or check online, but they're going to be giving away some of these things. Shafley out of St. Louis, the St. Louis beers they call themselves. I mean, I think the other guys might say something different, but you know, yeah, they got their new Beer Garden variety pack that came out. 3 exclusive brews: a Dunkel Lager, Munich Helles Lager, and a Bavarian Weissale, which all 3 sound decent. And you can only get it in the pack, and then you got their Oktoberfest Amber Lager as well. So if you've never had Shafley, they're a pretty solid brewery. I would say check them out.
They have my favorite. I don't know if it's a pumpkin beer or an Oktoberfest. I think it's a pumpkin beer.
They have a good.
They do a pumpkin.
Yeah, they have a good pumpkin.
Yeah, it tastes kind of like Fireball almost.
It changes a little
It's
bit.
really cinnamony. Like that's one of the only beers, like craft beers, I know I really like. Like I probably have like 5 craft beers that I'm like, okay,
I bought them. Yeah, I bought
these
them.
are the ones that I know that I like.
I bought them a few times for you last year.
And then we also have Peabody. And this is like, you know, we always highlight when craft beer or doing different things around communities. Peabody's going to offer their Coast 988, which is going to be for national suicide prevention. And it's going to bring more attention to that, kind of have a number and everything kind of with the beer that people can reach out to if they have things on it, but it's designed to bring awareness and also raise funds to help support that. So
can we get that around here?
I don't know if you get Peabody. I've never seen Peabody here, but for people that can get it,
because Donnie, it's a Kolsch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen it here.
Yeah. Now you have places that you can do like now, like here, like Drizzly, and you have Tavor and other stuff where you can order beer. Sometimes you can find some of these brands on there that they can ship to your area if your state allows it to happen. But if you come across Peabody, that's a nice beer to check out for if you want to help them with that cause, because we know we always have these stories that pop up from time to time, and if people are struggling out there, and for some, it's definitely been a little worse than others, right?
Absolutely.
And of course, this Thursday, today, was the kickoff.
I'm looking at Tavor to see if they even care.
Yeah, see if they actually have it on there. Bud Light, because Bud Light wants you back. Bud Light wants you back.
They just need to quit trying.
They want you back. So for all you NFL fans watching, be prepared to be hit with a ton of advertising because they're expected to spend an enormous amount to win back beer drinkers. You're going to probably see all kinds of Bud Light ads, and they're going to make it a switch, trying to make it like a football beer, right?
It's going to be like redneck. They're going to have all these redneck commercials now.
Oh, but will they have Kid Rock as a spokesperson?
I bet you they might.
After they saw him drinking Bud Light now at a bar, I mean,
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know if you saw that on your show. You covered it on your show,
No.
Dave, or not. But there was a picture of Kid Rock get caught drinking Bud Light at one of the bars in Tennessee. Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah.
I mean, it could have been.
Well,
but
nothing like nowadays.
No, I know.
Photoshop
That's-
doesn't look
That's
Photoshop.
Yeah.
true. I don't think it was.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, so for all you that watches, you know, they want you back. If you boycott a Bud Light, they're trying to win back. I mean, Modelo is the top beer now in the country. So
They just had a thing like Bud Light's giving away free NFL Sunday ticket packages. I just saw that earlier today. So I'm like, yeah, I'll sign up for that. You know, who knows? Win a free year of Sunday ticket. I'm on for that.
yeah. They're trying to do what they can do for sure. So it'll be interesting to see.
I don't know if it's everywhere, but out by me, it was just 2 days ago. that Jewel right across from Hot Butcher, they
Mhm.
had a deal for any Bud product, Bud Light. You bought a case for $15.99, and it came with a $13 rebate that they
Mhm.
give you like right on PayPal. I had it 2 days later. I'm like, I'll drink a case of it for $3. You know, it's always good to cook with or whatever.
Right.
But I'm like, yeah, they're really hurting for business where you can wind up getting a case of beer for $3.
Yeah. Yeah. They were doing it. They did a 15 one like a couple months back, and they were like pretty much buying beer for free for people. And then like a few months before that, they had, if you were a distributor, if you were an employee of a distributor that distributed Bud Light, you all got free Bud Light. Like they give all the employees free, you know. So they've been trying to push all kinds of ways out there and to just try to keep the presence and get people to stay on board with them and stuff. So they're definitely trying hard to try to get people back. Obviously, it's a business, so they want to do that. And their shareholders are like, hey, what are you guys going to do to make up for it? So be prepared for an onslaught of Bud Light coming your way for doing your NFL commercials.
Yeah.
I feel like they're drawing more attention to themselves when they should just be like, okay, let's stay out of the headlines. Let's just go about business, and people will forget about that. But we keep making them think about it over and over and over.
Yeah.
And
Like, I feel like everybody's just going to forget about it if they don't, like, oh, we got to keep our names out there.
Well,
Which is the wrong way to think about it. But.
Well, one thing that was also mentioned in the piece was like Molson Coors wasn't going to let them forget about. So I think Molson Coors might be coming out with some stuff to kind of, you know, rival that, you know, and some things they did. Yeah. So it's the beer wars, right? It's the beer wars.
I got the football game on and just looked over, and there's a Bud Light commercial on.
See, I speak the gospel. I speak the gospel.
Yeah. Speaking the devil, there it is. So I was at a bar sliding a beer full, full of beer. Now he's got a cooler full of beer, empty and ice. And...
not a gay person in sight.
Nope.
Well, we spit that out there, Shannon.
Well, you know, I mean, you're gonna commit to something, you need to commit to it.
And the last story I had for today is National Beer Lovers Day, September 7th. Now, I don't know why we keep needing these beer holidays to pop up. But who keeps making these ideas up? I mean, a few Thursdays back, it was National IPA Day.
I was going to say, I feel like every other week's like a beer day of some sort.
And then like the following week was like National Beer Day. We'll just take IPA out of it. Now it's National Beer Lovers Day. Like
it's like who's making these up? Betty Ford?
I'm like, let's just call it what it is. It's Thursday. Drink a beer. You don't need to make it a holiday.
It's like
next thing you know, it's gonna be like it's the Rod J National Day.
You know, I would
they do that because they're like, oh, honey, the wife or whoever's bitching, you drink too much. And they're like, oh, no, but today is National Beer Drinkers Day. Yeah. And then the next day, oh, no, but today is National, like,
IPA Day, National Stout Day.
Yeah,
I mean, it probably is.
Do we get time and a half for this?
Right?
Yeah.
I need to be coming to work. Oh, I can't work today. It's National Beer Lovers Day. I'm already 5-6 in.
National holiday.
Yeah.
What are you doing today? I'm just getting drunk.
Yeah, that 2 beers a week isn't going to fly in this country.
Yeah, right. Yeah, National Beer Day, and only have 2 beers a week.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, let me see here. The comments. Aubrey has said, beer goggles equal care less. The more you drink, the less you care.
That's
like
true.
That's like the more you know, right? That should be a t-shirt too. Yeah.
The less you care. I like that.
See Urban Artifact, several. Yeah, their expansion has been great. So if you've never seen Urban Artifact, for those of you watching, one of the videos I have on the channel, I actually have a couple, but we did a walkthrough at their brewery before because it's actually done in an old church that they renovated for the brewery, which is pretty cool. So you can see the kind of stuff they do, and their main thing is sour and wild ales. Although they get into like IPA, different things and how they bleed them in. But one of the cool things about the brewery that I've never seen at any other sour brewery is they actually have liquid you can add to your beer that can cut the sour bitterness to your liking. So you can put this liquid into your beer to get it to the level you want, which was really a pretty cool thing. So it's a nice setup. So, but it's really cool how they actually set that up in the old church. or a gamer who likes skunky. Well, you don't got to put the Heineken in it. I mean, Heineken would like you to put Heineken in it, but you don't have to put the Heineken in it. You choose your own beer.
With the chairs,
You can put Heineken in cans. Yeah.
Yeah. Cans are definitely better than in bottles, that's for sure. O'Doul's is jealous. O'Doul's came out too early. Dunkel's one of my favorite lagers. Dunkel's, yeah, always like a nice Dunkel. They really are children, aren't they? Gilbert's in the house. Cheers, fools. Cheers, Gilbert. He'll be here when I can do my smoked maple. It's funny, I haven't done my smoked maple yet. Now I can do it knowing I have the comfortable presence of Eric Gilbert in the house, who's a big fan of smoked, big fan of maple up there in Canada. Just bought 32 ounce Bud Light for $2.45. Well, yeah, you're getting deals out there. So I was never as huge into Bud Light myself because I wasn't a big fan of the taste of it. So, but you know, they're making the offer out there for people to check them out.
Yeah, I bought a case of the regular Bud. I'm like, I always like soak my bratwurst in beer before I throw them on the grill. Yeah. So I'm like, hey, case for $3, I'm on it.
Honestly, when I used to drink Bud, going back to the 90s, the college days, the Bud I preferred the most, which they don't make anymore, I believe, is the Bud Dry.
Yeah.
I used to drink the Bud Dry out of any of the Buds. That was the one. I did Bud Ice was probably second, but Bud Dry was the one I drank probably the most.
So I had the Bud Ice, but I don't think I ever had the Bud Dry.
Yeah. So
Michelob Dry was big.
Mm-hmm.
I think Michelob Dry started that trend, and then like for a while everyone was jumping on it. But I remember Michelob Dry being a good beer back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
So were they higher ABV than normal? Like
Bud Dry was like, I would say it was like 5.5, I think. So it was higher ABV than your regular Bud. Yeah. And it was a way, and it was a way they kind of brewed it, just like the ice, how they take the alcohol out and then refreeze type thing. They had a different process for the dries as well. So
it's like a cleaner finish, if I remember right.
Yeah. I don't know why it didn't really work out. I mean, I thought it was nice, more refined than what the other stuff was. But Americans were used to the Bud and the Bud Light, I guess, and that was the preference they had.
Oh, this is my last one, Rod. This is the October.
The last Oktoberfest. Nice. So what do you think of that Hot Punch Oktoberfest?
It's really good. And I did like a video yesterday, and I just stopped over and picked it up, and then I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh, let's see when this was canned. This was canned yesterday. So they canned it and put it out, and I'm like, I'm just doing the video. I'm like, holy shit, this is canned today. But it's really good.
Yeah.
Like you always think of them as like hazy and double IPAs, but for an Oktoberfest, it's more the fest beer style, so it's a lot lighter, but it's really good.
Yeah. I mean, they've got talent. Obviously, people know that have had Hot Butcher. And I got to tell people, like you mentioned, a lot of people think they're IPA and a double IPA, but they make some really good stouts. Yeah. Their stouts were pretty impressive. They actually put out that I've had for them too. So they are definitely a brewery worth checking out for sure for people that have not had Hot Butcher. A little harder to find. A lot of people see their stuff through some of the YouTubers because they've gotten stuff out across the board. That became like, the last few years a marketing arm for them getting stuff into some of the YouTubers' hands. So they are getting some distribution, I think, in some other places. But if you get a chance to get some Hot Butcher, definitely do it. JT said you got ripped off, Aubrey. I won't say you got ripped off, Aubrey. Drink what you like. You got a good deal. That's a 32 ounce for $2.45. Nothing wrong with that. But like may attempt to put Miller High Life out of business. I don't know. I think Miller High Life, they didn't got to worry about anything. I think they're pretty much, people would jump. They went up because people had jumped from Bud Light over to some of the Miller stuff. So they've been doing okay. Also, National Rock Beer Month again. Pros. Oh, again? Like we're doing this each month? Or is it? Because that's never out of season for me.
Forgot about that.
If we had a commercial about BlackRock's extortion of business, we wouldn't have to go through this shit. Larry Fink runs his country.
Oh, God, both of them are going to.
Oh, at least for the Brita. So we're going to do the Brita test here.
We're doing about that.
Yeah, but we're going to have you do it through the Brita. So
those look like they're like on the clearance rack for 75 cents.
In some places, maybe. Yeah.
That's a Rod J deal if I've ever seen one.
But I think you're going to be amazed when you do it.
I hope I am. I love to be amazed. I hope
Yeah.
I am.
National
And my
12 pack or a
Pittsburgh
Belgian
discovery
strong.
thing.
Yeah. Oh, strong Belgians. Bring back dry beer. Yeah, I'd like the dry beers. They should, Remember my dad drinking Bud Dries back in the 90s. Maybe like, yeah, it was like when maybe like now I feel like your dad. Like I'm not old, I guess. So, but yeah, it was in the 90s when I was drinking the Bud Dry.
Oh, wow.
And that was the whole slogan, right? Dave, you remember why ask why? Drink Bud Dry.
Yeah.
That was their commercial. That was their tagline,
I thought you said why, but you said why ask why.
Drink Bud Dry. That was what they ran with. And then I did buy a 6-pack of Sam's Oktoberfest last week, and they were good. Sam Adams, actually, Oktoberfest is pretty pleasant. I've never had a problem with that Oktoberfest.
Yeah, that's a good beer.
I like that one too.
Oh, we got a shark sliding in the house. Cheers, a shark out there in Cali. Cheers, my friend. JT says, shark in the water. You go in the water. The shark's in the water. And I go back to Jaws.
If you just go to Lake Michigan, you don't have to worry about shark.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about jellyfish. You don't have to worry about the sand, the salt water in your eyes. Like,
so what is a movie that I feel like you shouldn't have to watch anymore, but you still watch when it's on and you still get sucked in like it's your first time? Like for me, like I mentioned the Jaws thing, like I can watch Jaws anytime and I feel like I've seen it however many numerous times. I know all the lines, but yet when I watch it, it still pulls me in like it's my first time and I'm just enthralled by it. Like what movie is like that you guys have out there? Remember the Titans is another one for me.
For me, it's like Shawshank Redemption.
okay, mine is, which I thought I was afraid you were going to say it, and then you would think I was copying off of you, but Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
Field of Dreams, okay. I've never watched that movie. I need to watch it somewhere. I just never watched it.
Oh my God, Rod. I am so envious of you because you still experience that.
You've never watched it?
I feel like when you said that, it's funny because Todd's there. And usually when I say I never watched Hoosiers, I get that kind of look from people. You never watched Hoosiers?
You've never seen it either.
Yeah, those are two movies that are on my list that I've never got around to watching.
Oh, you've got to watch Field of Dreams, man. That's a good one.
I mean, I know stuff from it. I just never watched it. I know they'll come through the cornfield and all that kind of stuff. And
Oh my God, it's just so like touching, and it's just got like it's like one of those movies that's like really like PG, but it doesn't have to be anything other than that because the story is so good. They don't feel like they have to like supplement the story with all the other stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just about him and his family and his dad and him trying to get his dreams going.
That's
and
probably
kind of like at the his family sacrifice and stuff for him to have this.
I switched my answer to that one.
So you are copying her now. What about you, Dave?
Probably two, but the one that I'll always stop, I don't care where in the movie it is, Hunt for Red October. I just love that movie.
Okay.
And the other one, if The Godfather ever comes out, I'm going to watch The Godfather. But
yeah,
Hunt for Red October is my guilty pleasure. I'll watch it whenever it comes out.
I watched that when I was younger, and I was like, and I remember I was at an age where I'm like, this movie shouldn't even be good because I'd be like, I don't want to watch that. But I remember, but now I want to go back and watch it again. But yeah, Hunt for Red October. Does it have Sean Connery in it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And Alec Baldwin. Yeah.
Yep.
Cheers, Angie. Creative Vibrations
Rod,
in the house.
What was your movie?
Well, I was saying Jaws was one that Jaws. Remember the Titans is another one that pulls me in. Like no matter what I just get hooked into it and I just get like sucked into it.
That one is a good one too because every time it's on, I always just stop and watch it. Like I don't care where it's at.
I mean, one of my other ones is The Notebook.
Yeah, I've never seen that one either.
Oh my God. I don't want you to go through it's so beautiful and it's so like, just spare yourself. I mean, unless you just want to like feel all the emotions of every emotion you've ever had.
And being from Jersey, Goodfellas is another one for me too to watch.
Oh my God, I love Goodfellas. That was another one when I watched it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, I love this movie.
Yeah, Goodfellas is a classic. Yeah. Yeah, Goodfellas, like Dave said, Godfather. Goodfellas is probably more for me than Godfather, just because I feel like I'm more tied to watching that than I ever did watching any of the Godfather movies. But Goodfellas,
you've been around that area.
Well, yeah, I mean, but Godfathers is like a New York type thing too. But it's just
I've never.
I don't know.
watched
I see more. You might be on. I mean, I see more. I feel like the Italians, the way they do it in Goodfellas, reminds me more of my Jersey upbringing and people I knew that were Italian there. I could just see like some of the way the gesture and all that kind of stuff, and just like the little deli they would go to. It just all fits in. Like you had those little spots around Jersey all the time, so I get a nice little tie.
So gangster movies or whatever, like Goodfellas, my number one has been since I ever saw it. I compare every other gangster movie I see to that one, and I'm like, it's good, but it's not Goodfellas good.
Yeah.
But then the other one, which I would think this would be considered a gangster movie, is Casino.
Casino would be, yeah.
Those are my top two.
Casino's pretty top for me. With that's another one, Scorsese. Casino probably would have been second for me until more recent, the last few years. I feel like more now, as I've studied more history, like American Gangster with Denzel is probably my second one now.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
And the whole story that he did as a gangster in that one, based off the heritage, all that kind of stuff. But then I have Casino in there. Godfather would obviously be up there as well as being one of the top ones.
I need to watch that. I've never watched the Godfather.
Yeah, like the first and the second, but not the third. You don't have to worry.
Most say the second one's even better than the first.
Yeah, and I gotta have Scarface in there too. Scarface goes back to my youth, so without Scarface doing it,
I've never seen that one.
I think that might be my brother's favorite movie of all time for sure.
Yeah.
Well, for a long time, it held the record for the most uses of the F bomb, dropping the F bomb the most. Or something.
Yeah, but Succession's got to be beaten up.
Oh, for sure. Well, no.
Well, the funny thing for Scarface is,
in the 80s or whatever.
when Scarface came out, it was like a flop at the theater, but the VHS home made it like a big cult following. They did all through the video cassette stuff.
What was the ones you named, Rod? I'm trying to
American Gangster.
American Gangster. Okay.
Yeah,
because I got Godfather, Scarface, and
with
American
Denzel.
Gangster.
Yeah. Another one was what was the one with Pacino? It had Leguizamo in it, who was Benny. Carlito's Way. That was a nice movie. That was like a street savvy type gangster type movie too. Yeah. But Shark was Hunt for Red October too, so he's a big fan of that as well. Yeah. Aubrey says Ghostbusters. He always gets the original Ghostbusters, not any of the remakes, right? Yeah. That's a fun movie. Yeah.
It is a fun movie.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one too. That's a good oldie.
Everybody say it. Cheers. Cheers. I love Tom Clancy original books. Yeah. Actually, I'm working on my chords and my Telecaster. I'm not quite shredding yet, but getting better. Very nice. So yeah, Angie is teaching herself to play guitar, which is pretty cool.
I was wanting to teach myself to do that, but
yes, she got a guitar. If you check out Creative Vibrations, she shares all the stuff she's doing with guitar. So make sure to check out her channel.
She's got to make you some theme music there, Rod.
She should. Yeah, I could use theme music. I can.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I had to just go.
Sorry.
What the heck?
Yeah. I have my socks on, so I guess she saw some fabric she wanted to run up.
I was thinking of stealing Stone Cold's music for my theme music, but I feel like I'm going to get copyright if I use it too much.
Yeah.
Coming with some beers in my hand. What?
Yes.
I'm waiting for whenever. Got to pour through there. So.
Aubrey says you figure your pick would be Ghost. Are you a fan of Ghost, Shannon?
I enjoy Ghost, but I haven't seen it in a million years. If we're gonna go with Patrick Swayze, it's Dirty Dancing or Roadhouse.
I've never seen
Roadhouse. Yeah,
I've never seen Roadhouse. And people, when I used to go to one of the bars in Kentucky, people were like, "You never seen Roadhouse?" Like, no, he's like, "You should see," because you're like, I guess my personality in the bars and hanging with the people I meet, they're like, you're like just like Sam Elliott's character, which I've always liked Sam Elliott as an actor, but I guess the role he plays like in this Roadhouse is like kind of the peacemaker type thing or whatever he does there. They're like, you should really watch just for his character because that's who you always remind us of when you're here. Like, so, but I think he dies in the movie though too, so it's a good ending for Sam Elliott.
Well, I mean, it's a movie. You know, we got to take that into consideration.
Repo Man, if you ever see a play, I have to watch Crazy Beautiful Gem, and I feel like others are watching with me. Exclusive club. I remember seeing Repo Man back in the day.
Is that got Sylvester Stallone in it?
Yeah.
Like, how do I remember all these actors?
No, that's not Repo Man.
You're thinking of Demolition Man.
You're thinking Demolition Man. Yes.
See,
Yeah, this is
that was like,
I want to say his Leguizamo, and I can't remember who the other guy was. There were two of them that were doing it.
Yeah, because I was thinking Wesley Snipes, but that was definitely the wrong movie.
Demolition Man was a good movie though with Sandra Bullock. That was like one of my. I mean, it's not like, you know, amazing writing or so. It's kind of a very simple story, but I still just loved the hell out of it.
Yeah, there were parts of Demolition Man that if you go on the internet, like that people have dissected to basically show how Demolition Man was ahead of his game.
Oh yeah,
some of the stuff, like stuff you can pull from that movie on how we actually live in some stuff nowadays, and it's kind of funny some of the different similarities that people draw out there. So.
My thing I remember is like you can't exchange body fluids, like you can't like kiss, you can't. So like they would have like these virtual reality goggles they would put on to like get with somebody, and then they do it all through virtual reality.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I could see that happening. I could, because like, oh, all these diseases and we're so stupid that we just don't do anything. We just continue to spread and spread and spread. And then, so, I mean, you know, it's kind of like you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
The funny thing, she asked him, Sylvester Stallone, you went out of sex? He's like, yeah. Like, and then it's like, put the goggles on. It's like, what the hell is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Taco Bell was the feature restaurant, which was interesting in itself.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I have not done the Sierra Nevada yet. I've seen it numerous times. I haven't had any Oktoberfest beers yet this year. I just haven't made the turn to do it yet.
When are we gonna do the Oktoberfest show?
I guess we need to do it sometime in September. Maybe we'll do it in 2 weeks when we come back.
We're gonna do like Oktoberfest beers.
Okay. Yeah, but we got to remember, like, we got to, October might be a big month. Got a lot of shit going on.
Yeah, but all the festivals are in September.
October. Oh, it is in September. Well, we keep talking about Oktoberfest stuff.
Yeah.
No, but it's like Christmas is
I know.
in July now. So,
I get it. That was, yeah.
The last Boy Scout. The last Boy Scout pass up Scarface? That movie, I haven't seen that in so long. That was old. That was with Bruce Willis and Damon Wayans from back in the day.
Okay, what's your favorite war movie?
War movie? For me?
Yeah.
Because I can still watch it every time it's on. I almost watched it again the other night, Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But I've never seen Saving Private Ryan, so let's put that out there.
Oh,
I've never seen that one. I've never
Platoon.
seen. I've never seen Schindler's List. Platoon is good too. Yeah, I tell you what,
considered a war movie? I mean,
it was World War, right? I thought it was. Maybe it's not because it's not mainly
no, it
focused on
probably
the
is.
war.
But, like, it's just got so many different.
You would
like,
think of
it
it
follows
as-
the war, but it also,
You would think
that
of
is
it.
I would tell you probably the most underrated war movie that I think I've ever seen that people don't give enough credit to, I think, is Hamburger Hill. That's a really good one. And I think a lot of people miss over that with some of the other ones.
What was the one? What's the Mel Gibson one?
We Were Soldiers.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
We Were Soldiers. Yeah. Now I'm just like, so war movies, gangster movies, and sports movies. Like those three things: gangsters, wars, and what was the other one?
Sports.
And sports. Like I'm like, no, I don't want nothing. I don't care. I'm not interested. But every war movie, gangster movie, and sports movie I watch, pretty much, I'm just like, these are so like amazing. Like,
Yeah.
They have such like good, intricate, believable writing. You know.
So you need to watch Rudy then too. You watch Rudy?
But I see. Here's my thing.
He's never watched Rudy. He never watched Rudy.
Never saw it.
And we're in Indiana.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Well, I never
Rudy's
watched it.
No, I know.
Rudy's one of those movies too that's got a little bit of that magical type touch. I mean, yeah,
based on
that's
true story.
See, and here's my thing. And some people like movies because of this. Like, I don't want to watch anything that's going to make me feel like I'm watching movies and TV that are kind of like just chill
Escape,
and
real life,
not like
escape.
want to like go roll up in a ball for 6 days after I watch a movie and don't want to come out, you know, or I don't like to cry. I'm like, and then the sad stuff, I'm just like, if somebody tells me a movie's sad, it's so good, but it's sad, I'm like, no, thanks. No, I try to avoid crying. I try not to cry. So why would I want to do something that's going to make me cry?
yeah.
Oh, don't watch Brian's song then.
Yeah, you
Oh,
don't
no.
watch.
Oh my God. Did you hear what he just
Right.
said? Brian's song.
Oh yeah.
No, that was my mom and Todd's. Like,
Yeah,
no, maybe I did watch it. Maybe I try to block it out.
No, I thought I always tried to get you to watch it.
You and Mom loved that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's a
I
classic
don't-
movie.
If they don't make you cry, you ain't human.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, Angie. Simple Man and Zombie, you got down. Going to incorporate it in with the art. That's a good idea. Coming up in a few weeks. Blake's in the house. Cheers, Blake. Stone Cold, Greater, and John Cena. I missed the John Cena. You did. I did play the John Cena song earlier. You should have been here. I may play it again. I may drop it in again for you, just for you, Blake.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right,
We need to do
when you
this
get your
before.
when you get a break,
Okay.
do the-
All right, I'm going to go through the comments, and then we're going to have Todd and Shannon do some Brita testing for us.
Mhm.
Did I live in Animal House? No, but the funny thing is, when I was in college, one of the fraternities you would have swore was based off of the Animal House movie.
It's this one too.
And they ended up getting shut down, but they had some of the best parties. So I don't drive. See, the more you drive, the less talented you are. I do all my best thinking on the bus. The motion man kicked ass, and I was like, Wesley Snipes, he was just a bad accountant. Well, it wasn't even his accountant. It wasn't him accountant. It was his accountant. Yeah, he had a bad one. So yeah, but New Jack City was on a couple weeks ago. I watched that again too. That was the one that doesn't really age as much as great as far as the cinematography over the years, but the story is still solid. And this funny thing about New Jack City now, like being in Baltimore, it was just here, like they had it at the theater. Like it has a theater circuit where they actually go on and do a play now. But the only one in it is like Alan Payne, who was the right-hand man to Wesley Snipes in the movie. But all the other actors, they don't do that. They're like, we're movie actors. We're not going to go do this type thing. But yeah. Doing my Sharktoberfest, September 16th. I may do another one for the American. Well, you are American. You're in America. Kubrick made several war movies. Paths of Glory, Dr. Strangelove, and Barry Lyndon's a war movie. Dr. Strangelove has always been like a big classic for a lot of people.
I've never watched that.
With it. Yes. Dr. Strangelove, that's an old movie. That's like from, let's say, it was like the 40s, maybe, Dave?
No,
40s, 50s,
60s.
60s. Okay.
I didn't think it was that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, what's the clip notes of the plot?
Well, I think with Dr. Strangelove, wasn't he trying to take over the world or whatever? Or it was kind of, I mean, he was like kind of the mad scientist type
Just
thing,
like
right?
Cold War and atomic weapons. You know, you got to see it. It's one of those movies you have to see, like the closing scene. And I don't want to say it and spoil it, but
yeah,
it was good.
Like a real feel-good movie.
Yeah. There you go. 57 Strangelove was 64. Yeah. But see, you're a boomer. You're a boomer, JT. So that was a little before my time as a Gen Xer. Just saying. We were teasing. JT did not want to be a boomer. He wants to be Gen X. That's why I said that, Dave. He's been fighting to be a Gen Xer, not a boomer.
Boomers
Boomers make you work. So I'm going to slide over here, and I'm going to put Todd and Shannon to the big screen because we're going to do some Brita testing. So for those of you not aware, we did this a few weeks back, and previously I shared the video about how you can put alcohol through a Brita filter, and it takes the taste down on the alcohol where you don't really pick it up. So if you have like a nasty alcohol you don't really like, you can put it in the Brita filter, and it wipes away it, and you can then you just drink. So well, Todd did it. He did out of 3 the ones I think Todd did, 2 to 3 definitely worked. The other one was a little lighter that came through, but we'll see how Todd and Shannon feel on this. So
well, she's doing one that I did before.
She's doing the rumple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was just like some cheap vodka from someplace.
No, it's the peppermint one.
Peppermint.
Why they do that? I'm gonna grab a beer real quick because it is National Beer Lovers Day, and I haven't had a beer yet. I've been drinking whiskey sours.
No, wait. So this is the original.
Go ahead and pour this in there, and I've got some water here. All right, this is just a tiny little taste of what it tastes like before, so I have something to compare it to. Oh my God! Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know if I want to do that one.
No, you.
That's what we're all about.
Drink a little bit of beer, get something out of.
Shout out to Emerson because he loves this, and I'm going to drink one here.
Oh, there you go.
Juice Force.
Now here's the Brita one.
What the? Are you kidding me?
I told you that could be dangerous because that's 50% ABV.
What? No, there's no way.
Would you say that it worked?
100%.
That's the one I said 2 weeks ago.
I just took just a tiny.
Oh, that one
taste
that one burned you a little bit.
And then he poured. I'm like, I'm just gonna have to like. No,
just
give me some
just because there's
more.
you want the rest of it?
Yeah, I'll take the rest of it.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I'm about to get lit up in here.
We're getting sick now.
Now, Shannon, keep in mind, we don't want to get you to the point where it's
Now
like,
it still smells, but
Turn around. Every now and then. Turn around.
that's the point we're getting Shannon to that point tonight.
That is That's insane.
I know that one is.
That's like voodoo.
How does it work? We don't know. We don't know how it works, but it works. It's one of those things that's out there.
We don't all have to know the answers to everything.
But the truth is out there.
I mean, you do you.
No, I'm good. What you want?
No, I probably shouldn't. I've had
say,
2 shots, and I never do shots.
I was gonna say.
Oh, you are tonight.
I know. I'm gonna sleep in the hammock tonight.
This one is the next one up on deck.
Ooh.
I'm thinking now, should I run? I'm gonna run some water through this.
The Brita,
just to rinse it out real quick.
Whew, that's insane. Like, who figured that out?
I saw the guy that did it that I shared the thing on. He saw from another video. And
can we like switch this back to the like normal separation of panelists?
Well, I can go back to here, but you guys are the feature star right now. But yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Cheers. Juice Force members for life. I got the Juice Force rolling, son.
I am telling you, that is.
Got to get the Ultimate Warrior music. I might have some more sounds I'll get on here too. JT is still sticking with 1960 to 78 for Gen X. That's when the guy created it. He doesn't like being cut. You're like Pluto, JT. You're like Pluto right now. You're cut out.
Oh God, Rod, you and Pluto.
Well, that's how JT feels. He got cut out. He's 64.
No, I feel the same way, but I don't have to talk about it every week. So
you're missing the core. But you
feel very passionate about it.
It's the correlation of him getting kicked out of Gen X is Pluto getting kicked out of the solar system.
It's a very important event that has happened, and we should remember it every week.
And if Pluto had a spokesperson, it'd be JT.
I don't know. It might be you. It might be you.
No, I didn't get kicked out of the solar system. JT got kicked out of Gen X solar system.
Oh, that sucks.
Barely missed the Gen X, I guess. I also missed the Amethyst versus
The Amethyst versus
whatever the fist. Well, Aubrey, you're last. Are you like Gen? What is it? What's after Gen X? Was that Gen Y? Or was there another one in between? Millennial? Was Millennial the next one? Maybe Millennial. Yeah.
Oh,
so Aubrey might be Millennial. Yeah.
Millennials. See, I don't think that's a fair assessment of them.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that one.
It was probably done by a boomer, Shannon.
Probably.
No, I mean it could have been.
The assessment.
I mean, boomers did the best that they could. They
I
were
don't know.
just-
It's always funny because you just see stuff where it's like the boomers versus the millennials. We always get left out of stuff. It's just like nobody talks about Gen X.
Yeah,
It's
but
the
that's
millennials
the
and
way we
boomers.
want it, Rod.
Yeah.
We want to be under the radar, just living our life and not have,
Well, I told someone before, we're like that generation. For our generation, we had the Breakfast Club, right? So we're like Ali Sheedy watching all the kids run by when they're trying to escape the principal during detention. And that's like us watching the boomers and the millennials fight each other. We're just like hanging out, drinking vodka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the boomers try to make us feel bad, but they were like, hey, you raised us. You made us not feel anything.
Yeah.
Like, you weren't allowed to feel stuff. So, like, I don't care if you think I'm. And then they were like, oh, well, I'm not having my effects. So I'm going to start talking about the millennials.
Yeah.
Well, you tell the boomers, you weren't around. Remember, you just gave me a key around my neck and I had to go home by myself after school.
You're right.
Yeah.
It was playing out the streets until the street lights came
Yeah.
on. And
Yeah.
like, where were you?
You locked the door and told us don't come back.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
We couldn't come back
I was-
into the house at least maybe 3 times.
It's like I was watching the one lady entertainer that does the Gen X videos. She was like, literally at 10 o'clock every night, there was a story that came on the news asking if you knew where your children were.
love her.
Like that was your generation, like losing us.
Do you know where your kids
Yeah,
are?
do you know where it's 10 o'clock? Do you know where your children are? And they were like, oh, crap.
Shit, where are they?
Yeah.
Street lights came on 2 hours ago. What the hell?
Oh.
No, she's
All right,
got
so-
another one, and she's like, did any other Gen Xers grow up thinking that everything is going to kill you? Like, and then it like showed this meeting of these boomer moms that were getting ready to have Gen X kids, and they were pregnant and smoking, and they were in this circle, and they were coming up with all these ideas of how to traumatize their kids, and they're like, hey, how about we tell them if they go trick-or-treating, then there's the neighbor or people are putting razor blades and stuff in their candy. And then they were like, oh yeah, let's do that. And then another one was like, and if somebody calls the house and we're not home with you, then you tell them we're in the shower, because if you don't, they'll come inside the house and kill you. Like she had like 5 different examples of how our parents were like, if you do this, you're gonna die no matter what. You're dying.
There was a lot of use of the fear treatment back then.
Yes. But now I'm not afraid of anything.
But it's like this, listen, if you were a kid and you didn't do the merry-go-round in pitch black at night and you didn't know where you're going to get thrown to, you weren't living as a kid.
We didn't have enough sense though to think. We didn't have enough sense to think, oh, is this a good idea to get on this?
I mean, literally our playgrounds, our jungle gyms or whatever were on concrete. They weren't even in the grass area.
You're right.
And everything was made of
And
metal.
metal with a
Mhm.
150 degrees
Yeah.
when you.
I don't even know if
off.
kids get tetanus shots nowadays as
were
much as we did back then.
badass.
Yeah.
We were badass because it was metal and it was hard and it was hot, but we still were like, you know what? I'm still gonna do this.
Rub some dirt on it.
And we
If
had
you
the best
didn't,
time of our life.
if you didn't flip a bike by 12 years old, I don't know what you're doing outside.
You're right. Yeah. Sissy.
I still have scars I don't know, they've probably faded, but I always had scars on my knees and my shins because of my bike wrecks. I
Right.
have bike wrecks all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. We all knew about the sticker bush to not go into that too, but
You're
Oh
right.
yeah.
So
Sticker bush. The
if you wear scars, you weren't playing. Yeah.
the cockaburs or whatever, that would be like those things would. I remember by my elementary school, there used to be a little path you walk through, and it was like burrs would just come out there and like they're all over your shirt, whatever. Like those things hurt like son of a bitch.
They
Yeah.
can.
But we also do the joy of nature because we go do the honeysuckle trees and stuff too.
Oh
so.
my God, I love the
Oh,
honeysuckles.
Yeah.
Love the way they smell. And then, it's kind of like crab legs, though. It's a lot of work to get, like, you pull the stem out of the middle and it's got a little bit of honey on it,
Mhm.
but it's just like a drop of honey for each process you go through with each flower. So,
So what's the next one that we got
All
there?
right, here's the next one. This is American Brandy, Kentucky bourbon whiskey, and American white. No, and American white oak barrels. So this is Copper and
Ooh.
Kings over in Louisville.
oh my God,
Okay.
that's-
I've had some of their stuff before.
So here's
All right.
the original.
I just want to smell them.
Here's the original right here. No, I was gonna show like the difference in color.
From the
Okay.
Brita.
This is the Brita. This is the original. So you can see like
Okay.
Takes any of the
that one's a
alcohol
lot
content
better.
out through
I
it.
don't know. I don't think that it would, but
Oh God, that.
let's smell that one. See if there's any color difference.
I'm
You need
sure
a little
I'll-
you need a little music to pump you up.
yeah, I mean that one. You know what that reminded me of though? When I got the rush when I was not making good decisions in high school, and I was buying VCR head cleaner and sniffing it. That's what that smells like.
Ooh.
And then I smell this one, and I mean it still don't smell good, but that one's God, I don't.
You got to do the first one. We'll get you. We'll get you.
No, you
We'll get
gotta have a strong one first.
We'll get you prepared.
Or VCR head cleaner.
I'll take your word for it.
So how'd that one go down?
That's
How'd
not
that
bad.
taste?
It burned a little bit, but it wasn't.
Oh God, it smelled awful.
It tastes better than it smells for sure.
That's
It smells
usually
not-
never happens.
The smell's not very great. This
All
is
right.
this is
The
Does
Brita
it Brita?
version.
Desert Brita.
Let's get the Brita down.
I mean, the smell of it is definitely a lot less.
It is a lot
A
less,
lot more tame.
but it still
for sure.
stinks. Smells like diluted VCR head cleaner.
It's got a little.
Diluted VCR head cleaner. I like that.
I can't
That's a
believe
good
that.
description.
I mean,
I feel like you sniffed and drank a little too much VCR head cleaner.
I mean, it might. I mean, I
She's Gen X. We've all sniffed different things.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We'll see what this
Was
one
it? Was it just markers?
No,
Let's see.
So that one, I mean, you still taste it just a little bit, but it definitely killed the flavor. Like
It still
was
killed it.
very
Like
minute.
needed it. Okay.
Yes, it was
which
definitely.
made it easier to drink.
But it wasn't terrible.
No, but it's easier to drink means it's
Oh,
not
for
terrible.
sure. Yeah, no, yeah.
It's
So
like
you think
a
that
red
you
Bull
you,
or
you
like
think that one was a win? You think
It
that?
definitely changed it for sure. Yes, I would say yes on the win part. Yes,
I'm like literally shocked.
but I'm not sure that any of them will ever match the peppermint.
Well, that's why you got to get the Jaeger, or you got to get something that's you know it's going to be a little rough on the outside.
Because that was, I
With some
mean,
ouzo.
that's hard to drink straight, but putting it through the Brita is like, oh, I could drink that all day long and not even be like, oh, the next thing you know, you're walking crooked,
And then you're in the
backwards,
hospital on
naked,
life
whatever.
support.
Like,
You have alcohol poisoning.
yeah,
Hey guys,
Oh,
I'm gonna have
boy.
to cut this short. So
Okay.
good night, all. Thanks for having me on. Nice seeing you, Todd, Shannon, Rod, Jake. Thank you
Hey,
again.
Definitely,
hey,
sir.
but we're going to talk to you because we're planning a trip to Chicago in
Okay.
the middle of October, and we're trying to figure out like the safest area like to stay.
Yeah.
And like, but where we'd be closest to the most breweries,
Breweries
which
and-
I'm leaning towards Malt Row, Ravenswood.
Yeah,
or
that's
Malt-
close to me.
Yeah.
Well, Rod, you have my number. Rod, you can forward my number over, and yeah, we'll talk. Yeah, I'll let you
Well,
know
Dave,
where it goes.
I've got your email, so we can
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
reach out that way and exchange numbers or whichever's the easy way to do it or whatever.
Yeah. Sounds good. All right, guys. Have a good night. We'll talk to
All
you
right,
later.
all right, Dave. I go with
All
her.
right. All right, you too.
I should have had Jenny. I got your number. I didn't have that. I didn't have that clip there because you had the number. You got the number. You got the number, and then they played. I got your number.
My watch tells me every night at 10:15. Bedtime reminder.
Time to go to bed.
What do you? Maybe you're a boomer.
No, but I don't know. You know why I'm a Gen X is because I'm like, hey, shut up. I'm why are you telling me what to do?
No,
I'm
it's,
not gonna do that.
it's more like, oh, now I better take my medicine to go to bed. And
No,
then I don't
it
do
depends
that.
if I have to work the night before. Or,
Well, that's true. That's true.
but yeah, no,
Yeah.
like I'm sleeping in a hammock tonight, and this watch can.
Tonight you are again.
Well, I didn't last night. I
Well, but
tried
you started to.
Tried
It's all choosing our dates with boomers.
to.
You know, well, they have the dates scheduled out there. Yeah. Jen Ghostbusters 1. Lions with a pick six to tie the game. Oh,
Yeah, I just saw
Oh,
that.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
if you own a proton pack, you might be a millennial.
Got more in the fridge. I brought some up here.
You might be, because I can't even think what a proton pack is. Atari 2600 in 1980. No boomer can make that claim. Very true, very true. Lions can eat a hairball. Non-filtered. Watching the football game too.
Yeah, I got it on because I
Cheers, Aubrey.
got 2 players in fantasy going.
Who you got going tonight? Still smells of solvent.
St. Brown and Jameer.
What's up, Josh? Cheers, Jagger Cure All. Yeah, you put a Jagger through the Brita. That'll be the one to definitely do.
That'll be coming for sure.
Because that's the one he did on the video was the Jaeger, and he was amazed. It seemed. I don't think he was doing that much acting on it, but like Shannon's expression there on the peppermint was just like he was on the Jaeger. Like,
yeah, no, that's what I said last time when I did that. When I was like, holy shit! I was like, that could be deadly.
Yeah.
Because it goes from almost undrinkable straight up to like, oh, this is a good, like, just throw some ice in it and drink it. I was like, oh, that would be great.
There's JT's email too. Say count me in because he was right there as well in Chicago.
All right, hang on, leave that up, and I'll jot that down.
Mm-hmm. And you'll get Mal's stuff too because Mal's right there.
Yeah.
Well, you already have Mal stuff because you got met Mal with you already.
Right.
And we should do a poll. Like, so where we go to Fistful, one of the bartenders there, he used to live in Chicago. So I was asking him, like, your favorite, like, restaurants or whatever. And so he gave me he wrote down a list, and it's like, he gave us like an Italian restaurant. He gave us a diner. He gave us 2 different hot dog stands. He's like one Chicago style and then one not Chicago style, I guess. But okay. I'm like, I wonder, like, if everybody from Chicago gave me a list of their favorite restaurants, if any of them would match up.
Yeah, you have a wide variety of stuff. I actually found, we went to Chicago years and years ago. We found like some type of breakfast place, and it was just like amazing breakfast food. And like her friend was there in Chicago, and she was like, "Where did y'all go to?" And she's like, didn't even know the place was even out there. And it was like it was near like the Arboretum, where the Arboretum was. I mean,
we're going to that. Yeah, we are going to that.
Yeah, there's like a breakfast place that was near there, and it was just like you freaking walked in like some Hansel and Gretel type thing from back then. Like it was just like, are you kidding me? Like I think they actually did have real maple there. It was just like everything was so delicious and great. It was just like you felt like you just walked in something that no one else knew about anywhere. It was really good.
So as of now, I think we're gonna go up on the 8th, which is a Sunday.
Yeah,
and then come back.
We'll stay Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll come back Thursday or Friday.
So we'll be over 4 days.
Yeah,
that's actually good. That's good travel days doing it that way.
But see, that's when I was looking for hotels.
Because we knew everybody out here was from Chicago, or a lot of people were from Chicago, JT and whatever. It's like we can all just maybe meet up one day and just hang out and do some brewing.
What's up, Trey? Good. Yeah.
Like here's my thing. Well, I was looking at hotels and stuff, and I'm like, the Magnificent Mile, and you're gonna have some views of. And then, like, when I was talking to the bartender, he's like, yeah, that is a safe place. But after 8 p.m., it's all businesses. They all close down. The city shuts down where you're at. Yeah. You know, I'm like, very good point. I never would have thought of that.
I'm like, okay, we don't want to stay there.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it all depends where you're at. Like, JT makes a good point. It's all what kind of food you want because, you get a wide variety. But we were there a couple months ago. I think you weren't here. I think I told Todd, like, we were standing there looking at going into a bar or whatever. Like, Chance the Rapper comes up next to us and just, like, hanging out there. So
he did not. You didn't do that.
Yeah, we were like standing there, like deciding if we want to go into this bar or whatever, and I just came walking up, and like I didn't talk to him like that or any of the guys, but it was just like, well, that's pretty. It's just Chicago. People were just out doing stuff.
You're right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It was actually more surprising. Like he had less security you expect someone to have, like maybe of a celebrity type status or whatever. But I can kind of see where he probably didn't want it to have maybe like that entourage type thing too, but you just never know with people nowadays, right? Yeah, he may have people around him that you didn't know were with him type thing as well. Yeah. But
you know that is right.
Chance the Rapper, I've heard of him.
Remember we saw him on the Jimmy Fallon thing, that singing show or whatever. what's that competition called that he had where he had like two people on each team or whatever. He was under and he always wears a hat.
The
Like,
Voice.
big. No.
I don't know, Todd.
The Jimmy Fallon where he has like the.
It's something sync. They lip sync and they do sync battles.
No.
He's like, no.
I think it is.
Should probably remember from the Kit Kat commercials.
Ariana Grande on there, Kelly Clarkson and Blake Shelton.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's not
JT says there's a number of small affordable motels in my neighborhood, far from the tourist path, but close to the breweries. You have a car, you might like those. I actually prefer like Airbnbs nowadays.
Well, I've been
Yeah.
doing lots of research.
That's my jam.
Yeah.
That's my jam. Oh, yeah, I was way off. But so like I've saved some like Airbnbs and some hotels, but I'm like, I've never been to Chicago. This will be my first.
Oh, it's your first time going.
Yeah, like,
Nice.
and the only other cities we've ever visited, like as a getaway, is Indy and Cincinnati. And so I'm like, I feel like it's going to be on a different level than those.
Was
things.
Todd, you been to Chicago?
I've been 5 or 6 times, but I've never really been. I mean, I've sort of been downtown, but I've never been on. I've always been with work, so I've never been on like for fun, to go explore or whatever. Like I've never been there just for fun or New York City for fun, but I've been to both for work.
Oh shit, our job, our work, we explore all time.
Yeah. Well, no,
Yeah.
I mean, I've been.
Yeah.
No, I've been there where I was able to go to different towns or whatever, but it's not. It's
Well, you
not
gotta-
the same as going for fun, you know what I mean? Where you can go to
Yeah.
breweries and whatever, hang out and do different things or whatever. But
Yeah.
I've been to Chicago, I don't know, 5 or 6, 7 times. I'm not sure.
I mean, a lot of people like the Navy Pier for stuff too and everything.
Well, see, I was looking at the Navy Pier.
Yeah,
but
we had
then
a fun time there.
This so far, I'm like, it's going to be because there was this really nice like hotel and that it was on Navy Pier and all the windows faced the water. And
Yeah.
on one website, I'm like, oh, that's not so bad. And then I was looking and it's like, it's so far away from everything else. And Todd's like, well, we're driving, aren't we? And I was like, yeah. And then I was like, oh, and they have a subway and stuff. I mean,
Well, they
I
had the
don't-
train. I mean, I Ubered around when I was there. Like when I went to go meet up with like
Every time I
JT
hear
and them and Dave, we met at Hot Butcher. I just Ubered out and it wasn't bad at all from downtown.
What
Oh,
time?
okay, yeah.
What time was it when you
Well,
did
Chicago is a
It's
bazillion.
got-
people.
I mean, I Ubered like at 7:30 at night or whatever to go out and came back around 11:30 or 12. So it would have been busy for them because they have people leaving bars and stuff.
Not
So.
Holland, where
it?
it's
Yeah,
nobody
I had
there.
a bad
So,
experience with Ubers when I was in Holland,
a couple weeks ago.
Michigan.
Yeah, but that's not all Ubers. Was it like just a bad driver you ran into?
No,
or
I
something?
couldn't get a
No,
driver.
you couldn't get one to show up.
Oh, you get them in Chicago. Well, your
That's what I
Holland,
said.
Holland, Michigan is totally different. That's like when I lived in Kentucky. Like, yeah, good luck if you get stuck
Yes,
somewhere
yeah.
when I was in Independence. They're coming out there to get you.
But I'm like, it's a
It's a
college.
big city. You probably get one in Chicago.
Chicago's totally, yeah. I mean, you got taxis and stuff there too. So you get all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Where
Yeah.
she's at, they wouldn't come. Was it Saturday night or Sunday morning?
Oh God, yeah. So, did I tell you this story already?
No.
So when we were when I went on my
since then,
girls
so.
trip in Michigan,
Yeah.
there was 4 of us. There was 2 girls that are my age that I've grown up with, basically, and then there's a 65-year-old woman that we are all good friends with that used to be our old neighbor. And so basically the whole trip, which I'm not judging because it's their vacation, my 2 friends that are my age were taking naps in the Cockroach Hotel. And
Oh, I heard about the hotel. Todd told me the hotel. That was like, yeah.
That's another story. Yes. Did I tell you about that? Okay.
Because you guys were supposed to get like an Airbnb, but then the one chick wanted to. It was like, yeah. You went to
So
Norman.
anyway,
Wait a minute, I got something for that. You wanted the Norman Bates special, right? You guys,
Yes.
stay,
I
you guys
mean,
wanted to stay there at that hotel.
Come with that.
no.
That was free of charge.
So the 2 that were my age, they were like
Comes with a special.
napping and stuff. And then my old neighbor, that's 65 years old, she's like,
Mhm.
let's go do, when I'm like, I want to do it. She's like, I want to go. I'm not going to stay here and sleep, And so me and Wheezy, my friend that's 65 years old, like.
You say Wheezy?
Wheezy. Well, her name's Wilma.
like the
but-
Jeffersons, like Wheezy.
Yeah, no. Yeah, her name's actually Wilma. We've
She-
called her
She
Wheezy.
does have
forever, but
Wheezy
she's-
Jefferson energy.
Yeah, she kind of does a little bit. Yes, she
Yes.
does.
Yeah, no, like
She's great. She's
so.
great.
If you've seen me on Facebook when I posted pictures, I posted them with Wheezy. Had
Okay.
that was Wheezy, my 65-year-old friend, and I didn't think she was that old
I
because
didn't either. I
like-
didn't know that either.
like
You would never know that.
the
'cause-
last day in, I'm like, how old are you again? She's like, well, I'm 65. And I'm like, are you shitting? I'm like, I have drug you around.
Because she'll drink and stay up until like there's nobody's business. Like she's the last one.
Yeah,
like whatever.
lovely.
Yeah,
like
she's
the
awesome.
best.
And she cooks
Oh,
so good. Like
yeah.
her food's amazing.
Oh, okay. So back to the original part. So me and the four of us, we were decided on the night before we were leaving, we're going to get an Uber. We're going to go into downtown Holland and we're going to drink, and then we'll get an Uber back. So we're there for maybe 2 hours downtown. My two friends that are my age didn't even get a drink, didn't even drink. And I'm thinking, why do we get an Uber if you're all not even going to drink? You know?
Right.
Like,
You could have drove. Yeah.
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 But I was like, you know what? I can't do anything about the past. And that's the decision that we've made. And this is where we're at. So I continued to have a good time, me and Wheezy. Then about 2 hours later, they're like, we want to go back to the motel.
Hotel.
Motel.
I
Holiday
realized,
Inn.
Motel.
Holiday Inn. Say what?
no, see, I'm so naive, or I'm so oblivious. I'm so oblivious. When our friend that booked it, we were in a group message and said, I took the executive decision to book this motel, right? Motel's the one that's not as nice. To book this
That's
motel.
doors on the outside to go in.
Yeah, I would have felt safer if there was doors on the outside. But anyway,
So it was the actual hotel then.
well, it just yeah.
Okay.
So
Ish.
and I was like, okay, whatever. I'm cool with whatever.
It was
And
a
then
travel lodge.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I wish.
That's been an upgrade.
No, but so anyway, we're down there. They leave 2 hours early. And I'm like, it's like 6 o'clock. I remember we probably were down there. Oh, because my plan for the day was like, hey, we need to get started early. Let's get down there. Let's drink. Let's have our fun and get back to the room and go to sleep and wake up because we got to leave in the morning. That was my plan. And they were all on board with it, you know. So we get down there at 4 something, 6 something. They're like, oh, we're going to leave. And I'm like, okay. So they get an Uber back. So 2 Ubers, no problem. So me and Wheezy stay down there. Well, I told him I'd be back at 8 o'clock. Well, I get a phone call at 9 or 10. Like, where are you at? Because they went back and were sleeping and they woke up when we weren't there. Where are you at?
We're having a good time on our vacation. What are you doing?
No, I mean, I'm like, we'll be there. We're going to get an Uber back. Don't worry. Go to sleep. We'll be
there,
fine.
yeah.
We'll be fine. So we continue to drink and have fun. And then it's like midnight, 12:30.
So just yeah.
And I get on the Uber, Lyft apps. I'm like, nowhere. There, couldn't get one. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm drunk. You're drunk. We're in an unknown place.
She called one and canceled one at least like
No, that was in the morning.
10 times. Oh, that was in the morning?
Yeah, I
That was
couldn't
where-
even-
Oh, okay.
So there's this hotel right there. And me and Wheezy had sat in the little courtyard and we were looking up there. And it was like, wonder how much those cost. And I looked it up and it was like $4.95 a night. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Well, so that night we were right there by that hotel. And I'm like, shit, what are we going to do? I'm like, we need someplace to sleep. So I go up to the, midnight staff. And they probably screwed me over. I thought I was like getting a
Screwing
deal.
them. Yeah.
But I was like, listen, because I already knew what the room price was. I was like, listen, we just need a bed to sleep in. It's midnight. I'm like, what's your cheapest room? And I don't think he even gave me a chance. I'm like, I can't pay over $300. Not paying over $300 for the night. So I got out of there because I think he knew I was high and drunk. Because I remember he like walked back. I'm like, can't pay. And Then he came back and he's like, I spoke to my manager. And I'm like, yeah, I'll bet your manager's here. It's
Yeah,
12:30
right. Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
Which makes me think I could have got a cheaper deal.
Probably if you'd have stayed at it, you could have. But
So the next part, you think, oh, problem solved. They've got a place to sleep. They're okay. Okay, so the next morning is Sunday. That's when we're going home.
wait, before you say this, I know what Rod's thinking. As soon as you say this, I know what he's going to think. So go ahead. Go ahead with what you're going to say the next morning.
Oh, okay. So the next morning, I'm like, so the next morning I get a phone call,
Mm-hmm.
and I lied to my friend. And I mean, it was like 7 a.m. But I had my alarm set. And I pushed snooze. And then I got a call from my friend that's in the Roach Motel. And she's like, where are you at? We're supposed to leave. And I'm like, oh, I'm waiting for our Uber. I'm still in the bed. I'm like, nope, waiting for our Uber. And I'm like, I didn't have an Uber, but I just told her that because I'm like, I don't want to listen to her.
Bitch and moan about.
But here's a mistake I made. It's like, Weezy, come on, Weezy, we gotta go. We gotta get an Uber. So sure I was gonna get an Uber. I left that beautiful room, and went down and sat on a bench. Me and Weezy hung over, slept in our clothes last night on the Holland bench with all these like snooty 70-year-old women with their gray hair and their running track suit.
Cut the story.
Judging us. So anyway, I'm like, so sure I'm going to get that. I'm like, Uber. And they're like, waiting. We sat there for, I swear, an hour and a half.
I was going to say, it was probably at least 2 hours.
An hour and a half, 2 hours, trying to get an Uber. And me and Weezy, and my phone was dead because I didn't have a charger. And so.
Why do you do Uber in a room?
That would have been the smart thing to do. But I was so confident that I would be able to get one fairly quickly that I'm like, I don't want to miss it. I want to be down there on the road waiting for them.
Well, because your phone has the app, so you just like, oh, here we are, you know.
Right.
It's a
But
lot easier.
I've never used Uber. I've never like actually done it on my phone. Oh my God. So anyway, I'm like looking on Wheezy's phone. I'm like, how far away is that place from this place? It's 2.2 miles. It's a 45-minute walk. So I'm like, I'm going to have to walk it, Wheezy. I'm going to have to walk back to the hotel. And then I'll have to come and pick you
Get
up.
in the car and then, you know.
Come pick you up. And she's like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. And I'm like, what else are we going to do? You know, so I go to take a screenshot on my phone. And then I'm like, okay, well, I didn't memorize the path to our hotel.
Oh.
Anyway. We just
Was there not like any
and I'm not even here in Sellersburg.
No.
Was there not like any taxis you could have
No,
called?
to the story where she has a cousin that lives there.
Yeah, so finally,
she called her
Weezy's.
cousin to come get her.
Yeah, Weezy's.
So your cousin was there the whole time and you didn't reach out to her?
Well,
see, I knew you was gonna say that. That's the same thing I was thinking. Why
I'm like,
went in the hotel when you could have called your
because
cousin?
it was
the night
like
before?
because she hadn't seen her cousin in like she's.
It would have came and got you guys.
But I know, but at midnight. But she was just afraid.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But
well, I can see. Well, if you ever talked to the
Honestly, the night
cousin, then
before,
if you ever
I
talked to a cousin like that, I can see where it would be.
Yeah, they're not like.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why like there's no taxis in the town.
No, swear to
No.
God. So in my fancy room, when I got in there, it has like a little balcony that looks onto downtown Holland. So I sat there and I'm like, I'm not going to go to bed. I'm going to enjoy this room. And I took a video, literally 1 o'clock in the morning. Like I was sitting there for 30 minutes.
now
Car went by.
this is literally like 1 block from New Holland Brewery.
Yeah.
Like right.
Yeah,
down
and
the
so you're thinking it's a college town.
Like right next door
It's,
to it. Basically.
you know, it's the move-in weekend, and I'm just like,
nobody in sight.
and it was Saturday night. To top it off, it was Saturday night.
But when we were up there last year, we were in the same place, and the same thing was like dead. We were going a couple breweries, and like there wasn't nobody around.
Well, I tell you, our hotel,
that didn't surprise me though. That didn't surprise me.
our motel parking lot. Me and Weezy came back one night at like 9 p.m. and we got out of there was like
a lot of shady
these
activity.
strange men just sitting in the car by themselves.
At the
And
Roach
then
Hotel.
What'd you say?
The Roach Motel? Roach Hotel? Yeah,
I mean,
well,
there
yeah.
were
It was.
roaches,
It sounded like
but
it sounded like it was a trucker hotel or something.
that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
she said.
Which might have been
That's
a
what
couple. Might have been some lot lizards around. Might have been trying to do some business out there.
Probably,
you know?
yeah, probably.
No, there were not. But I tell you what, that one night I was sitting on the window seat. Then I no,
You
that
say
Thursday
you didn't see one cheetah pattern with stilettos at all.
No,
Liar.
they don't have to put that effort in there.
Yeah, that wasn't necessary.
Yeah.
I'm gonna think there was probably some out there. Because of that, I'm gonna have to say
Oh,
Bullshit.
you can't tell me there were no lot lizards out there working.
if they were, they would be.
We're like
Curbside.
vampires. They're probably gone by the morning. Yeah. Curbside service?
Yeah.
Because it's a tiny little.
Literally, that would be a lot lizard thing. Curbside service.
Today's society, maybe, possibly.
I'm telling you, but
Curbside service still available.
But when I was looking down there, because there was a window seat, which I try to look at the like if I'm in a bad situation, I try to look for the bright spots. So it had a window seat. It had like
what had a window seat?
our motel, the bad one. I don't know if it's a hotel or a motel.
Motel.
Yeah. Anyway,
What the hell? What the hell was a hotel with a window seat?
well, that's
It's
what
like-
I'm
it's
saying.
It's like the bubble window in the van or something.
No, this is the bad one.
Oh, okay.
This is the bad one.
But you said a window seat. Like, what is that supposed to do?
But
Oh, so that ain't too bad then.
I
right?
mean, if you all would let me explain,
Oh,
I would
okay,
can
okay.
explain it. So,
Lucy, you got some explaining to do.
but are you going to allow me to?
Go ahead.
Of course.
No, so it's awful. The place smells. It looks like my grandma went in there and painted the walls, like on the trim. It's all, and I'm just like, oh my. And then the drains don't drain, and so I'm just like, oh my god, like there's got to be something good about this
You guys
place.
like stayed at a hooker spot.
No, I'm
No
yeah,
kidding.
we probably did,
This is prime real estate right here.
but I'm
Probably
just
a body in a mattress.
hey, I'm just trying to tell you how I flipped a negative into a positive.
Okay, I'm
Because we
listening.
went in there and I'm like, oh God. Like, and then there was like on the wall, there was these holes in the wall, and probably was somebody jerked something out. I'm like, Stephanie, there's bullet holes. There's bullet holes in the wall.
Oh, okay. Holes or hose? I
No,
wasn't sure.
holes.
Okay.
You said holes in the wall. You said
Bullet
holes in the wall.
holes.
Somebody probably jerked something out. I'm just saying.
No. Yeah, it's
Glory holes or bullet holes?
no. They were very high up.
This is an interesting story. More and more as Shannon tells it, I tell you.
Yeah, right. Gets more interesting by the minute.
No, because I mean, I don't want to offend her because I knew she did the best she could. Like she was just trying to get us a deal, and the pictures didn't look too bad. But I'm like, Stephanie, none of the pictures look bad. You have to look at the reviews. And so anyway, we get in there, and I'm sure she's already kind of like feels bad because we're walking up, and she's like, "Look at the landscaping," and I'm like thinking. I mean, I like it would be nice for landscaping, but I'm like, I know what that's going to lead to.
I don't think. Did I tell you what the price savings was per person from an Airbnb to this
No, you didn't.
hotel? Okay,
It was like $20 a person.
and it was 4 of them, so it was $20 per person. Needless to say, there was no like kitchenette or nothing, so they had to go. If we wanted breakfast or
There was no
wanted
hot
something to
plate.
eat, like-
No hot plate in there either.
No,
There
no
was,
hot
there was a microwave.
I mean, it might have been, yeah, microwave.
There was a microwave
Get
and a
some
little
popcorn.
fridge.
Just some popcorn. Pour some maple syrup on it.
And we ordered DoorDash one night, and probably what we spent on DoorDash would have paid for
Covered
a
yeah.
night's.
Yeah,
Airbnb.
I'm sure. I'm sure a DoorDash driver was probably like, "Where am I at? I might get robbed out
I'm
here.
like, oh my God.
Y'all need to
Roll
come
up,
to the
kids,
car.
roll
Come
up.
to the car."
Yeah, it was.
Roll them up, kids. Roll them up. He's like, I ain't getting out of this. No, what?
Well, this
It
is
was
definitely
like-
not like this. Like Stephanie didn't get her groove back here. I'm sure it wasn't like Stella.
No,
They told me not to come here, but yeah, here I am.
no, and I actually tried to even I was like, "Can you cancel?" Because I looked at the I'm like, I already had questions about it, but then I'm like, she did.
I feel like it's just this hotel. Just to me, is just like I feel like you're walking in. And it's like, oh, that's pretty cool artwork on the ground. They made it in the shape of a body with the tape.
Yes. Yes.
Like, oh, there's two of them. They did twice. Okay.
No, but
Right.
but
And the ceiling looks kind of like, oh, this is real. Wait a
It's
minute.
like a little bit of a splatter design up there.
Super-
Wow.
It's really good artwork. This is fancy.
no, but that night when we got stuck downtown, I had when I was talking to Stephanie on the phone, I was like, we had to get a hotel room. She's like, how much did that cost? I was like, $300, and she was like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. And I thought at first she was like, you wouldn't do something. And then a little jealous. The last one was like, you're getting to sleep in a nice place.
Because she was jealous about it. I was like, well, give me some of the money then.
No, I'd be like, hey, you should have stayed. And then if you would have stayed with us the whole night, we wouldn't have been able to find an Uber, and you'd be right here with us.
You're right. Yeah.
This is this is kind of a nice little adventure. That's pretty funny. I wish you did a video. That'd be a great little YouTube video. That's
I've seen
Oh.
videos of it.
Shannon's
know,
adventures.
That's what I told him. I was like, I wish we had like a crew around us, because we were doing Michigan things.
That would've
when
been-
we were in Michigan.
That'd be good, like a 3-part
Yeah.
series.
Yeah, you'd have needed some Michigan edibles for what you guys were going through.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like me and Weezy just sat on the beach for hours, just
Edibles gore.
staring out. But I was telling her, I was like, I wish we had like a camera crew that was like invisible, that was taping off, because I want to remember this. I do have a few videos, but I'm not really good at when I'm on vacation. Like I want to be there, not be there through my phone. So
Yeah.
no, it was awesome. And that day, so the day before, I woke up before everybody else. It was like 7 a.m. and I was like, there's sleep. I'm gonna sneak out, get a coffee, drive to the beach, watch the sunrise.
Well, you know where you missed your opportunity at when you needed an extra room for the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
You should have told the guy Jesus sent you there because you are ordained. You could have showed him your card. It could have been like,
There you go.
maybe he wouldn't. He thought twice about trying to screw you over there.
Jesus sent me here and I need a place to stay.
And he'd be like, this bitch is crazy.
Like, sorry
And I'm either gonna-
about your life. Well,
Or
damn,
I'm
you're
either-
going to hell.
I'm either gonna get what you want because I'm scared of you, or I'm gonna call the cops.
You're right.
Yeah. Aubrey says my work trips usually include only hitting all the nearby bars. Yeah, our trips always had the bars at night. It's funny, when I went to Cincinnati, we went out and we would go out, we would do our stuff for the day. And we go at nighttime and we're drinking and we're doing different stuff at the hotel or the local bars, that kind of stuff there in Covington and Newport. And we're like, how you feeling? I'm like, I'm good. Like, how you feel? Like, people were like, dude, I went to the #1 party school in the nation. I got this shit down a lot. I'm good to go. I'll be speaking in a couple hours. I'm good to go.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You guys need to up your game.
Yeah.
Amateurs.
Uber's a godsend for drinking like myself. Yeah, Uber's a
When they
great
show
thing.
up.
If they show up, yeah.
Yeah, I got those. Yeah, the areas. Yeah. Oh no, ref ball intervenes. That's toward the
I'm from
game.
Sellersburg, and so I'm thinking Holland's like a little bit more more.
Maybe, I guess
To
not.
call it, you know
no,
what?
I know, but
You know what? It's Holland College. It's a Christian college.
there you go. Oh, it
There you
is.
go.
It's a real God.
There you go. See, now you know.
Look, you say that, but Jesus turned water into wine, so they can still be getting their groove on.
Well, it was move-in weekend, and so their parents were probably close by. Because I got stuck in all that crap on it. The morning I went to go get my coffee by myself. I was Hope College. I'm right down in all of Hope College, moving in, and I'm like, I'm gonna be here forever.
I'm sure the parents were looking for bars.
Where are you going? We'll follow you. You look like you know.
Room with the juicy carpets. Usually bottom dollar the same. The shag rugs.
Oh no, And that was the thing. I never even got to
Oh, you didn't
finish.
talk about the bed spreads.
I didn't even finish my story about the window seat.
Oh, the window seat.
No, yeah. What is the window seat? Like,
So it's
I
like,
know, right?
so there's like a window, like if the wall, the window sill comes halfway up, and there's like a built-in bench.
See, I
like,
was in a
into
fancy
the wall
room then.
next to the window, and like it was like a patio furniture pad on it, basically. But I'm like, okay.
What was the
you know
view
what
though?
you should have done?
The view was the parking lot.
You should have sat there and son,
I
come to
did.
my window. You should have said, come to my window. And then, it would have been a great
No,
little
thank God I was
video.
on the second floor. God. No, I was on the third floor. I was in the penthouse. Yeah.
Window.
No, but literally, I was like, you know what? This is awful. This is so awful. Like, I don't know if I can sleep here. But then I'm like, Shannon.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I'm
So the
like,
other
Shannon,
night,
don't.
you probably had
I
some
felt-
pretty good thread count on the sheets for the bed.
Oh,
At
so
least 150.
I mean, no. So Stephanie, so we had to pick because there's four of us, or there's four
Well,
of
no,
us.
at the good hotel. The other one, I don't even know if they gave you sheets.
Yeah, no, the bad. I'm talking about the bad one.
Yeah.
The bad one is the one that had the window seat that
Yeah.
looked out on the parking lot with all the redneck and child molester actions.
Well, you know what that was? That wasn't really like to be a window. That was more designed to be like the who's
And
on
what
watch.
was it?
It's like the who's on watch seat. That's like kind of
Right,
the stand
yeah.
there. I'll take the first watch.
Yeah, exactly. But I told them, I'm like,
No, I'll take the bed farthest from the door.
Yeah.
but I have to like talk myself into be like my mind, like, yeah, this sucks. This is awful. I'm gonna get bed bugs or whatever. But then I'm like, you know what, Shannon? You just need to find a positive in this room.
Was there a window in the bathroom?
No.
Okay. Because there was a window in the bathroom. That's like definitely one of the lower hotels where in case people got to sneak out. or
Yeah,
something.
well.
So yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah.
so I was like,
That is true. That is true.
the other
I never even thought about that.
my roommates were in bed, and I was like, we were all in bed, and I was like, you know what? I always wanted a window seat growing up. And there is a window seat here. And I'm like,
I guess it's not so bad after all.
I'm
bad.
like, you gotta sometimes be like, you can think about all the bad things, but there might be something good here, and you can latch on that instead of latching onto the bad shit.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
And it was.
Yes. I think you're right, Aubrey. I may have to get a Brita filter. The Brita filter might be the new drinking appliance that you didn't know you wanted, but that's one that you needed.
Well,
It's magical.
it is, but I only had that one drink out of it, and I kind of feel
Well,
like,
we got more. Let's get another one in.
but
Stay tuned.
but I feel like
Listen.
that was Todd's, like, this is the best.
But you got other ones to try. He tried the other ones.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't. That one mellowed out a bunch too, but you wouldn't drink that anyway. But
Todd even tried a beer last week or 2
I
weeks
want.
ago
I
he
want to
did
do
it. Yeah.
vodka just say because I think that would probably be like.
But vodka usually has no taste, really.
No, I know. That's
No,
what I mean. Like
it
that would
tastes
be
like alcohol, though. It tastes. You can't just swallow it like water.
not compared to
It
a lot
still
of the other
burns.
ones. Well, not compared to a lot. Of
You don't have any tequila or anything, though.
No, but I'm gonna get some.
Yeah.
For the
See, I'm
next
gonna have to get a Brita filter so I can do some tests.
tequila and Jaegers on the list.
And then the little whipping thing, the frother.
The frother, because the frother, she said on the video, did it too. Yeah.
You put the frother in like the shots, and
We could try that, too.
Last two 16-ounce Bud Lights, pour them out and drink them. Drink them. Don't have to. We're not about killing the beers, so drink the beer, drink them.
Oh, it's like fireworks.
Say this Bud Lights for a guest you don't like very much. That's not nice.
Yeah, drink 'em.
JP.
Drink 'em.
Aubrey likes Bud Light, so drink the Bud Light. If you like, drink what you like. Always follow.
Exactly.
Always follow your palate, not somebody else's.
Yeah, I do.
Coast game. No, I need another. I guess it's pretty tight. Are the Chiefs up or the Lions? Is it still playing?
17-14 with 12 minutes to go.
We go get
Oh,
one.
okay. Yeah, they made it seem like it was a close game there.
I don't know.
I'm still drinking beer. I'm still drinking a whiskey sour. So, will I fill it in the morning? Probably not. I don't know. We'll see. Stay tuned.
That's
Usually I'm
tomorrow.
good to go. That's tomorrow's problem.
That's a tomorrow problem, not a today problem.
I tell people, you know how much y'all pissed me off last night? I had to drink so much to come in and deal with you guys today.
Yeah. I had to drink so much. I would feel so bad that wouldn't even be my problem, you guys.
Did you see the story? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Feel.
Right. Did you see the story about the teacher that got fired? Like she was drinking?
But I'm like,
she was drinking before class. He was like,
it must be a bad class. Like,
if there's a job, I can understand where somebody may drink. Teacher might be one of them. Just trying to deal with some of the kids you deal with nowadays.
No, I don't even think it's the kids; it's the parents.
What grade did she teach?
That too. I think it was like.
Did it say
a lower grade? I think it was like second, third, something like that.
Like,
yeah, elementary. Yeah.
I saw a little bit of that on my TikTok.
And she had just done like a photo shoot, like with the other teachers for a picture, and like I don't know if she was drinking vodka or what. Like nobody could pick it up on her breath. I guess she had mints and stuff, but yeah. And then she tried to deny it, and then she finally came clean and off. Like there's on the video of her like trying to deny it, and then finally.
Way to go for sure if you could drink it straight. But
God.
Yeah, it's like they talk about the shortage of bus drivers for. I'm like, have you seen what some of these bus drivers go through? Who wants that job? Yeah.
I mean, her dad drives a bus.
My dad drives the bus.
He's retired, drives the bus part time just to do something and insurance.
When he first started to do it after he retired,
yeah,
he first went over to Louisville at Jefferson County Schools, and they put him in like the worst part of town route or whatever, and he's like, I can't drive this bus. I'm like, try to like, and then the way they talk to me, the student, and then the way the parents are, he's like, I don't need it this much. And so now he works for Clark County, which is pretty, but it's a really white, probably mostly white, but it's also conservative mostly, and and that's not my dad, but it's just like, you know, they're just trying to save you, or they're trying to
small towns.
Yeah.
So he drives a short bus, and he loves it enough. Like he's passes out candy for Halloween.
Which my dad.
I mean,
dad would be like, no.
Technically, can we still call it the short bus, or is that like politically incorrect?
No, it's actually a short bus. It is a short.
I didn't mean nothing by it.
Maybe a size challenge. I don't know what the words are now.
Yeah.
It's a smaller bus than normal, so therefore you got a long bus and a short bus. I don't know what he's saying.
No,
I'm not sure.
You know, I just thought about this though. Listen.
You saying 6 inches? Okay.
Wait, what bus do you ride? Little kids like I ride the short bus. No, we don't say that anymore. I ride the size challenge bus.
That sounds worse.
I ride the one that's like what is big as yours. That's what she said.
I ride the stubby bus.
That's what she said too.
Really cute. The stubby bus.
Here comes the stubby.
I love it.
Oh,
that is adorable.
All aboard. I see your dad with like with that.
And you
hat
got that like
conductor's hat
on the top of it.
All aboard the stubby bus.
It's small, but it's mighty.
Yes. I just had an idea for a company.
Stub magic bus.
It's not much in length. It's good in girth.
Something about the size of the engine is how much you're using it.
Oh, here we go.
All aboard.
Oh yeah. Woo woo! Right.
Did you use every single metaphor you had?
No, probably not. I could probably keep going on, but
I was gonna say.
Aubrey said most vodka is already triple filtered, but I guess you put it to the Brita, it comes out water. Always think Jim with a mark kid can't tell if he cut it. That's from a movie. I don't know which movie it's from though, JT. I really don't like Bud Light, Rod. Never have, but they're getting really cheap. Well, yeah, they're pretty much giving it away. They're like, just try us, please. You know, they're pretty much giving it to you. Yeah, I'm not a huge Bud Light. Super drunk teacher is my hero. I think they should have to drink during the day.
Right.
Maybe a little blow. At least that would explain the budgets. Cheers. I feel like if I was like a bus driver, like you'd say your dad, I'm like, I'd be like in the interview process, like, can I use my belt? They'd be like, what do you mean by that? Like, kid gets out of line, can I use my belt? Because I see how you guys get bus drivers treated.
See, that's the thing with my dad. My dad growing up was always like, he was a yeller, and he was, you know, not so much towards me, but towards my brother and my mom. He was always yelling, and you know, he was kind of like, you gotta like you gotta be strong, you gotta like a boomer, like exactly what a boomer would be. So when he retired and he became a school bus driver, I'm like, you're going to be on the news, buddy. Like, you're going to be like doing something. You're going to be yelling at him or kicking him off the bus with your foot, or I'm like, but I was wrong. I was wrong. I mean, like, when I was growing up, my dad was never even at the front door on Halloween to give a piece of candy out to anybody.
Yeah.
Thought he'd be like the bus driver on South Park.
Yes, me too.
Get in, sit down, shut up.
Yes. Yes. But he's giving them candy and Halloween, and he's like,
well, you know what that is? That's a shining effect. You broke him down.
no.
Possibly.
He's just you men get softer as you get older.
I mean, that might be true too.
It's like when parents become grandparents. It's like, and you'll do this with Kylie. It's like,
I hope so.
It's like you'll be babying the kids, and she'll be like, I never got that shit when I was the kid. Like now you're giving my grandkid everything, you know. So
yeah. Well, you take them home. We ain't got to put up with it.
Yeah.
Now, so.
Yeah. No.
But they're not yours. That comes into play. You're right, Todd. Like
You're
those
right,
kids with a bus, he's not taking them home. So he's
That's
like,
what her mom used to do to our daughter all the time.
Oh my God, we give.
She'd come home on Sundays and be like, she'd keep her all weekend, and she'd come home and be like bloodshot, like screaming, and like,
we're gonna get you all wired. We get you all wired up with sugar and return you.
So what happened was when I had Kylie, 6 months late, like when Kylie was 6 months, mom got sick with leukemia. But like before that, she won't like want her, and I would eventually give her over to her and let her spend like maybe an overnight or whatever. Well, mom got sick, and then she got better, and then it was like she wanted Kylie every single weekend, and I'm like, Mom, you know, that's my child too, and I'd like to spend some time with her. Weekends with her. But then mom got sick, and I was always like, ugh, she could get sick again. Yeah. She could get sick again. And she didn't get sick until like 5 years later. But that whole time she was like, I want Kylie. She'd take her out there, and they live like kind of out like kind of in the country, like in nature with lots of allergens in there.
I mean, it really is.
Yeah,
for the most part.
and
I mean,
she wouldn't make her take a
right
nap.
there, so
she wouldn't make her take a nap. She didn't have no rules for her, whatever. And then she'd go out there and play. She returned her to us on Sunday, like 2-3 years old. She was a demon.
Bloodshot eyes. You could tell she slept for like 2 hours.
Like I just remember we'd be like, do this, like, come on, like
crying.
And then she'd go to the front door, and she'd just sit there and like, I'm like, oh my God.
No. It's
like,
the grandparent effect.
And the next one comes like, okay, you can have her.
Yeah. And I'm glad I did.
No, yes, yeah.
Yeah, JT, given the pay and benefits, I can't blame for drinking. I just say from just dealing with some of the kids I deal with, and some of the parents, as mentioned, it's like, it's like when I coach, like coaching sports isn't, I would say it's not like it's easy for everyone, but it's not difficult. It's more dealing with the parents. That's the harder part of it.
Yes.
Like all the parents like think they're still like, dude, you missed your chance. This is your kid. Like you're not the athlete anymore. You know, like they're trying to do something like, are you the coach or am I the coach? Because like, you know, I had a kid cry when I coached basketball. One time I had a kid cry on me. Like during the game, and he came over, I was like, what are you crying for? And he's like, I'm confused because you're telling me to do this and I'm doing it. And I get down to the court and my dad is telling me to do something else. It's confusing me.
Yeah.
So guess what? Coach Rod J had to walk over to the dad and tell him, when your kid's out here, I'm his daddy. And you need to like chill and not do stuff you're doing because you're confusing your kid.
Really short white guy?
Oh yeah. I don't know if he was short, but he's like, okay, I'll back off. Like,
yeah, because I'm
when your kid's with me, I'm the dad. So you don't need to be saying anything else because you got him confused and crying out there and he can't concentrate.
Yeah.
And you got to put parents in their place at times.
I had that happen to me before too. So
yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not going to
It's like-
happen.
Yeah, and it's just like, there was a video I shared like on Facebook or whatever. I forgot who it was. It was one of the athletes, and they were telling them like their kid was playing sports. And he was like, "Don't come to me." He's like, "I'm not your coach. Go to your coach." And the athlete was just like, I'm here as your dad.
Right. And that's
You talk to your coach. If your coach is telling you to do something, you do it. I'm not here to coach you. I mean,
yes.
and that's just like how more parents need to be, because when you're an athlete, you understand that. You listen to what the coach
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And so, but I had that. Then one time when I was coaching, we coached basketball, and we had like one of the teams that were kind of like the hodgepodge, because we were like the last team to do something. And so it was like 5 boys and 3 girls, or whatever. And we were playing to get into the playoff. Well, one of the girls on our team was one of the taller girls. So she was playing with us, and she was always like the center and stuff like that and everything. And we were playing the game, and she ended up fouling out. Right. And so she was just like, cheering up and all kinds of, she knew what she, and so, it was weird, because it was like, I expected when she started crying that she was gonna go over to her parents. She came over to me.
Crying because of her parents.
No, she was crying because she found out, but instead of going to her parents, she came to me and just put her head right in my chest.
Oh.
Like feeling bad about letting the team down. And that's when you realize as a coach, it's just a game, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I explained to her, it was just, this is what we go through. This is part of the challenge and all kind of stuff. And it was a big game, because we would have actually, if we would have won that game, we would have been into the playoffs against the other team. But at that point, none of it mattered anymore. She was, and these kids were like 8 to 10 years old when we were coaching them. And it was just like, she had taken so much in that she just felt like she let her team down. And at that point is when you realize, and like, there's so much stress that get applied to kids by parents, or by, like, we had one coach, he was yelling at his team like every game, and like the team never won. They never won a game, and he's yelling and he's bitching at him for not doing it. And it's like 8 to 10 year olds, and I'm like, dude, you're lucky your team even shows up anymore. Because obviously you're not a good coach,
right?
And it's just like, those are the kind of things that actually make you respect the game, respect the coaching, and realize what you're actually building with these kids and stuff that are out there and stuff. So coach is a great environment. I did football, I did basketball.
Oh yeah.
She's actually told me to get back more into coaching again if I could. I just don't have really the time to really do it. But it's great to have those experiences and stuff. It's like when I was in Cincinnati and I was a football coach, we used to coach like on the West End, and I know Todd, I don't know if Shannon, you're familiar, but the West End, like, because Todd runs Cincinnati, things are the rougher part of Cincinnati. So I used to coach over there, right? So that's when I used to drive like the Dodge Charger and stuff when I had it. And I would come into practice and the kids would be like, "Oh, is that your car?" Like, like, yeah. They're like, "How do you get that car?" And it was like, you go to work, you make money, you do this, you do that, and everything. And like, but you don't sell drugs, because these kids were used to seeing drug dealers have those kind of cars. And it's just, when you see the light bulb that would open up in some of their heads, like how they could have other passion out, and then they would come to school, and like the school where that was at, like they wouldn't call parents if the kids were doing bad. They would call coaches from our football team, and the coaches would show, because to them, being on the football team meant more than anything. So if a coach showed up, you knew you were in trouble for something, right? Yeah. So people lose perspective over time. Is all I'm saying. And it's just like these things bring perspective back and realize what you're actually doing.
I coached baseball several years, and it was awesome. Like, it was great, because they looked up to you at some point, especially if you were. And I feel like I was a good coach or whatever. Like, I wasn't one to badger and yell or yell at them or whatever. I mean, there were times, but for the most part, like, and I still have even guys I see now that sometimes, if I see them out sometimes, like, I remember when you whatever, like, would always like compliment me on things or whatever. Like, I remember that day when, so it kind of makes you feel good, because it's like, okay, so you made an impact of a person's life at a young age of growing into something else. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, it's funny. I mentioned the coach, I was yelling at the team, whatever. So one of the games, the coach was like yelling at the other team and so on. And I asked one of my players, because we were playing the next game, we were watching, and it's like, did I ever like coach you guys like that or whatever? And he was 10 years old. He's like, "No, you're really good. You don't really do anything like that or anything." But my buddy Chris that coached with us as well, he's like, "But Coach Chris, he works the refs."
You can have good cop, bad cop.
Yeah. But the thing is, you have those conversations with kids, and you realize how much kids soak all of this in.
They too.
and how it affects them when they kind of see all that kind of stuff out there too. So,
Like
but yeah,
sponges. Like
coaching is a fun thing to do for sure.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look for the fun, if you look for the not fun, you'll find that too.
Well, you got to remember, you got to be grounded in it. And there's moments that come along, like I mentioned and Todd mentioned, where you feel grounded into what you're doing. You understand what you're actually out there doing. But like I said, parents are the worst part. That's who you got to deal with.
Like you said, the parents are like the worst.
Well, that's like people I take care of. Usually, the families are the worst part. It's not them.
Yeah.
It's like all you guys can't be Al Bundys out here talking about your 4 touchdowns at Polk High. It
like
don't matter anymore. It don't matter anymore.
Right. Like I said, it's like, okay, so if your kid wants to listen to you, he's not going to play. So then you're going to bitch at me because he's not playing, or he can listen to me and he'll probably play and be good.
Yeah. Well, I think I told
like, which way do you want? Do you want him to follow you and not play, or do you want him to follow what I'm saying and play?
So, I think I told you that one time when I coached football, we were in the Super Bowl. We had like 6 minutes left or whatever. We were up like 2 touchdowns, and it was a constant running clock. And we wanted to get all the kids in the game, and we went to start getting kids off the bench that hadn't played. And one of the parents were like, Coach, this is kind of too early to get kids in the game, you know. And I'm like, we want everybody to play and get the thing. You know, have fun and kind of be a part of the celebration. He's like, yeah, but it's still like almost 5-6 minutes. And like, dude, your kid is one of the kids that hadn't played.
Yeah, you're right.
You don't want to see him play in a game. He's like, yeah, but it's kind of early. Like,
you just want to win.
It's like, go sit down. It's not your championship. So
you're right.
Yeah.
This is why you're not the coach.
But it's just funny how parents, they lose themselves in some stuff. And it's like, dude, like, go back and sit down over there, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
It's totally like 2 different games you got to play. You got to play the parents. You got to play your team. Like, you got to kind of juggle both. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. Yeah, sometimes it gets lost on some of the kids because it's just like I think if you're not paying attention, you don't realize the pressure some of these kids come under when they're feeling it from their coaches or their parents and that kind of. So you have to really be out there to guide as well and be like, okay, we need to take a step back. We need to find out what's going on here, type thing.
And the good majority of times, like the parents care more than the kid does. Like they don't care about that. It's like the parents want them to be.
Some parents force their kids into some stuff. They don't want to be out there doing that. They don't want to be out there. They don't put them out there. You know, It's like they'd rather be doing something. There's other things they can like in a lot of spots, like kids that especially like inner cities, they look at sports as being their way out. But you have more success if you're going to be a lawyer or a police officer or some other type of profession and trying to be to the NFL or the MLB and right. So it's like you got to be able to share those type of things too. So when you develop, like we develop kids, not just for the sport, we would develop kids also for other aspirations, telling them why the importance of school. And if they like science, we kind of encourage them in science or encourage them in math or find out what other things, because everybody's not going to make it to the top league or whatever like that. So. And then we had to tell some kids that we're like, you see kids that have the talent, you got to bring them back some so they don't get too far. It's like we had one kid play football.
Yeah.
He would hit people and lay them, and he'd watch them on Sunday on NFL or watch them on Saturday on college, right? Like he knew when it was a good hit, and he would stand over him, like looking down on him, like, no, you can't do that. Like we'd have to bring him back in. But then the coaches be like, damn, that was a good hit.
You're right. Like, ooh, okay.
That kid's going to be a player later on. But we can't let the kids know that.
You all coaching or whatever, I feel like you have to be a different coach to this one than to that one.
Oh, yeah. You have to find out. Each one is different.
This one might need to be brought down a notch.
Yeah.
And this one might need to be built up a little bit. And
for sure.
But then this one will be like, oh my God, why are you the teacher's pet? Why he's so hard on me, but he's so
a good coach always find out what motivates each person, right? So I have some players they would get right after, and I had some that was like I had to literally almost get them a point of being pissed off that would release them as a beast as on the field or whatever. Yeah, they would get so pissed off at it. So that's all part of it. But
that's what I'm looking for. Why don't you do that all the time? Why does it take me to
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta do that.
And the kids need to hear that too, to be encouraged to go a certain way as well. So when you're able to do that and reinforce it, it helps them later on to build those strengths up as also. So,
No, that's true.
feel bad for teachers. Tell my daughter daily how much they have to put up with. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. That's why I say teachers. Two professions, and Shannon, of course, I've said this before. Teachers and nurses are two of the most, how do I want to say it, like underappreciated professions I feel that are like out there. I'm like, you can go to a doctor, but like, let's face it, the nurse is doing a lot of this shit, right? You can go to like teachers, a lot of the teachers for what they have to go through and deal with to actually.
They want to be there. If they're there,
Yeah.
they're there.
See,
Yeah.
that's what I went to school initially for, to be a teacher, because I
Yeah.
wanted to coach, coach in future. And it was like, but my guidance counselor was like, yeah, you don't want to do that because there's so many people going to be teachers at the moment. Like, you will have a hard time getting a job. I'm like, okay, so I'll do something else.
Yeah.
Dumbest thing you could ever tell a kid. Like, that was dumb. Like, she
Well,
should have been fired.
The thing is, like, you can. I feel like if you ask people that have had success in their life, all of them can kind of point back to at some point a teacher that kind of instills something in. Like, I can go back to everything I do now in sales and marketing type stuff. If you ask me, like, what was the one that got you to really kind of do that? Was there, like, I can go back to Mrs. Schultz, who was my creative writing English lit event AP college teacher back in high school. And it was kind of like she noticed the talent that I had for being able to do advertising or market. And it was kind of pointing me in that kind of direction.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Or I can remember like Mrs. Mel, who did like geometry and calculus and stuff. And we had math. It was kind of like certain teachers that stand out, the good teachers, you remember, and it's like they've hit on something, and that's what a good teacher will actually do. And I feel bad for those that don't get the.
Yeah, they believe in you, and then you believe in yourself.
Right. And I feel bad when people don't get those good teachers that are just kind of just trying to pass them through or pass them for standardized tests because they're missing opportunities to open up kids to other ways that can make them a stronger person of themselves.
Mine was, I was in high school, and like all I did was like, I'll do what I got to do, and then that's it. But then I remember my geography, I was a freshman or a sophomore. I kind of feel like I was a sophomore. Mm-hmm. And she taught geography, and it's just like, she just gave me just this little bit of like attention to be like, I see you, like you're smart. Yeah. And then that's all I needed was just that little, like, somebody believes in me.
Pat on the butt or whatever. Like,
yeah. I'm like, and then after I did that, I'm like, yeah, I can do this. And I started to try, and that's just like, it's like, there's so many kids that aren't trying. They just need a little bit of encouragement. They don't feel so bad about themselves that they don't think they could ever need somebody. Somebody important in their eyes. Yeah. Somebody.
And there's so many teachers. I'd say it's not so many, but there's definitely a good amount of teachers out there that don't do that now because they're kind of fed up with some of the stuff they're kind of doing. Some of them are just passing people through, which is sad.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have a thought about the teachers and the nurses. Like, this is why I feel we're the same, or we're like, relatable.
Same playing field.
It's because teachers used to be able to teach their children, their class, and be creative and didn't have so many
and do what they need to do to reach the kids. Yeah.
Outside influences. Yeah. And I feel like as a teacher, these children aren't black and their learning styles aren't black and white. And if you are just taking both sides of the aspects of these kids and then averaging it out and telling me to give the same exact thing to all these kids, then that's not teaching.
Right.
But I know they mean well.
It becomes standardized at that point. That's the problem with the standardized testing and stuff. It becomes so standardized on things.
Yeah. But that's like with nursing. It's like now it's all about, you got to chart everything, and you got to make sure if something happens and they take it to court, you got to make sure your charting is on point. And, they took what nurses want to do, take care of their patients. They don't want to spend 75% of their shift doing
Kind of
paperwork.
took it away.
Right. They took it away. Yeah.
Patients. But, you know.
Well, it's like with the teaching, it's the teachers are being forced almost into teaching kids how to pass a test.
Oh, that's, yes.
But
Memorization.
but not teaching them how to be critical thinkers. And that's the problem, because you got everybody being, and that's been brought up by a lot of things. And so it's always funny when you see things where America criticizes other countries, and it's just like,
oh God,
people point the finger back, like, what are you guys teaching over there? I watched a video the other day, and it was a guy was talking about how the education system was here, and it's all just for the standardized type thing, but at the same point, we're dropping numbers lower and lower in all these different areas and stuff. It's like, because we're teaching them to pass tests. We're not teaching them to actually be thinkers,
right?
Be creative, and that's an issue, and that's something that'll catch up with us at some point. And it's just like, you have to be able to be able to let teachers, teach, and not everyone's going to learn the same way.
To what the
child
needs. Yes.
Right. I mean, it's totally different now than when we went to school and stuff, I think. So it's not an easy task for them. As I said, they should be appreciated for the stuff they're doing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're the optimistic ones that are like, still believe. And I'm not. It could happen if enough of them keep doing it, and they, buck against the system and be like, these are children. They're not all the same. We need to approach them differently. Each one, and allow me to do that by not telling me what I have to do every single minute of this day.
Right.
Yeah. And Aubrey, you're a great man, my friend. So I know the two teachers, your parents came through well for you, buddy. So yeah, it's like the whole thing with like library. Like, that's all thing in Houston where they closed the library down there. They took it over, and now they made it like a detention type center type. Like the whole thing about like limiting
censorship.
Well, it is kind of censorship. They're in places around the country where they're like basically limiting libraries, all kinds of stuff. Like, you're limiting what the aspect of people to learn. Like, to go to the library, like I used to love to read as a kid, go in and get a book and do stuff. Now you're limiting what can actually be read in different things. And for me to think like something like To Kill a Mockingbird or 1984 or Animal Farm or some of these other great literature like are being banned in school systems is just crazy. Just to think how you're pointing, because I mean, it's all part of a perspective on the history of in America. So it's kind of like these are all literature greats that have been done, right?
Yeah.
So now you have people trying to pull stuff out that pretty much, the whole changing of like things like with Tom Sawyer and stuff like that, and it's just these were things that were done at that time.
They happened,
and where you might be offended on some stuff at the same point.
Sometimes when you're
that was part of what it was, and you can't lose that whole aspect of it, because that was like, if you can't go back and like there's a thing I saw where it's like, take $10 million today or go back and fix all your mistakes. I was like, I would rather take $10 million today.
Yeah, I don't want to.
All those mistakes I made has made me the person I am today.
Exactly.
And I've learned from a lot of those to become whatever I am, whether good or whether bad. Like, those all mattered at some point. And so it's like this whole thing about that's taking place on the landscape to kind of remove these things is just crazy to me. It's just like you can't, like, that doesn't make us better. That makes us worse. And that makes more of an opportunity of things happening again. Now were things that happened in the past that we don't want to happen.
Know what's happened in the past. We can't do better in the future.
Right. And so it's just like, when I see stuff like that, it's just like, we're not literally book burning, but virtually we are book burning in some parts of the country. And it's just like, it's stupid to me. It's just like, that's the whole thing. You should have that freedom of expression. I mean, you don't got to like it. You don't got to like everything, but you should respect for people to be able to read everything they want to read and do. So
that you have a choice to read it or not, and then but you should still have that choice.
You should have that choice.
And it is like what makes us special is we all have our own souls and we're all different. And then like you may read something horrible. Not you, but somebody might read something horrible, and that might inspire them to be more horrible.
Yeah.
Or somebody might read that that's already horrible and be like, oh my God, I need to do better.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then,
you might become enlightened by it. So
yeah,
it's
right.
all
Or there might-
perspectives.
or there might be somebody that reads it that's never even identified with any of that.
But see, here's the
They-
thing: you have people read it from different ways, and that can create discussion that makes it a better world. Like, why did you feel that way about this
Yeah.
versus how I felt about it? And you can open up various scenarios
They just
where
wanna
people
control
have
us.
their own perceptions on things or things they went through, and you're like, I never knew that. I never knew that might be a situation, or I never had that
Right.
idea about it because I'm in a different body or person or view that I have that you don't have, and that
Right. And but I'm
makes me think of
thankful-
how it may affect other groups.
But
Yeah.
I'm thankful that when people are open enough to share their opinion, even if they know or think your opinion is different than theirs.
Yeah.
But also kind of like sometimes I'm like, I feel like I can share my opinion with them and it might be different. But then there's some people I'm like, oh, they're definitely not open to hear anything else
Yeah.
than what they believe. You know,
Yeah.
but there are certain people where I'm like, you know, usually people start with me, they're like, you know, asking me all these like political questions and stuff. I'm like, hey, this is who I am. And if
Yeah.
you're different than me, then I mean, we need each other to be different. If we were all the same, we
Yeah.
couldn't like try to create a balance.
Yeah.
Like those radicals, those are the ones we hear from.
Yeah.
Yes. And I want to kill them all too. But those are
Well,
the ones.
yeah.
But you know what? Those are the ones that make us pay attention when it's not like a daily thing to us. We don't, but we have this like radical right person over here screaming all this crazy shit. And you're like, fuck, I can't forget these things are important.
Right.
You know, so they have their place. I don't like them. I want to drown them, but they make me not be too comfortable.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you have the radicals on both sides there that kind of do some stuff, and it's kind of like the problem. And not to get everybody watch, like we don't usually get this deep if you're just
That's
tuning
okay.
in.
It's just us.
But we're just having we have these discussions. It's happy
We
hour,
do.
so we
I
talk about
love
different
deep
things,
discussions.
things that pop up. But you have the radical right. You have the radical, and it's
Yes.
America is more centered on a lot of stuff, but
they're just the biggest mouths.
yeah, it's and we have a system that pretty much gives the bullhorn to the louder voices as well, right? So
Exactly.
and
The louder voices keep making such a bigger joke out of things
yeah,
that it's just like nobody's. Eventually, we're gonna be like, we want to listen to them.
and then it's like the thing, like it was like the other day, obviously because you guys are right there in Indiana, so you're right across the river from Kentucky, but we had the whole Mitch McConnell freeze up again
Oh
thing,
my god!
and I almost posted a thing on
I'm
Facebook, and then I almost posted a thing I saw on Facebook. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even going to post that because even though I was in Kentucky and he was one of our state senators, I'm not a fan of him. I felt like I didn't want to post it because it wasn't like
you're not the guy that's.
I'm not gonna make a fun of kicking the guy that's going through whatever he's kind of going through. You know,
Right? Yeah.
some people would take advantage of it, and some people do take advantage of it. But I'm like, it's kind of like
Right.
I'm not a fan of his, but even that we have to have a line where we're not going to cross.
Rod,
You know.
Right. Like I feel like I feel like we feel the same way, and I want you to tell me if I'm right or wrong that you feel this way. It's like when you see the videos, you're like, get all excited and stuff. I'm like, see, told you.
Well, I mean,
but then you don't.
The
want
human side.
Then the human side's like, it's a human. I don't want him to die. I don't want.
I mean, when I saw the Mitch McConnell thing the first time, it was like
you got a little giddy, but then you were also.
I didn't really get giddy. It was more of a cringe awkwardness of the whole thing.
Oh.
It's kind of like this is really awkward. Like, okay, we can see he's like something's going on. Why do we have the camera on him so long? And I almost wanted a cutaway at that point. Like, okay, we're 10 seconds in. We're 15. Do we need to go to full 30? We get it. We're 15 seconds in. We can kind of cut away maybe. And then like the person comes up, she comes up to ask him something, and he still doesn't catch on. And the guy comes. I'm like, it's almost like a bad wreck. Like, do I need to see the full wreck? Like, I can see the initial stuff happening, and then I want to look away. I don't want to know the rest of it as much. the
then
political
they got
side of
someone
me was
there.
the political side of me was like, this should be a sign. Like, if you ask me, like, if there was going to be any type of poster on why we need
For an
max
age
age for term limits, this is it.
Yes.
This is it right here. This is why we need to have. We can have a minimum age for
Exactly.
president. We should have a maximum age for some of these spots in office and stuff too.
Shouldn't be 80 years
This
old.
is the
what
reason
would
why.
be your age? So, like, as a candidate, what would be the max age that your candidate could be?
For
Or
depends on the.
any candidate. Like, what's the max age?
Well, the only one that has an age limit is actually president now. So you have to be at least 35, right? So
no,
I
the
would.
max though.
No,
There's no max.
No,
The
no,
max-
no, no, no. I'm just saying, as far as age, any age limit requirements, the only one that has is president, which to be at least 35. So if it was like someone for president, I would probably say.
let's start with the
I would-
president.
I would say for president, for me as a max age, and from what I know or read and see about age and all that kind of stuff, I would say 70 would be my comfortable level. Because I think if you got 2 terms in, I'm okay at 78 if that person's leaving office. And Reagan kind of put that to a test when he was in there, where you saw when he was leaving, he was fighting dementia and stuff like that. Now, Biden is not someone under a health type thing, but there's points when I watch him sometimes and I'm like,
It's
the
hey,
next
I feel like
next 4
that's the
years can be
thing.
something a
It's
little
the
different.
lesser of the two evils when you go to vote. Like, Biden wasn't my number one that I would like. This is who I want, but he's my only choice.
I feel like
Yeah.
it should be like everybody else. The age of Social Security. When you can start drawing Social Security, that should be the age limit of everything. You know what I mean? Like,
But you're not forced to retire for social, because I mean,
No,
Social
you're
Security.
not.
A lot of people will take it to 72 now because of the way it's set up, or 70 or whatever the age may be.
So your age was.
I would say like for president to be 70, but if it was something that was like maybe
Well, we're
Senate,
just gonna say president.
if I would say it's just president, I would say 70.
What would you say?
I would say somebody like Mitch McConnell, you shouldn't be able to run long term. Like, you should have so many.
No, we're just talking about the president.
Like your
Like-
max age for president.
No, I mean we got to narrow it down. So the president,
I
what
would-
is the max?
Me personally,
Yes.
I would say 65 and be done.
Yeah, I mean,
Because I'm thinking like for everybody else on the same scale is like you can draw it. I know like it's changed, but I'm saying like for the most
right.
for the normal common guy, I was like, he can start drawing Social Security at whatever age.
Right. No.
You should be able to run when you're 85 years old or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's not.
No, and now
That's the problem now. Is like all the politicians have been in office since
They're-
1930, and they're all.
they
you
weren't
know,
crooked in the beginning, but by the time they get to
Yeah.
the important places, they're crooked.
I feel like they should only have 2 terms, no matter what you're running for, and you be done. Like,
Yeah.
they shouldn't be long-term politicians. Which is what I was going to say. Not president. Mitch McConnell's been in there for.
Yeah, that's
He's very
insane.
He's very died.
Well, the thing is, he wasn't even the oldest. Like Strom Thurmond went into his 90s before they
No, I
finally
mean,
got
that's
him out of
true,
office,
that's true,
right?
But
Yeah.
I'm saying just in general, like.
Now,
you
Mitch
should
has had the
have a
longest
lot.
run because Strom got in later when he was older. But yeah, it's kind of, and you got to think like when they came up with obviously the Constitution and some of that stuff. I mean, people were living like 60 or something like that, right? So
right, yeah.
they were, and then people were like, well, it's not in the Constitution. So you go, well, yeah, when the Constitution was written, they lived to like a lot younger of an age.
You're right,
It's kind of like the House of Representatives. The last time the House was updated was 100-something years ago, or whatever, right? I think we need probably more than the representatives we have there to give more of a voice of the people in the country than we actually have, just because we've expanded the population, but we never expanded the House to match it.
But I always feel like it's like the president gonna run 2 terms. Why is everybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saying,
Well, the one thing I thought of too earlier was like, if you're gonna, just because if a president wins their first term, my opinion is that for their second term, it shouldn't be the president automatically gets to buy.
Yes.
You should have to re-earn it again. So there should be Democrats not afraid to challenge for the current spot. Just like if there was a Republican, there should be a Republican. It shouldn't be just automatically
I
you
agree.
get a try at the second term. Like you should come out again, have to debate again for your next term. What you're going to do
I've
to
said that
improve.
for years and years and years.
And answer for the mistakes you've made.
Yeah, yeah. And so you should be put up to the test again for the next. It shouldn't be automatic. You're automatically get the second one. And so,
Right.
I mean, when you think about when the Constitution was first done, It used to be they had the
There
votes
was
for president.
there.
Well, it used to be it used to be a vote for president, and it wasn't like a party type thing. It was whoever got the most votes was president, whoever got the second most was vice. So you'd have split party tickets that were in there working together to do stuff too. So,
And that's the thing. The parties divide us. Like, it's like if we would just like, here's your 5 candidates, and they don't have a label of which side they're on.
And just choose one.
yeah.
For what they stand for.
Listen, and and I would probably listen more. I don't even listen now because I'm like, well, I know what side I'm going to vote on, so I just vote on that side.
Because
But if they didn't tell us what party they were, then we'd listen to them.
I've said that for years too. Is like just run and win on what you stand for, not because you're a R or D, whatever.
Thanks, JT. The Sting, great Jackie Gleason movie as well from that line.
Oh,
But I'm gonna. Did you guys crack open another one because we're like 11:30 something? So if you're going a little bit later, we'll go a little bit later.
I can finish it off air.
Well, Todd wanted me to try this one, so I'm going to try this one since Todd asked me to try it.
I just poured one, but
okay. I mean, I'm going to pour it.
I want to see what you say on that because I want to. If it's good, I want to get one.
Rod, I'm really sorry you had a bad day, but I feel like you feel so much better now.
Oh, I definitely feel better. I appreciate you guys for being here and getting it out. And sometimes that's the thing. You just got to get it out the system. And it's kind of like, we only can control. Oh, that's got some nice smokiness coming off of it.
No.
We can only control what we can control. And it's just like.
And it's hard to accept.
It's hard.
Control everything else.
And it's kind of like, I'm a person that likes to basically, I know what I want to do. I know what I need to do. And it's like, just get out the way and let me do it. And I can't always do that because it's like, that's not how the company works, right? So unless I'm not the big boss calling the shots, so I have to deal with everything else. Mm-hmm. And it's just kind of like, I don't understand. Like I tell people, like, when things aren't going right for some of my guys, once I deal with advisors and everybody's selling our product and they say, we don't want to sell your product anymore. Guess what? People don't sell our product. You don't have a job anymore because the lights go out. And that's how to tell people sometimes, like, you don't really understand when you do something and it screws up, how this affects stuff down the line because it's a domino effect. If people stop working with us, then we don't have a job. And it's kind of like, I feel like, how do people not know that at a point, So that's what gets me in a front. And it's like, I can't do everything. Like some of my people tell me, like, I hate calling you on this, but I don't know who else to call because I'm not getting the right answer. And I'm like, just call me because I can handle it. And I'd rather handle it and keep you happy type stuff. Yeah. And which a lot of them appreciate and all kind of stuff. But it's just like, dude, like, you need to pay me these other people's salaries. You want me to do all this shit. Like, I'm doing all this stuff that they should be doing. And it's just, and after a point, you handle it. You put the happy face on, but it wears you down. Like one of my colleagues, I talked to her. She helps me out in a lot of stuff. She's part of our team. She pretty much told me she had to take a walk earlier. She couldn't talk to anybody because she's like, I was afraid I was going to say something on the call that was going to get me in trouble. Just because she was dealing with the headaches I was dealing with that I was passing to her.
Yeah.
And she wasn't getting the answers back either. It's just like, I feel like, I don't know. I almost feel like we get people in some spots nowadays that just either don't understand their job or they're not like getting coached properly or not coached. I don't know what it is. Like,
or they don't care.
Or all of the above.
Or they don't care. There's something going on. And it's just like, why do you not get this? Yeah. So I have moments I have to deal with that, but no, this helps. This is relaxing just to be able to talk about.
I'm so glad though that because I can feel like you weren't like your mood in the beginning. It wasn't like, it was very like, I feel like kind of like with me when I'm kind of pissed, I just kind of like
a little bit.
Yeah.
Try to get it out in like sarcasm and funny things, and I'm just like, try to be like, take myself way higher than I am. But like, and I enjoyed that. It was very funny. I mean, but it wasn't funny for, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
But I feel like you're still like, at the beginning of the night, you're like, ugh. And now you're like, you know what? Screw it.
I'm like, I did what I can do, it's like, we'll get up in the morning, we'll live another day, right? You'll fight another battle that day. But right now, you've done what you can do. Aubrey said, shout out my dad, 82, and definitely has gotten softer in heart as well.
Shannon, what?
Because we were talking about the getting,
Women.
like your dad getting softer and stuff as he got older with the school bus.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do. Women get harder as they get older, like
Yeah.
more like brutal, and men get softer.
Aubrey
Look,
said, "Oh my God,
Aubrey spelled it
2020."
because I did.
Well, that's okay. It's
No,
understandable.
No, I know. I did. I totally did.
Yeah.
Then he said it's 21, 20, and
No,
then
it's-
boom, like with the Lions up on the
Lions-
Chiefs.
Lions won 21-20.
Oh, they did win. Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah.
moment magician, 7 minutes like in lifetime. Yeah, like praying to pull it out. Well, not having Kelsey, I'm sure was a big hit for them.
Oh, I guarantee it was.
Well,
'Cause
the
he didn't
spread.
know where to throw the
I
ball.
wonder how many people bet on the Lions tonight because the spread went down to 5 when Kelsey wasn't playing. So
I think it ended up at like 4.5.
yeah. So if you bet on the Lions, you had some money coming your way.
Especially on the money line, then you could have won a bunch probably.
JT said, "I'm not shy or proud." Ride the clock out Lions. Everybody's hooked into the game there. Todd, you were a coach, man? Like, yeah, Todd was a coach as well. Todd was a college baseball player, for those of you who don't know as well. Yeah, second can and the 4-pack is spoiled too. Oh, that's no good. So you got to oxidize there on the
Dang.
beers. That's really
that's-
sucks.
That does suck.
So I was looking at, yeah, really good teachers. They make a mark. They're important to actually have. You remember those good teachers that kind of led you into some things.
Right.
Especially in college. Yeah, I agree. Like one of my sociology professors, although I can't remember her name right now, but one of the things, like we had one of our sociology, because he was actually one of the kids on campus during the Kent State massacre, basically. I would say when the National Guard opened up fire on Kent State, she was one of the students that was there, and she was sharing a story about some of the stuff, and it was just like one of those moments that kind of just stuck in your mind on kind of stuff, and just the importance of why it is, even though there was a loss of life, the importance of being able to speak out when things were not a certain way. And then I had like my political science teachers, DeClerc and Clark, and one was like a conservative, one was like a liberal, but it was just like they worked together, and it was kind of like this meshing of ideas, and that opened up the whole experience of why you need to listen from both sides and allow both sides to express themselves before you were making a decision and not be caught up in the echo chamber. So you remember a lot of those teachers that definitely made that mark, and I salute. I was one of my good friends from college. He's a teacher now, and he's been doing it for years since he graduated. But it's just like I always tell him and other teachers I know, it's like respect, just like you, Shannon, for being a nurse. Is just like, because you go underappreciated on a lot of. I mean, I know a lot of your family members still thank you, but
everybody's like the most underappreciated. I kind of feel like I am kind of appreciated because everybody's like the most underappreciated are teachers and nurses, and so I do feel like we get called out.
Yeah,
so I do feel like we're appreciated, but we're not like treated well all the time by our patients and families. But
no, but I don't think.
I think
because you are in that field, so you don't see it that way.
I see it from like
that's a whole different perspective of things.
Like when I see things that teachers and teacher unions have to go on a strike here or there, or nurses, and it's like, why are these people not being praised for what they're doing? I mean, I like every time I see stuff on it, and I'm like, yeah, pay them what they need because they deserve it. They're doing this shit that nobody else really wants to do, and they have the heart to be able to do that. And they're not in it for the money; they're in it for the service aspect and of treating people with the dignity they deserve to be treated with.
Yeah,
what's the issue? That's how I always look at it, and I'm just like, yeah, do it. I'm like, if you're going to pay all this other stuff for some other type of BS, whatever we have in society, how do you not pay this? Yeah,
like all the medical costs. I'm like,
I mean, years ago.
I feel greedy. I feel like I'm paid enough, and and I feel greedy if I want more. But I'm like, but if you take it in comparison for the medical costs that are just like, then I would be like, hey, how about I bet us nurses would get together and be like, you don't have to pay us that, and I'll quit charging these people that much.
You're right. Yeah.
I mean, years ago, my mom, she broke her hip or whatever. I think it was broke her hurt, whatever. She had to go through stuff and operate it. And I had to go up to New Jersey for a few weeks or whatever, take care of her. And I was just like, dude, like, that just changed everything. We'd take care of someone like that and like help them around and do all kind of stuff. And, it's our like your mom. You're gonna do whatever you can to help your mom. For most people,
Right.
no, but it's like just the little things, just going to the bathroom, and it's just like it's like if I could have had a nurse come in and do stuff, it would have been well worth it as well, because the stuff that nurses do, that point alone is just like shows how important that position is.
But people, I will totally willing to do those. I'd rather do those things than work with numbers all the time.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna say like
we need number people too.
You've had so many like patient parents or kids. I mean, that that take care of their mom or dad or whatever. That come in and be like, "Thank you so much for kind of making it easy and at ease or whatever." And I trusted you. I didn't mind leaving them in your hand. Like, I'm not saying I'm just saying you, but I'm just saying in general. Like, probably not said enough, but you hear it all the time. So I'm tooting your horn.
No, I know you are.
But it's still though. It's like,
and I do. I'm like, that does make me feel like I'm doing my job.
Because a lot of people just do it as a job because I can get a job and it pays pretty decent and whatever. But you take it more.
Like
beyond that. But I'm just saying that's
my job feeds my soul.
No, I know that, but I mean. What Rob says, like it's a big deal.
But that's what nurses,
or for nurses.
But, when families or patients compliment me, I'm like, that doesn't make me. I mean, it makes me feel good that they felt good in my care, but I'm like, this is how you should feel about all nurses.
Yeah.
And not all nurses, and that makes me sad.
That's what I was saying. Like,
I've worked with so many.
That's not true.
Paycheck nurses.
Because I've seen you through the years working with people. It's like, I'm going to this facility. I'm going to this facility. I make 50 cents more, so I'm going here now. Like, it's all about the money. Not I get, they didn't give a shit about.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I don't. Yeah.
I mean, not saying they didn't, but that wasn't.
Yeah, I've never taken. I've had 3 nursing jobs.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like maybe you're.
I think Shannon looks at it. She's just kind of like she's so kind of absorbed into it. It's just for her being in it and looking out is different from us out looking in.
Yeah, I'm just like I don't know how I could handle a job that I went to that was just like, I mean, feed my soul or like something like humanity wise that would But
not everybody's that way though. That's the thing. That's what makes you special and being able to do that.
That aren't that way.
But I mean, to be honest, like I've seen her from the lows of like, screw this. I want to do something else. I don't want to do nurse anymore because of the
nursing,
or coworkers or some bad, people on the out, that you're taking care of, like the people on you didn't see all that, but to now where you're at, it's like it's totally
I
full
love
circle.
It. Yeah, I love it.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's totally different now.
So the smoked maple is 90 proof, so 45 APV, and Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey with natural. Oh, it's always that natural flavor, right? And natural flavor is always good, actually. Right?
It's Kool-Aid.
Crafted in simple tastes in the Kool-Aid. The Claremont, Kentucky. That's right there on the title. Yeah, there you go, right there. Let's go ahead and give it a taste here. I can tell you the aroma is just kicking up.
I really wish you had a little bit of over there.
Smokiness, caramel, sweetness. Picking up definitely the bourbon effect. I don't have my other glass because it's packed away somewhere. My Glencairn glass, whatever. But it's not bad. It's smooth.
It's tough.
Got the heat on it, being a bourbon.
Okay. Well, sweetness good or no from the maple?
But the sweetness is really good from the maple.
Okay.
I could be like Gilbert to have like a plaid shirt on in the morning with some bacon. I think Eric Gilbert as a lumberjack with plaid on and bacon, and he's having bacon and eggs, and he has this to the side. Or maybe our buddy Robert, the whiskey scout.
Hang on.
Mm. Little bit of a leathery type feel to it. Mm.
Remind me when we go off air. I'll
That's
tell you.
okay. That's sweetness. A little bit of a leathery feel in there. But no, the maple is solid on it. You can pour it on pancakes. No,
Is that a rye or no?
no, this is straight bourbon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, unsure of
Alright.
like the spiciness of the rye.
my
You know?
Yeah.
God.
No spice kickback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at Rod's white shirt. Is that the first time you wore that shirt?
No, he wears,
This shirt?
he wears
Yeah.
that one all the time.
No, I've worn this
Oh,
before.
I didn't see because I'm not like a domestic goddess, so I just throw all of my laundry in together and it's like super white and then it's not anymore.
It's the what the dank shirt. Mm.
Like, listen though, Rod, I got your shirt, the tank top, and I'm like, I'll get ready for the gym, and then I'm like, it's just too tight. It's too tight.
It's too tight? What's why too
It's
tight?
too tight. It's a large too, because Todd's like,
Mine wasn't.
I think but it was the women's sizing. Women's sizing is different than men's sizing. I mean, it's not too tight. I could wear it, but it's just tight around my boobs. Every place else,
Well, I mean, that's the normal.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, you know, it's.
That's understandable.
I mean, you don't want that extra attention to the gym. I think you're saying,
I mean, I don't know.
but
Maybe
you can wear it
should-
around the house with Todd, and Todd's okay with it.
You should be no. Well, I don't feel comfortable in it, so
It's Todd. How do you?
We
not
ain't
feel
talking about
comfortable
you.
with
We're talking
Todd?
about me.
oh, it don't matter how I feel wearing it. As
I'm
long as Todd's okay
I'm
with wearing
comfortable
it.
with it around the house.
And I'm even wearing my sports bras that smash my chest down.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's Rod J shirt, so it's going to accentuate.
Yeah. Rod J.
Now,
Rod J's women's sizing a little bit tighter around the chest.
mine was good. I liked it. It was
Yours is
comfortable.
good. Yours look good. It looked good there. Yeah.
It was
good when
to
you-
chest, like my chest schools were fine. It was
Oh, I'm so
okay.
happy for you.
Well, when Shannon wore it on the show was fine for it. Did it shrink when you were watching it? Maybe.
No, I just wore it just because I was drunk and I didn't feel self-conscious about it. Probably.
Did you have guys like trying to hit on you or something?
No, I just feel like I'm like a circus show.
No.
You know?
You're just you're a star because you got the Rod J shirt on. So
That's right. There you go.
Yeah.
you just say drink beer, live happily, you know, and people are checking out. People are checking out the big hop in your heart there.
Didn't catch that one.
It's all about the hop.
I'm like, those are some big hops. Where'd you get those from?
Yeah.
I'd be like, check out Rod J.
RJ, yeah.
YouTube.com.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Houston and Austin, the Texas thing that I was alluding to earlier with the library. So it's just a mess. That's why I don't go to Texas.
Oh no, I was
anymore.
gonna say that, Rod, about the libraries. It's
Yeah.
like, it's not just about some kids don't have a home. They don't have, and the library is their safe place to be. It's not about
Yeah.
the books it's about a safe, quiet place somebody can be when they don't have a safe, quiet place anywhere else.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's about where they yeah.
Yeah.
Job tracing character. Yeah. It sounds too many years of hard work. That was I mean, depending on what you're doing, like with this, I mean, for sales, I I'm in sales, it's financial, so it's more like consultant nowadays. What was that? You got gain or something? She smelled
No,
her shirt.
my vape spit oil out instead of just the vape. So I had to get rid of it.
I was in sales for almost 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy the sales aspect of it when I can sell and not doing service type stuff and
You're right, yeah.
picking
I'll
up
be
for
the
other
worst
people and
salesperson.
things. It's not sale. You know, the whole thing with sales, it depends what type of sales you're in, right? So I don't
I mean,
consider
probably
I'm in
that
sales. but I don't consider I'm not like a car salesman, like trying to, as soon as you get on the lot, try to come at you, right? Like I'm
Right.
more of a consultative type person. What are you doing in your business? How's that working for you? What are you looking for? What are you trying to, and kind of find out. And if I can't help you, then I'm like, you're good to go. I don't pressure. It's like,
You're right.
Yeah.
but if I can show you where you might have a need and can bring some more money in your pocket and help out your clients, then that's where I kind of step in and do
Then
stuff.
step inside. Let's talk.
I mean,
Yeah,
I do
right.
Like though, Todd. I mean, Rod, you might be able to attest to this too. Like, if I try something and I love it, like I would be the best salesperson.
Oh no, you would be a phenomenal salesperson if you could.
If I believed in the product.
If you believe in it, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
No, I would. I mean, and I would
Not
mean it.
honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I could probably sell like an ice cube to an igloo if I believed in it.
Well, I mean, the igloo is a building, but maybe the Eskimo that lives in the igloo.
If you don't have a no soliciting sign.
She said ice to the igloo. It's the Eskimo that lives in the igloo. You said ice to an igloo. The igloo can't buy it. It's
I said. I mean, I might be able to do that too.
it goes like, no, I pass. I got plenty of ice. I don't need what you're selling.
No,
Move along.
but you know what would happen?
Move along.
No, you know how I would save that sale? If I went to the igloo and he was like, I got enough. And I'm like, but do you? I'm like, the sun's going to be coming up and tomorrow's going to be the hottest day of the year. And I'm like, and you don't want to fail the people that are living inside of you.
You need some backup.
But I'm going to have to ask you, if you're
This
getting
might
igloo talking to you, I'm going to kind of wonder what you're kind of smoking on there. Like the igloo's responding back and having a conversation.
It goes going, you're the worst salesperson ever. Move along.
He said the igloo responded. And then I just went with it.
Oh, I got to talk an
I
igloo.
wouldn't care if I was an ice salesman if I was talking to the igloo.
Probably. You'd be living with the igloo.
I might be the igloo.
I agree. I agree, JT. Term limits does seem to become an essential there. Yeah. Lions on the road win. What I forecasted, riding the clock. I know Eric's probably happy with the Lions getting a win.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see. Hey, what's up, Trilby? Cheers, my friend. Going well. Hopefully you're having a good Thursday night. We kind of, we're kind of all over the place, but that happens when we do. We love getting all over the place. Like the train only goes on the track for so long before we.
You just say
we take it off road.
Right.
Speaking of off road, this whole Burning Man
Rod.
thing.
No, Rod, I appreciate you redirecting that conversation and not blaming it on me, because that's when we would go off.
You from it. No, I love
and
going
you were
off
like,
road.
Sometimes we do that. When and then you said something, but you wanted to say when Shannon's on here, but you didn't.
I would never say when Shannon. No,
but
you gotta stop being self-conscious. I had no Shannon in my head.
Offensive to me.
But I never had Shannon in my head. I love going off road. I love going off road.
Me too.
But speaking of off road, the whole Burning Man festival. Like these
oh my God.
These people get stuck in the mud. Like some people are still out there, and it was like, I guess this is a festival where you just go out and do whatever you want to do. I don't know festival things apart. I mean,
it's a big music festival for rich kids in the desert.
But people wear all kinds of crazy shit, or they don't wear anything at all.
Yeah, because they're in the desert, and it's not ever going to rain out there or flood.
Well, it did this time. But I'm seeing people wear all kinds of crazy type stuff. I say crazy, it's not crazy, it's just more creative type stuff there. I don't know what's going on out there. I feel like it's a bad peyote concert that went wrong at this point. Like I feel like I don't know what
this point.
I mean, Chris Rock is catching the back of a pickup truck to get out of town. You know, it's just like
that. He was at like girl stuff, and I was just telling Todd about that today. I'm like, did you hear about the dead man? What's it called?
Burning Man.
Yeah.
And he's like, what's that? And I'm like, it's like this big music festival out in the desert, like that people pay a lot of money for. It's like a Kind of feel like
People drive out
you
there.
have to,
When-
you have to
whatever,
sign an
yeah.
NDA to get in there. So
Well, now they got an issue where people are leaving trash and all kinds of stuff out there they've been dealing with, and it's just like, I don't know. It was kind of an interesting thing that I saw this week. So that was kind
it's
of
giving me the fire festival vibes.
But the fire festival was something where people didn't show up or something. Because this
Yeah,
one people showed up.
Money, but it was still like it was a bunch of fucking rich people that.
Well,
paid
this
money-
one people showed up. They just got flooded in. They're like telling people like they had to
Yeah.
basically ration food and gas and all kinds of different stuff. But it's just like, I don't know.
Oh my God, I bet they have to see it there.
Well, that was different. Whoop, there you go. Okay, now we're back.
Hey, there we go.
That was weird. But it was kind of like, yeah, I don't know what this whole festival was about, but it's kind of interesting. And I happened to catch that this week on the news. And so, yeah, I followed one of the people on Instagram. I followed like Danica Patrick, and she was out there doing stuff too. So,
Oh, the race car driver that was
Yeah.
with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
yeah.
These things that pop into my head.
because you follow that shit.
Well, it's like us, the sports stats. You know, we can't tell you some shit that happened yesterday, but we can tell you who was a rookie in 1979 in MLB.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It just happens. It just happens.
sticks in your head.
Yeah.
File cabinets in our brains.
Like, huh, I don't know that. Okay.
Let me see here. Again, retirement age use 65. Why are we governed by boomers? Emerson says, yeah. Well, retirement age is 65, but most people don't realize if they wait to 71 or 72, it actually pays them out a lot better with Social
Oh
Security.
yeah.
But people they get retirement, like, I'm gonna retire right now. So yeah. I wish I could provide more financial advice, but since I'm licensed by the SEC, I really can't, because then it's like I get in trouble for that. But yeah. If I ever retire, I might do a financial channel to show people tricks.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
We'll sign up for it.
Yeah. So I can inhale my bag of Cheetos. You can always inhale Cheetos. They're
If you want
always
to.
they're always welcome. I was never a huge Cheetos fan as a kid growing up, by the way.
I like
never
the
got into the whole thing.
jalapeno Cheetos and the red hot fire Cheetos.
Jalapeno?
Yeah, the green ones. Yeah.
I don't
like
necessarily
the
like the
spicy-
ones, but I don't like the reigning champ. JT's just mad because the Chiefs, he doesn't have Patrick Mahomes on his fantasy team. So that's why he's throwing the Chiefs hate.
Didn't Kylie come on?
Pretty far on the left, what gave it away, but I wouldn't vote for Benny saying he's too old. I mean, like, but then you take up Bernie Sanders, right? Who seems to be, all of his intelligence is still there. He's still pretty quick on a lot of things, but he's older than Biden or Trump, right? But
I'm like, that's the thing. If we got Bernie Sanders and Mitch McConnell standing next to, like Bernie Sanders.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Unpopular opinion, probably for a lot of Democrats. But if they were actually looking at the stuff, because right now the poll came out like where people are uncomfortable with Joe Biden and his age. And a lot of people are uncomfortable about Kamala Harris because they don't really know as much about her, I think. And then if she takes over as president, there's a lot of concerns up there and everything. Biden gets a second term, he would really need to have like a moderate Democrat.
Yeah.
It's hard to drop your current vice president, but
Can
ideally he can drop out and have anybody's vice president ticket.
Aired, he wouldn't even run again.
But here's the thing:
bring Kamala into it.
If he were to drop out, if he were to drop Kamala, and I'm not saying he should drop Kamala because I think Kamala can offer some opportunity there, but he were to put on like say a Joe Manchin as his vice president candidate, Joe Manchin gets buy-in from the right on a lot of different things. He's not fully to the left. He's kind of more that moderate type Democrat. He's West Virginia, so they're more leaning more red than blue.
Yeah, but he can do that.
That would be that's the problem. That's the problem with politics, right? You're like, well, you can't. It's like because people lock in too much stuff. Ideally, in a logical type move, if he were to do that, that would allow Biden to get forward because people say, well, something happened to Biden. We've got Manchin as a backup type. I'm just saying it's not a popular opinion out there, but if you're looking at stuff and how to play the game, that would be someone he could slot in there.
That'd be the way to go.
Yeah. So again, I'm more down the middle in a lot of stuff.
Right.
I try to be. I mean, I'm more when it comes to like pro-choice. I'm definitely more left on that and different things. But
you got to think about money and feelings.
when you're looking at stuff and how you're trying to do the balance, and you're looking at the country and kind of stuff, you got to have that type of feel in there. And Joe himself is more of a moderate Democrat anyway. Kamala is more left of what he is, so a lot of people may have that fear of her taking over with what may happen, because people are going to look back on the Reagan years when he went into dementia, right? And Nancy was basically running a lot of this shit back then. Nancy was kind of whispering, a lot of people thinking that Ron's here, what he needed to do.
Well,
And he was more
your
just a
husband
figure
was
there.
like,
Yeah.
"Wow."
Right. So again, it's not a popular opinion. It's just something, I kind of thought about over the last few weeks. Like someone like that would be more of a better fit in kind of what we're heading
To
into
try to join
2024.
the country together.
Because I tell you, 2024 is going to be ugly. It's going to
Yes,
be
it
really
is.
ugly between if we're down to Trump and Biden again.
It's a tomorrow problem, not a today problem.
It is a tomorrow problem,
Or
but
next year.
if you don't prepare for tomorrow by today, you find yourself in a lot more trouble down there. So it's like the squirrel. You got to put nuts away for the winter. I'm telling you, there's nuts you want to put away, because it's going to be ugly next year when it gets down to
sure.
it.
That is for sure.
I might have just had like an epiphany.
That's what I try to tell her all the time. It's like, but no,
I think I might have-
It's today.
I think I've had an epiphany. So like we have different, we're all different. And so like I'm like, okay, like that, yeah, that's a big problem. It's gonna happen. But I'm like, am I willing to sacrifice the joy of all these days that are before that,
Well, yeah.
worrying about that?
You should.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you should. No, but I'm like, I'm going to think about it, but I'm not going to lose sleep. Because if I thought about every single thing, because I feel things so like much, if I thought about every single thing that I could be worried about for the next day to the next year.
Yes, Aubrey,
Worry about
your dad's vote should count for something. I definitely agree. Yeah. Aging affects depending on the individual, but an older person is also more vulnerable to sudden illness and death. Right. It's a concern. You take all that stuff into play. I'm forcing myself to drink this oil stuff. I could bring it back, but I'd just be more careful. Well, you know what I would recommend, JT, seriously, is if you're on Twitter or maybe Facebook, if you reach out to them and let them know, I'm not going to say it's going to automatically work, but I know we had this situation with Eric years ago where he got like the 6-year-old Brooklyn, and we told him to reach out. He reached out. They actually sent him other stuff to make up for it. If you reach out to the brewery and ask them about that batch and if it was infected and tell them what you kind of experienced with it, they may go ahead and make it right for you and get you some stuff there too. So there should be agent terms in my opinion, but we can't open that wide open loophole for both parties to coerce. Yeah, so that's the concern, right? You have to be able, if you open it, how you going to manage it type thing as well. So it's kind of like not everybody, like you could have a limit, like I said, like 70 for president, right? So you can have people come along that are over 70, and I'm going to use like Bernie Sanders, for instance, that have all their wits about them. So it's a dangerous thing to kind of do. Like, how do you monitor that and everything? But why is 35 also a limit? So if you have someone 30 that has a wherewithal and be able to do stuff, there might be like that 160, 170 IQ that kind of manage things, or they're being penalized because of age in that regard too, where they might be able to do stuff. So it's always this weighing of things. So how did they came up with a minimum? You have to also consider should there be a maximum?
Maximum, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you ever find yourself having to support both parties just so you can make a living? It's. I'll tell you this, Aubrey. It's kind of like I'm on calls with some people, and sometimes I'm very friendly. I'm very relationship driven. I have a lot of good relationships with a lot of my advisors, and we have a lot of different things. And there's sometimes where an advisor might say one thing or one feeling one way or another, where they might be more to the right or more to the left. And it's kind of like, I don't really say anything as far as the support. I usually keep the party stuff kind of out of it. But at the same point, it's like, I've had some calls where it's kind of like, well, if somebody says something to a drastic type point. It's like, well, I kind of don't really feel that way, you know. And it's kind of like I feel like this or that, but you know, time will tell type thing. So sometimes you have to pick your position where you want to respond, but sometimes you do bite your tongue there. Unfortunately, that's kind of part of the game that we play there. We are Gen Xers. We Gen Xers are crappy at training people. Well, yeah, I don't know about that. You know what? Maybe the expectation is Gen Xers are like, dude, what are you not hearing that I'm telling you? I just told you everything you needed to know. How do you not understand it? Because we're kind of like, tell me once and I'm done, right? Like, and not everybody learns that way. It's kind of like, dude, I just told you how to, like, I get people that will ask, like, where can we do blah, blah, blah? And it's usually like it's like a millennial or a Gen Y. And I'm like, seriously,
Like,
do
really?
you not know we have this resource here that has
You're
all
right.
the answers you need? Like, why are you emailing everybody in the company about this? So, yeah, sometimes we're a little harsh as Gen Xers too, because we were latchkey kids. We just did it ourselves. You want something to eat? There's a fucking stove.
Yeah, go fix it yourself.
There's a fucking microwave.
That's
Figure it
why
out.
I'm perfectly happy with it.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy with a bowl of cereal for dinner.
That's a Gen X saying right there. Figure it out.
Yeah.
We were the generation that had to live with that growing up.
Exactly.
Boomers didn't get told that. Boomers, their parents were home making them something, you know. The millennials, they have parents making them something. The Ys and Zs, they got people making. Gen Xers, no, figure it out.
And you're on your own.
So I just had
If you're
this,
hungry enough, you'll eat whatever it is.
no,
Pop the can and eat it. You're good.
I just had this theory about it's boomers, Gen X, and then the millennial. So the parents that we had, so the boomers' parents were very, very traditional.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like, you know, woman stayed home, got up with her husband.
Well, it was different back then. And plus, you'd have to make as much to survive, so the husband could usually do it on his salary,
Well, you used
and the
to
wife
able
could
to
be
do that
home.
back then.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
it's like,
I mean, you could buy a house through the Sears catalog back then. So yeah.
50-50 of
Well, and that's
the
what
women
I'm.
worked
Well,
or
that's
didn't
what I'm
work,
gonna
whatever,
say.
yeah.
So, like, the boomers' parents were like very woman stayed home.
Well, yeah.
Dad went to work. Sometimes came home. You know, he's probably screwing his secretary, and then the mom is mad, but she doesn't want to look mad because she's got to be like this Susie homemaker, perfect skirt makeup.
Yeah.
And so she repressed all of her anger.
It was a different time back then. Yeah.
The boomers were the children of those people, so they knew that they were repressing, and the wife was still kind of traditional, but she was like, hey, you know what?
I can do my own thing.
Starting to think like, what the fuck do I need him for? But then it wasn't so easy as a woman still then.
That was the feminist movement at that point. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
wanted to do
Yeah.
it, but that, like, women couldn't even have a credit card or a bank account in their own name until they had a man. It was their dad or
Do you know
husband.
when that happened?
It was like the 50s or the 60s.
It wasn't even then. It was like the 80s.
Oh,
It was that short of time that before
I
women could actually.
I was thinking like the 70s.
Yeah, it was like the 80s before women could actually. How crazy is that? Like
So
that's like
that's
30 years
boomers.
ago.
That's
Yeah.
boomers.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so that's just like the women were wanting to like be self-sufficient and be able to, but they,
1980s.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like
That's dumb.
one of the because I can't have an episode without mentioning the food that built America. But I love that show. One of the episodes was actually it was Mrs. Paul's, and how she had to struggle to get her company and stuff going, and how she pretty much back when she was trying to launch it had to have her husband sign off on stuff too.
yeah, and if
Oh,
she didn't
yeah.
have a
Because-
husband, her dad
yeah.
had to do it.
Yeah. So it was
Had to be some man that could like sign off on her.
yeah. Sales, everyone's drama. Yeah, you get all when sales, you get all sales is like a bartender without the alcohol, because you hear stories and stuff like that, and you're kind of like
Pretty much.
I don't need to get pulled all into this, like, you know,
That
but it's
literally
part of the
sounds like
relationship
Worst
building.
job ever. like a bartender without alcohol.
You're right.
Well, it's
That's
like you
like
get
the
pulled in.
worst
It's
stuff.
relationship building, so you're pulled into all these relationships that you're trying to build, which is fine. Like if you're a people person, sales
Right.
is the opportunity for you to have that and be able to
Yes.
kind of do that, express. And I love what I do as far as that regard, but it's just sometimes, like I have people tell me stuff, and it's just like I don't even know why you're telling me this, like But
Please, I
at
don't
the
wanna
same
know.
point, they've developed a trust in you. They can share this stuff, and that's all
Right.
good. That's a great thing. So it's all about communication. So.
Yeah.
Big Daddy's in the house. Cheers. Sorry, Red Up NFL
Yeah,
opener.
Big
Good
Daddy.
game. Big Daddy, what's your priorities, son? You know
I
we're
know,
here every
right?
Thursday night. You could multitask and have the game on and us. Where's the
I have
love?
Going the same.
Oh
Where's the
my
love?
You're all trying to get him never to show up again. I'm
Well,
like,
when you
he
got-
makes
we-
time. Right.
Oh,
he
Big
makes time.
Big Daddy will show up. He's good.
He's
When
gonna-
you guys go to Chicago, you should try to connect with
This is
Big Daddy.
Chicagoan.
You should try to connect with Big Daddy when you guys are up there. So
No,
Todd
we're
and
gonna try
Shannon are
get
coming to
both
Chicago,
of
Big
them
Daddy.
together. Like, let's go hang out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to get Big Daddy in there. He couldn't hang out when I was up there and stuff, but yeah. Thought of Shannon if she has a single friend. There you go. Aubrey's like, hey, because he's not that far from. He'll come up to Indiana.
A single friend.
Aubrey, you can ask
Yeah.
yourself.
A male or
I don't
female?
know.
I think he's looking for a female, but I can't.
Oh,
I can't.
mean,
I'm
didn't know
not
if
gonna.
Walter was a guy or a girl.
Oh, Aubrey's a guy, but I'm not going to cast anything. I mean, don't matter. Whatever.
You're right. Versa,
I don't think
I know in
there's-
2023 you can't ask certain questions. We can't ask certain things. So
that is true. Like, oh,
whatever
I know
Aubrey
what
prefers.
you mean.
I don't want to make an assumption.
Aubrey's in Texas, right?
Oh, I thought you said he wasn't very far.
No, Aubrey. I think Aubrey's in Arkansas. He's with Blake and JV, and
Oh,
they
in
play.
Arkansas.
They play in the band and stuff. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Listen, I mean,
I
like,
think-
I was really trying to do something for you there,
Yeah.
and I was like, they were like, he's close, and I'm like, okay.
Not that close. I mean,
Yeah.
Arkansas's
Yeah.
not that far away. Though.
I mean,
But I think Lee the one that's supposed to break off into the east of the coast, or is that a different one with the hurricane? Hell, I was going to go to bed and Roddy Crew's still up. Yeah,
I
we're
saw
still. You know, we start at 8 Eastern and we plan to stop at 11 Eastern, but
I feel like
we
we kind
kinda-
started at 8. We go later than we ever did.
it didn't work out. But we're not here next week, so we kind of had a bonus
Oh,
episode
there
in
you go.
this.
There you go. Bonus.
So,
bonus.
yeah.
keep trying.
And I had a rough day at work today, so I'm kind of like taking it out here
I'm
drinking.
so-
And Todd and Shannon have been encouraging through it with you
I'm
as well.
so sorry that happened to you.
Oh, it happens. You can't control everything. So
No,
you know.
but I'm glad that we're here to make it feel better.
Yeah. The funny thing on the sales aspect of it, I'm having like one of the best months of the year.
Yeah.
Like we're in the best months of the year in that regard, but it's just like it's always the little things, right? The little things you can't control. Those are like the word, like little things are the things that break something. It's not a big thing. It's always
You're
the little things.
perfectionist.
The little things add up, and that's what actually breaks things down for stuff. So it's kind of like, how do you not do this? How do you not do that? And it's just like, and it's like the death by 1,000 cuts, right? They all add up after a
Yes.
point, right? It's not just like one thing. Oh, we totally screwed this whole thing up, like Bud Light or whatever, but we can try to repair it, right? No, it's just the little things over and over again that end up happening
Ugh,
that cause the worst issues.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. And it makes me always think of like that Bill Cosby back in the day had a stand up as himself, comedian, like back in the 60s. One of the things he talks about is like this segment called Brain Dead. He's talking about his two kids. And he's like, why would you kind of do that? And he was just like making the whole thing about them being brain dead. I feel like so much of the population has become brain dead nowadays.
Yeah,
It's just like, why would you do that? Like, I don't know. Like, seriously, that has nothing to do that you should have done. How did you get to that point? And you just don't know how they got there. It's just like part of the society is
Because
brain
I
dead
mean,
now.
like this is kind. I'm like, I kind of feel like you would like give somebody a pass if they if they did really good and then they had one like big F up.
Yeah.
Like this person, you've been given a pass for tiny little things,
Yeah.
but they kept adding up, and then like after a while, you're like, oh my god, there's so many tiny things, and now it's just like
Yeah.
one big huge thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't think sharks I didn't think sharks could sleep, JT said, right? Yeah. I sleep drinking beer, sharks. Sharknado drunk,
Sharknado
right?
drunk.
Be swinging from a chandelier. Possible. Well, I don't have any chandeliers here, but lampshade. That makes me think of the what was the show Parks and Recreation where what you call him has the lampshade on, he's partying. Yeah.
I think a Christmas Story.
Yeah, well, there you go. That can happen. I strategically only brought enough beer.
And then
Aubrey's
go like,
debatable. Although Aubrey's been fighting through the Bud Lights lately, so
Yeah,
yeah.
right,
We
yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, the
You'll like-
T-shirt.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the T-shirt that Shannon was asking because it was vibrant. I don't think I'm going to drink anything through the Brita filter. The Brita filter can help. I mean, I think Aubrey's not going to. I think Aubrey's not going to do it because he's afraid what may happen if he does.
Aubrey, if you're gonna drink anything, drink that through the Brita filter because you'd be like, "Oh, this is so good."
I would like, so here's my everybody over. My favorite thing about me is people always. Well, some people really underestimate me, and then some people overestimate me. But nobody ever gets it right. But I'm just like, when I'm drinking, I'm like, yes, that was amazing. But I'm like, I've gotten older, and I'm like, okay, do I want to get have 6 shots in a row and then be out of here in an hour and a half? Or do I just want to drink a Bud Light or a Miller Light throughout the next 4 hours? So I do think about things. I just don't always tell everybody my plan.
See, Shark says by the time I read the comments, Pluto might be a planet. It might be again.
Is.
Oh, I really hope so for Rod. That would make him so happy. Rod would be so happy if Pluto became a planet.
That's the comment of the night right there. That's the comment.
Make a t-shirt, bring Pluto back.
Yes, these shirts. 2024, bring Pluto back.
TV ETF. 3 minutes behind. Phone seems to be more accurate. Yeah, it's funny how you can watch on TV, you can watch on the phone, and you can watch on the computer. All of them have different estimates. Like when you're watching the same video,
how
long it takes. Yeah.
No, we do that sometimes. You'll be watching something out here, and I'll be watching it in the bedroom, and I have it up real loud, and it's it's like your show
before or
it'll
after,
say
whichever,
exact, and then mine will repeat itself later.
Yeah.
Cheers to Brian, first time tuning in, and
Brian.
I should give Brian the official welcome before I answer his question. There you go.
Welcome.
And first time tuning in, and wanted to get your thoughts on Founders Brew and CBS Breakfast. How do you prefer KBS? Actually, I don't drink Founders. I don't drink Founders because of their because of their history.
And some people don't know their history.
Some don't know their history, and I've shared some different videos around it, but they've had pretty much, I'm just going to say, racist issues taking place from their management. That the second one just came out a couple months ago about another employee. So I don't drink Founders at all. And you'll see sometimes trending out there, #FuckFounders, because people do put that out there. And it's one that I don't drink. So on my channel, which I've drank a ton of Founders in the past, I don't have any Founders videos anymore because of what they've actually done there.
Yes.
And until they kind of, I don't even know how they can make amends at this
I don't
point.
think it can happen, right?
I mean, some of their management, they made a move from the president on the thing there who has been an issue, but then they put him on the board. So you didn't really change anything too much.
The name is tainted.
You're right.
Yeah. So for me, Founders is not even a beer I even pick up and drink, but
I don't either.
But
I've had some given to me or ones I bought before that happened.
Yeah, but before that happened, they apparently had good beers.
Oh no, there were
that made their good beers give you a sour taste when you drink them.
Yeah, I mean the beers are solid beers, but I just can't support them. I would say between those two.
Oh yeah.
And I've done videos on those in the past, which I don't have on the channel, like I mentioned anymore. But KBS was more over CBS. I thought CBS was not even needed because KBS was a good stout, but yeah, I don't really drink them. Kentucky Breakfast Stout. Yeah. Okay. So I don't fuck with them anymore because of that. So
no, and Founders is one of my top 2 or 3 breweries that I liked everything they came out with. Until that happened, I've got some from previous years before that I still drink every now and again, or if somebody gives me one, but I have not bought one since then.
No, but that's the thing. Like, Rod, the thing with me is I'm not real like I'm in here in this chat room with the beer people, but I'm not like, I don't know a lot. I mean, a lot of breweries, I'm like, I've heard that before. Founders, though, is the one that I'm like, nope.
Well, in fact, when in fact, when we was in Michigan last year, we were up there, we drove right by Founders.
Like, nope.
And she's like, no, and she's like, you want to stop? I was like, no, I don't want to stop there.
Oh, I don't even remember that.
No, you're like, you want to stop? You want to stop there? I was like, no, I don't want to go there.
Yeah, fuck Founders. Let's go. I wanted to stop there so I could burn it down.
Well, they closed the one tap house. I think it was Detroit, the one they closed. So yeah, because people had kind of responded back, pretty much not supporting them there as well. So a friend of mine has been to 15 burns. She calls them. It's not really a concert, but it's very like communal living where everyone's part. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like it's kind of like a open. Like from watching some of that stuff, like I said, I followed Danica Patrick, and it's kind of like you can express yourself, you can wear what you want, you can do kind of stuff. Yeah, it's kind of Woodstock type thing there. And they do call them burners, and like one of the guys was being interviewed, and he called the people that left stuff behind like they're not real burners, because the whole thing about burners is you're not supposed to be like any proof of existence type thing.
Yes,
so the people that didn't take their stuff away, yeah.
And that's like in most
like
any like beach or camping sites, especially in it's like leave it how you found it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Almost the media was lying about. I don't think about that because I've seen stuff on the Weather Channel and different things about the stuff that was happening out there. So
I believe a little bit of everything and 100% of nothing.
Yeah.
Art festival. Yeah, and I just see some of that stuff out there. It looks like it's an interesting type concert type thing. Like I said, it is very Woodstocky, like Shannon said. So it's kind of like if I was out closer to Nevada, then maybe I would, think of something like that or attending, but it's pretty cool.
Oh,
she was unfeasible. Most regulars were phased, really rich people or anything like the Fire Festival. Yeah, you have people from all different walks of age. All poor folks that didn't purchase a 4-wheel drive. Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess you buy a ticket to get in because this is in the middle of the desert. Couldn't you just drive in if you had 4-wheel? For instance, saying the media centralizes everything. Well, I don't know. I saw people walking around in the mud and stuff, and they were talking about now they have a fireman trench foot, they're calling it, where people pick up diseases from walking in the mud. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I can see that.
Yeah. Tell me what beer you had a week ago, and tell me when it's the capital of North Dakota. I think Fargo is the capital of North Dakota still, from what I remember from back in grade school.
And I was thinking.
A beer I had a week ago, I can't really help you out there right now. I can't think off the top of my head. I drink a lot of beer, Shark.
I know, right?
This, man. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I did too much extreme.
Yeah, I agree, Aubrey. Yeah, I wouldn't mind checking it out. It's kind of an experience and stuff, though. It was kind of funny though, with seeing Chris Rock in the back of the pickup truck. He almost had to look like, how do I even get out here? Type thing.
More.
How are you?
Rented 4x4 RV. Yeah. A lot of people brought their black stoves. I saw people cooking on the black stoves there. Why not combine the two? Years of retirement talk. You have no idea how many times it just made you. I couldn't do the beers over retirement because it would be seen as a vice if I talked about anything on retirement right now, since I'm licensed by NASD, SEC, or whatever. So once I retire, that's a great idea. Once I retire, beers over retirement would be a great little channel to have.
I feel like we should start out more lightly.
I was going to say, the other side is no longer interested in anything but power. They will do anything with elections and give us. Yeah, I mean, at this point, years ago, we knew we were heading to a fascist type thing. I remember back in the 90s in college, we would sit around talking in a restaurant, me and some of my friends and stuff. And we were just kind of like, at some point, like, this shit's going to be crazy, right? Like, kind of seeing some of the writing on the wall where we're kind of heading. And it was kind of like, you'd have 20 banks, the 20 banks, you're going to 10 banks, 10 banks, you're going to 5 banks, all these different things are going to be conglomerates that buy people. It was like all the signs were out there, but people just weren't looking at them.
Yes, because society has told them, black and white stuff, and so
Yeah.
nobody ever looks outside of that.
VP be Warnock. I haven't seen Warnock in a while, but yeah, he can talk. Reverend Warnock. He's out in Georgia. He's one of the Democrats. He was at center. Yeah, it's kind of it's the way that everything's been kind of fractured in this thing now, where it's kind of like everybody's like kind of locked in on how you're doing the politics, and it's like the country has, I won't say bought in, but I feel like they've been sold that bill of goods to divide the country so much now that the country has kind of been divided, and it's going to be like almost a battle to get back. And the only way you can actually get back is to have communications between the lines, between people from the different sides.
It's not gonna happen,
and you're not going to get that from government. Government's not going to communicate because government, they're Democrat or
Right.
Republican, they're digging in deeper when you look at them do stuff in there, but it's got to be
Right.
actual people in the country
But
that
don't
have
you
those
feel like
communications.
this, like in any like position, like I feel like the people that are like running for president or the people that want to be the big bosses are the least, they shouldn't be those bosses. And
Yeah,
the people that are like, I care about my job, and I really want to do better, but I'm not willing to sacrifice my whole personal life for this.
right.
Like,
Well,
and I'm
the-
just like, I'm like, I'm like, oh my God. But I know if I took that job, then that would become my whole life.
to be a politician, you have to be a narcissist on a high level, right? And a lot of people aren't on that level to kind of
Yeah,
do that
you
kind
have
of thing.
to believe in yourself
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah. But
And
the
I'm
thing
like-
is, what you need to have, like, if you're looking to actually strengthen, repair, whatever, move the country forward, it does start, like all politics, there's a saying, all politics are local, and that's how it actually is.
Yeah.
So local communities have to have their town halls, their
Right,
community
yeah.
meetings. People get to voice whatever their expression is from either side in these forums where you can kind of look at things and people can start to understand and perceive and
Right.
have those open conversations. That's how you get better as a community. So it's kind of like if you're in a community and you don't like how things are going, other people may not agree with you, but they don't know why you feel the way you feel. But when you express that, other people can say, okay, well, I can see how that might be the situation. This is why we're looking at it this way. And you start to work towards a common ground. If you don't have those happening in the local areas, it makes things worse. And you never grow and you never
Right,
repair
yeah.
and you can never move
Forward.
forward.
Yeah.
So there has to be this groundswell where communities start saying, we're not buying into the national BS. We need to move forward as a local community for what we need here and to kind
Right.
of grow it that way and then have it come up through the different states and stuff. So there's issues where you have the federal government, there's issues where you have the state government that are kind of like the whole thing with Alabama right now. And the Supreme Court said, no, your legislation for congressional districts was wrong. This other county needs to be seen this way. And Alabama kind of gave them the finger back. That's stuff that can't happen. And those are things where communities have to bring it up from a local thing through the state to get things applied the way it needs to get done. I don't know if that can happen because people.
But we've been brainwashed to think that our opinions in our small towns and our small states don't matter because the only big thing is you need to be heard. You need to be heard. You need to vote for the president. And I'm like, no, you need to vote for the people that are in your community
You're right.
and your
Oh, yeah.
immediate-
And branch out.
But I'm just
Yeah.
like,
For most people, the thing that will affect them the most is their local board, their local leaders, and then after that, really their state type leaders. I mean, so
Yes.
you can't disregard the federal type level because that's going to have some percussions as well, whether it's taxes or whatever it may be. But at
Or
the same
abortion.
point, when politics are local, it's kind of like you got to protect where you're actually at. And some people, you know, the thing that sucks about being the local aspect is some people have the ability to say, I don't like the local aspect. I'm going to move and get out of here. Those people have a benefit and a privilege that other people don't. Some people
But
don't have the
they
money
can't
to
do
be able to
that.
do that. So some people are
Right.
locked in and they can't do it and they have to suffer under the consequences, which is the worst thing about that. So it's kind of like there were stories I've read over the last few weeks of people that left Texas and they went to like Colorado or they went to somewhere else because they didn't like how it was being legislated. That's good for them, but most people can't do that.
Right.
Most
Yeah.
people can't pick up and do that, and they're subject to whatever those laws are being passed down on them, which they don't see as being fair. So I don't
And
know. It's a weird type time right now in the country.
No, but when you were just telling me that, I'm like, well, those people need to band together that can't. But then I'm like, those people are probably fucking working 3 jobs and they don't have time. They're just trying to survive. They don't have the time to like make a big ruckus. They're just trying to survive. You know,
and that's what most people are. They're trying to survive.
But shame
so
on those people that move out.
Yeah.
They have the power to change things, but they abandon the cause.
But they're looking at what makes them. I mean, I can't blame them either because they're looking at what I need to do to have a better life. So they have the ability to make that change.
But sometimes you have a life that, like, we don't have the like most beautiful, successful life, but I feel like we have the power to do things that people that don't have what we have to do.
And I mean,
sitting here and they want to do it, but they're just trying to survive. So we could be their voice, but we don't. You know?
Well, that's the thing too. It's kind of the involvement thing. So it's kind of like, we were talking the other week, and it's kind of like, for our position, because you guys, you met Janice, and so it's kind of like for our position, it doesn't really matter who's president. We're kind of in a position where we're gonna be okay either way.
Right, but you think about
a lot of people don't have that benefit, and so then it becomes of more of a moral type stance. Where do you want to stand on this? Where do you want to stand on that type situation? So it's kind of like whether it was Biden or whether it was Trump. Chances are you look at stuff and it's kind of like either way. I mean, one, we're paying more taxes than the other, but either way, we can still survive the situation. And it's just a matter of what's the differentiator. And we decide that,
politics.
Our thing is we want other people to not suffer under stuff because it's not fair to them either, right? So you try to.
Do you ever?
But some people don't. Some people don't do that. Some people are just like, I need to find out what's better for me, and they move on from it.
And I get that if you're in like a spot of desperation.
Yeah.
But if you're like, and I'm not saying like a spot of riches, I'm just saying in a spot of like, so many people could be where we're at. They just don't believe in themselves enough to get here.
Yeah.
They talk themselves out of being successful.
Well, some people don't get there because they just don't have the opportunity or the know-how. And then we talked about like the teaching stuff earlier, so some aren't getting the information that some do get. I mean, I feel like the education system, depending on what state you're in, definitely plays into it. So
I feel like they're all awful, but there are worse. Some are worse.
They're worse, but some states are. But like when I went to growing up in New Jersey, we were like one of the top states in the country for education. So I feel like, I mean, just myself, when I was going through Catholic school for the first 6 years to go to a public school in grade 7, I was already ahead of what the public school kids were ahead of. Like they would ask stuff in 7th grade that I learned like in 4th.
Right. Yeah.
And so I would stop answering questions because I didn't want to be seen as a know-it-all type kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that plays down. But then you think about outside of that, think of that being a case in New Jersey being one of the top school system or one of the top school states versus maybe like a Mississippi, an Arkansas, an Alabama, where they rate them lower. And it's kind of like what's being provided to those kids and stuff. So not all kids in the country are getting a lot of that stuff. And that's when you see like the whole thing on the East Coast, like Ivy League and all kinds of like people send to try to go to those schools. It's like, it makes that much of a difference because of education type level. So it's not, nobody ever said life was going to be fair for anybody. Right. So it's always, it's all a matter of dealing with what you have thrown to you. It's like you get a card hand, just like you're playing poker. How best can I play this hand that's in front of me? Right. So everybody has to scrap and fight and do what they can to move forward. But, it's just, tougher now for a lot of people to do so, in my
Right.
opinion.
Oh, for sure.
One of my
Yeah.
most, like, one of the phrases in life that really just like gets under my skin and makes me like, oh my God, is when somebody says, it's not fair. It's not fair. And I just want to say, whoever told you life is going to be fair?
You're right.
Yeah.
Like, these
Fair according to
these
who?
are the cards you've been dealt.
Yeah.
And you can decide to do something with them, or you can just
Or not.
fold and complain about how life's not fair.
No
Yeah.
when to hold on.
You know,
Yeah.
No when to fold
I mean,
on.
but I get it. It's not fair. It is not
Yeah.
fair. That's a fact.
Yeah.
But that's a fact, and you can just drown in it, or you can be like, no, I don't accept that.
But
Yeah.
it's also the eyes of the beholder. Like fair to,
Right,
you
yeah.
go to different countries that poor, they're thinking, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
We look at it and be like, oh,
Yeah.
this is
Well, that's the thing. If you look here, like in the States, even like the homeless, you look at the homeless person, they've got a lot more than a lot of people in other countries already.
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm
it's kind of
saying.
like you don't have a house you're living in, but the dollars they have in their pocket, or maybe they got from Panhandle, it's like more than what other people may have, or they just got to find,
Right, yeah.
But yet they're more
a cover
happy.
for them to sleep
They're
at night, like
thankful.
under or whatever, where they can't find in other countries. So it's
Right.
kind of like, yeah. So
Just kind of depends on the background situation, upbringing.
Like,
Yeah.
my biggest fear in life is not sucking every single ounce of joy out of every day.
Yeah.
That is my biggest fear.
yeah,
I'm like, yeah, I should probably be worried about and I do worry about other things, but I'm just like, I can't control what's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. And all I have is right now.
yeah,
So I need to, whatever situation I'm in, I'm like, I need to find like the window seat in the Ropes Motel. I'm like, there's some joy in here somewhere. There's some joy. And I was like, there's a window seat. And when I was a kid, I always wanted a window seat. It had a suspicious stain on the cushion, but I'm like, beggars can't be choosers. At least I'm finally sitting in a window seat.
You have that luxury of being able to do that.
yeah, right.
Yes.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's like, we saw a speaker, and the big thing was like, don't worry about the things you can't control. So,
I mean, I feel like I'm pretty good at that, except for when I'm in a car and somebody else is driving. Like,
but you can't control that.
Can't
So,
control it, so why are you worrying about it then?
I know, but that's my one place in life where, and I do, I'm just like, I'll do it. And then I'm like, I'm working on it.
yeah. Obviously, 2 miles we met Trump and Bernie. Yeah, you're right. That'd be atomic bomb science. So, yeah, they would definitely not be good together. Sex would have vote for anyone, but Biden helps another Trump presidency, and we won't survive that. Dude's on his comment a lot. Yeah, I mean,
he can't run again, can he? Because all these.
Yeah, he can run again. So, I mean, they're trying to press maybe the fourth. There's some people trying to press the 14th Amendment, but I don't know if that's going to hold up there. But
we need to get.
I mean, it's kind of like, I don't even think the president role nowadays is such a figurehead type role, because you have all the other tech. I mean, really, the Congress is a lot more together on what they can actually do or stop.
But they can piss off other countries, is what they can do with their mouth.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the president obviously going to war, they declared, but Congress had to vote in the war or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's how much can actually be done. I mean, growing up in New Jersey, like, people get surprised, like, with Trump. Like, I grew up in New Jersey, and Trump was always seen as a con man in New Jersey for the most part. So it's kind of like
talked about when he was a truck driver.
Yeah,
he'd go up to like Jersey or New York. He'd be like, I remember him on Howard Stern, even maybe.
Yeah,
and Howard Stern until he was
Trump
president.
like talking and.
If you look at his stuff he did in Lake City, there were workers back in the 80s and 90s talking about they didn't get paid on the casino. Like, he never. It's like this part of what he
He's
does.
a con man.
It's like the only bank that actually allows him to do the deals is like Deutsche Bank, which is known also for money laundering. Like, it's not like, if people do research, there's reasons behind a lot of this stuff there. So I don't know. It'll be it'll be interesting to see what happens. Regular store return stuff in the past.
Ugh.
I would definitely tell him about it for sure. That beer. Disagree, JT. If Trump wasn't already loaded, they store beer warm before they put it in the cooler, so they handle their stock too. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Benny's, the big super liquor store chain in Chicago, is even worse. I don't go to Benny's for beer anymore. I've always struggled with the government funded project. My brother-in-law, retired general. We talk, so I see both sides very clear. Yeah, just
5 minutes.
this whole thing with Tommy Tuberville, speaking of, because he said military, that whole thing has got me like, dude, like, you just can't elect people to Congress because they were your favorite football coach. Like, some people,
they can and they do.
They can, but it's like you should have some type of. There should be some. I wouldn't say there should be like a test or whatever, because that would sound kind of bad. But there should be some type of level to make sure people are eligible to be in positions. You know what I mean?
They
It's
should
kind of
be
like
peer reviews.
it's
Peer reviews.
like we're not voting prom king and queen here, folks. We're talking
No,
about the
but
government.
Right.
it is.
Yes.
It should be peer reviews
Popular
from
vote.
everybody.
Yeah.
If you're running for president, then we should
Yeah.
know every job you've ever had. And
Yeah.
we should get like, I mean, to be fair, we should break them down in decades.
Yeah.
But anybody that's ever worked for you should be able to
Yeah.
rate you and give a peer review on you
Yeah.
up until, because they're working with them and it's a job, and let's
Yeah.
see what kind of worker he is.
Yeah. Badass center candidate would be good. I mean, I look back at like the success that Barack had when he ran. The thing with Barack was
Oh, Barack.
he was left, but he wasn't like far left. He would cross far left, even though he believed in some of the left type stuff. He knew you couldn't do the left type stuff because the country was more moderate, so he wouldn't push on it. He'd give a forum to let people speak about it, but then he would kind of just sit in the wings and see what the feeling was, and then before he said anything about so it's kind of like, that's the thing with the thinker. It's kind of like when people were talking about kind of stuff with him, it's like, dude, you're never gonna get Barack on anything, because he was like freaking knew the Constitution in and out. And like when he was at Harvard or whatever, he was like the constitutional person. Like, he knows the laws. It wasn't going to be anything that he was doing outside those laws.
And he could talk about the law very eloquently and engaging.
Yeah. So it's
and
like,
it would make people that didn't even know about the law be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, whether you were for him or against him, you were never going to trip him up on stuff, because he knew what could be done. He knew what was allowable in the system and stuff. So it's kind of weird. It's like, now you're looking back, like him having the last president without any scandal. Because even if you go to W has stuff under him, right? So like in between this little crunch, Obama was the only one that really never had anything come back on him.
No scandal.
No scandal or anything like that. I mean, outside the brown suit, which I don't know why people got to thinking about it.
That wasn't a scandal.
Which was a funny thing. Like, seriously.
I'm like,
it was like, that's the best you got.
That brown suit, yeah.
It's like the best you got was a brown suit. Yeah, brown
like
suit
the
gate.
video was like, oh my God, the president of the United States wore a brown suit.
Oh, it was 74. I thought it was in the 80s. Okay, so 74, 75 is when JT said. So I thought it was in the 80s when women were able to do that with the credit card. Hot Springs, Arkansas. Take a stop at Jeans. Will do. Trez is still in the house laughing there on some stuff. Trez even hiding. Trez is working. He's actually working. He's usually working at this point. Hey, Dave's in the house. Cheers, Dave. From the Isle of Man. So Dave's overseas there. So appreciate you. I'm here, JT, just enjoying the show. I think you're working right now too, probably, Trez. I think you usually doing the night stuff. Hurricane Lee's going to spoil a trip to Maine next weekend. We'll probably post. I was thinking, is that the one? I thought Lee was in the Atlantic going to take a right turn or something. Maybe not. I don't know. It is hurricane season.
So many, they're confusing.
Yeah. Aubrey, 43-year-old dude. 43 is still young, son. Slurpee, good morning. Named after a male from the late 1890s.
I love it.
Shark is still up. All right, there we go. Awesome, Raj. Oh, I appreciate that, Aubrey. Just having some fun. We got deeper than I was expecting to get tonight, but we never know where we're going. We end up getting stuff. Bush is my favorite band ever. Yeah, Glycerin. Yeah, Bush. I remember Bush. Going to Ween on Saturday. Nice. You guys and girls take care. Thank you, Aubrey. You too, my friends.
Yeah, Aubrey.
Later, Aubrey. Later, everybody say later. Natty Light is now better than Bud Light, which is still under Anheuser-Busch, so they still win. So
You're right.
They didn't trick you.
Yeah, hey, right. Yeah, what Rod said about yeah, I mean that's just how Founders is. So yeah, I've got a couple videos on the channel here. I think. Well, I don't have the one. I don't. Well, the last one I had about the Founders second discrimination suit. I think I have the first one still up as well. So yeah, Founders is kind of Nixay on me drinking their beer, so to speak.
Nixay on the ear bay.
Yeah, maybe if Founders does a Dan Snyder
gonna
start a franchise and fucks off
Latin,
for
speak
how
it
many we
correct.
consider Founders or those businesses. Yeah, do the Dan Snyder route.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, a lot of people don't know. Some people don't know about it. It's kind of funny when I meet people that are like they're part of the beer industry and stuff like that, and everything. Oh, we didn't know about it. Like, really? You're not really part of the beer
Yeah, I'm
industry.
sure
That's-
most people
that's-
don't.
That's what said in the comment before that. It was like he didn't know that was anything happened.
Yeah. So I mean, again, if you're a regular just beer drinker, you wouldn't maybe know. But if you're like when I talk to people that are like beer bloggers or beer video, like you don't really you're not really part of the industry if you don't know, because pretty much everybody in the industry knows about the Founders thing.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, because even some stores have started cutting back on even carrying their stuff. Founders races, let me get to the stories. Yeah, right, JT, that'll pull up a lot of stuff. So it's kind of it's out. One of my I forgot which one. They had an IPA I really used to love back in the day, but then their stouts I would do and some of their other stuff. Yeah, so it kind of sucked. Like their all day IPA was when I would drink as an easy IPA. Pierre, North Dakota. Oh, Pierre, North Dakota's the capital. What's Fargo? Is that South Dakota? I don't know. I learned it back when I was in grade school.
That was a long time ago.
Long time ago. The Fargo's capital, but it's Pierre. Fargo is right on the Minnesota state line, where Pierre is more centrally located. Okay, but Fargo is in North Dakota, but it's just not the capital.
Okay.
I used to know them all back in the day, back when I was in
Topeka.
school.
No, Topeka's Kansas.
Topeka's Kansas. Yeah.
Sioux City.
That's Iowa.
Sioux is Iowa. Topeka.
Sioux City is Iowa.
North Dakota.
Yeah, a lot of people. I'd say a lot of people that don't know are not.
I was gonna say Mount
people
Pillier,
maybe around the beer. Yes, Vermont, Mount Pillier. There you go. So yeah, I mean it was big like on a while, like on Twitter or Facebook and a couple of different social media stuff, and there were a couple of things that covered it, but yeah, it's for someone that drinks beer that might not be part of kind of the beer community, it might be something that they're not as fully aware of.
All right, Rod, I'm
possible.
going to tell
Yeah.
you that.
Appreciate you, Brian, for checking it out. Huh?
North Dakota and South Dakota, and then we got.
Well, we had Pierre. We had Pierre already.
Mount Pierre. Shannon has a point.
Pierre was North Dakota.
No,
That's
Mount
what JT
Pierre is
said.
Vermont.
No, but Pierre, North Dakota, is what JT said was a capital.
Oh, see, maybe I knew what I was talking about.
Was it Pierre?
See, I know what I'm talking about sometimes, and people talk me out of. I'm like, I thought I was.
Was that be true, bro?
Sure, but okay. Hey Siri, what's the capital of North Dakota?
Here's what I found.
Bismarck.
The capital of North Dakota is Bismarck.
Hey,
Where the
Siri.
fuck did we get Pierre?
That's what I was thinking. I was like, I
Vermont.
didn't think that was.
Mount Pierre is Vermont's capital.
Look, there's been people drinking on the stream. I'm just saying.
Hey
So
Siri.
Here's what I found from Wikipedia. The Vermont.
Hey Siri.
Montpelier.
What's the capital of South Dakota?
From ancestralfinance.com.
Pierre.
Pierre is the
So maybe it's South Dakota we're talking about was Pierre. I thought we said North
South
Dakota.
Dakota's Pierre.
Bismarck, North
Bismarck's
Dakota.
North Dakota.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Vermont is Mount Pierre.
Yeah. Montpelier.
Whatever. I tried my
Mount
hardest.
Pierre.
Potato. Close.
Yeah,
enough.
but JT agrees. China has a point. Political apathy is probably the root problem. Far fewer than half of the eligible voters bothered to vote at all. If, say 80% voted, political landscape would be very different. True.
Yeah.
True. I think this next one thing I will say about the next election is I think there will be kind of, I'm not going to say it's be a tidal wave.
Civil War.
No, I'm not going to Civil War yet, but
Yeah.
I was going to say maybe I won't say a tidal wave, but I think there will be some type of wave that takes place around the
Natural
whole.
disaster.
No.
Oh, like
Around-
the blue wave.
No. Around the whole abortion thing. I think you're going to see a lot of people that come out because
of
of the laws in states. And you're
Yeah.
going to see a lot of switching that takes place from Republican voters, maybe voting left because of what happened with the abortion rules.
Because
in
of
some
that
the states.
one. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a very like polarizing issue.
Yeah. I missed a Trump Bernie comment. You can't be serious. Oh, no. They would never really do anything. I think that was just a joke that Aubrey was actually sharing. Yeah. Requires sort of
They're probably too old to do anything.
Donald Trump's in the 80s, and he's always been. Yeah, he's always. I mean, like I said, you ask anybody that grew up in Jersey and New York, they'll tell you
Fine.
Trump was always that kind of way. Even some of the like business leaders out there won't even have association there. So appreciate you, Shark. Have a great night, my friend. Strike out
My dad said like
up in Cali.
Trump's been like banned from New York. Nobody will do business
yeah.
with him.
Right.
Nobody will.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, like about bankruptcy. So
Yeah. BlackRock has a lot of power. I saw one thing where Elon Musk had a lot of power. He shut down. There's a piece that just came out where he shut down one of the satellites last year. I guess it was last year, that basically would have helped Ukraine get a sneak attack on Russia.
I knew
And
that. I saw that.
and they were talking about him, like to have that much power. It's kind of a concern that got raised now.
yeah,
So,
right.
Yeah. Yeah, there are reasons behind the 94 felony indictments. Yeah, there are definitely reasons behind. Yeah, it's just,
Yeah, he's an
we,
artist.
yeah, it's not. I mean, the
He must
DOJ. People are trying to say the
79.
DOJ was weaponized. Like, no, DOJ doesn't move. They move independent of either party, but for them to make a move, it has to be something concrete there. So
They're all crooked. Everybody in charge
Yeah.
is crooked.
yeah. Well, it's
Some
funny
more
the
than
whole thing about government funded prize. Like everybody's a social. Everybody hates socialism until you need a road, or you need fire services, or you need hospitals.
But
or
what
you need,
about the
like
alien?
then people become socialists. Yeah.
No, but what about
What
the
about the-
aliens? I feel like they're either trying to distract us from. I mean, I have
Yeah,
no doubt they're
He
probably
was
totally,
JT.
but I also
Um,
don't believe everything I hear from my government. So I'm like, are they trying to distract us from something else that's going to be happening or going on? Or
They could
Right.
be. It could be a distraction because they know that the American population is eager to hear about there's like alien life out there, right? So they come up with a story and stuff. It's always about chasing a shiny object. So whatever they can
Yeah.
put out there will keep you focused on that rather than
and that
things that are
wasn't.
actually
I don't
happening.
feel like that was as
Yeah.
prevalent until the internet and the computers.
Well, no, I mean when I was in college in the 90s and journalism being a major, they'd always tell you like one of the things you'll know is the most, I would say damaging, but the things that are hitting the most that politicians want to pass will happen on Friday and Saturdays.
Yes.
So when they have these sessions on the weekend, because people are doing other stuff, is when a lot of times Congress will pass things that can be detrimental to the people.
Because we're distracted.
We're
Yeah.
distracted. So they know what they're doing. Another Bush like a junior
but they're
year.
not souls. They're the probably
Yeah.
the most miserable people ever.
JT says I'm a fucking drunk. It's just typing stuff in at this point.
It happens.
I got Dakotas confused. Yeah, well, it can happen.
Me too.
So,
I
yeah.
was talking about Vermont.
What happened if you turn away? I told you 20 years ago. I knew it would trigger. Yeah, it's gonna trigger a huge wave between them kind of doing that there. So, and this is, we're not gonna get into it now because it's time for us to fucking sign off because it's definitely later than we expect it to be.
Yes.
But the Supreme Court has now justices being bought. I'm just gonna say that's
They're
an
what?
issue. The Supreme Court has justices being bought between Alito and Thomas, where things were being paid for by GOP donors. I'm not going to get into it, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, please
there's a lot
don't,
of
because
stuff-
I'm gonna lose
Yeah,
enough.
there's a lot of stuff happening right now out there that yeah.
Until next time.
Until next time. So Carver Dog was chasing for 42 years. When they caught it, they lost everything. Yeah. Brian's overturn the Rivers Way is open a can of words that most of them are right. Exactly. Which has brought us to the spotlight of women's rights. I do not like OT. I agree.
You
And
all
so,
did. Here's the thing. This is my last thing I'm gonna say. Probably. But it's just like us women, we know we could rule the world because we have a vagina. Basically, the older women can recruit the younger women to make the men do what
That's
they want
probably
them
true,
to.
actually. I mean, probably.
Yeah, we could totally do that.
Probably so.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
I do not disagree.
we don't want it. But you all are just like screwing it up so bad. We're finally gonna be like, Jesus Christ. We gotta do everything, don't we?
Hold my
I'm just like, take it. Although, speaking of women, that's another one we can talk about tonight. But Feinstein, she's another one that needs to, 90 years old, she needs to get out of there as well.
Not right.
Like, please, just.
I mean, literally watching her on the thing, and they're like doing a vote, and she kind of got confused, and her person, her assistant, tells her just say "I," and she's like, "Oh, okay, I." Like, seriously, that's not having all your cognitive skills to be able to.
No, that's people that are around her.
If you're before a boomer, you should not still be in office.
Yeah.
It's the people around her that are sucking every ounce of dignity out of her.
It's just like the thing with politicians, and I'll say this before we get off, is like when you start to become a character of yourself, you need to get out. That's what you need to get out. And we have too many politicians that have become a character of themselves, whether it's Feinstein, whether it's McConnell. I figure like at some point it's going to be Schumer. All these guys that are in there for the long haul, they're going to become characters of themselves. And it's just like
most of them already, yes.
And despite what you may feel either way about Pelosi had the sense to realize that and said, I'm stepping down. Because she realized she was getting to that point where she didn't need to be there anymore. So,
yes. Shit.
But most of them are
really profound.
Most of them are too narcissistic and egotistical, and they're thinking about the power. Right. Yes. It's just like, and as voters, we have to hold them accountable for that. We have to tell them to get out. They're like, their time has passed. So that's what I got to say on that. Emerson says, good stream, much love. See you next time. Definitely. So we'll be back in 2 weeks because we won't have a show next week. I got a thing I got to do next Thursday night. But the black woman run things for a while. Well, I'm not going to argue with that. I mean,
yeah.
I just, it's kind of crazy.
Would totally follow that. Yes.
Well, yeah, and let's see, need fresh eyes in Congress. Old heads from both sides need to go. Exactly. So and again, it's 100%. Like we need more I feel like we haven't done any upgrade to the House of Representatives in so many years that not all voices are being heard either. So it's almost like there's a lot of things that can be done.
It's almost like you need to clean house and start over.
Clean house, start over, making things better. So
I mean, we'll get there. We will.
People that are with today's times and not from the 1940s.
But
it's funny.
Like when Gen X gets in there, it's gonna be a shit show for a while. Even the Gen X Republicans and the Gen X Democrats are gonna be like, okay, sounds good. I just want to end the day, go home and have a beer and drink some.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is,
it might be very peaceful, or we might be overtaken by the Koreans or the Russians. But then when Gen Z gets in there, it's just going to be like
order.
No, Gen Z will be like, everybody be who they want to be.
And the sad thing about the Gen X's, like,
there's some that be like,
the Republicans running for office, the only Gen X representative we have is DeSantis. And I'm just like, not that guy. Like, because any other one. Because Nikki Haley, she's a boomer. And all the others are like boomers or something. So it's like really? He's our Gen X representative? Like, yeah.
No, but Mayor Pete. So here's my fear with Mayor Pete.
Exactly, JT. Well, Mayor Pete ain't going to run because Democrats already in. Democrats are bowing down to Biden.
Well, and that's fine, but he probably will run again one day.
Well, we don't matter one day. We need 2024. That's the problem.
I mean, I'm just talking about the worst case scenario. You're talking about the best case scenario. If he runs now, it's not going to happen. So I'm like, my fear with him is like, I'm so like believe in him and behind him. I fear when he's on the ballot again, he'll be corrupt.
Oh, well, that's possible. Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, he won't be the same Mayor Pete.
that he is.
Yeah,
or
because he'll
was.
be hanging out with all them
He's probably
old
the same as he
politicians.
was
Yeah.
even then.
Who was it? Absolute power corrupts absolutely, or something. That was saying. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but
That's a tomorrow problem, not a today problem.
yeah, but tomorrow's not looking great either. So we'll see. We'll see. But thanks for everybody that tuned in. We got to get the hell out of here because it's almost 1 a.m. That's way too late. I'm going to be like dragging my ass in the morning and be like, I
I'm
can't
going to
talk to
sleep
you
in
till I get my coffee. Don't you call me. It's too early. I need my coffee. So
Yeah.
that being said, we'll sign off. And our final thoughts about the government at this point.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Yes. Bullshit.
That's just how we feel. That's just how we feel.
That's
And we have the right
Yes.
to our opinions.
We have a right to our opinions.
For now.
for-
We do. For now.
Yeah.
Well, until we become China or something. So
For
yeah.
now, we have the right.
But thanks for everybody that tuned in. Hopefully you guys have a great weekend. Enjoy it. Have fun coming off the Labor Day weekend and heading into this one. So hopefully everybody had a short week. And we will look forward to catching up with you all in a couple of weeks.
For sure.
And we'll talk to you then. Y'all have a great one. Thanks, everybody.
Cheers.